Hi folks, welcome to my channel. Let me shut this off. We're gonna do some painting today. For those of you that are new here, I'm an American living in Germany. Worked a lot of weird jobs in my life, traveled around a bit, had a brain tumor. I talk about all of that here on my channel, but today we're gonna do a little something different. We're gonna paint. I got an idea, got a little inspiration. We'll get into that. First, I got to get set up and hopefully some people will show up. Oh, somebody's here, Elvis. What up, Elvis? Thank you for showing up. So what we're going to work on today is somebody asked me to paint something for them in a professional way, a consignment. I don't know anything about this. But I took a look at the picture that the person asked me to paint, and it's a really pretty picture, so I thought I might take a shot at it. I got a canvas ready. It's used. I have no more clean, empty, fresh, virgin canvases in my possession, but I think it's really no problem to cover them up and start over. Let's see here. So let me show you all what I'm working with. This idea I want to try to get on canvas today. Now, we're not going to get anything done, mostly because when I'm painting, I'm never really satisfied, and so therefore I'm never really finished. I made it, though, a personal goal this year. I want to get some art finished. I want to get maybe a website built, just a simple one page where I can upload paintings that are finished. And maybe I can sell a piece or two. And of course, my cat is going to disturb this live stream. This cat, come here. Come here, buddy. I have a cat that whenever I'm talking to someone else, he gets jealous and has to chime in on the conversation. So this could be an issue. Do you want to say hi, buddy? Yeah, come here. You can say hi. Say hi to the people. Halloween kitty. Yeah, you can't be yelling during this live stream. I'm just going to show the people what I'm going to attempt to paint today. So, just a little bit about my painting style. I've always been into art. I've always drawn. I've always painted. I've always been a creative type. I think it was around high school, so like around 17, 18, I got my hands on like canvas and acrylic paints, and I fell in love. Like I love painting. I do it for me. But recently, like I think pretty much since I became disabled, a lot of time at home, and a lot of battles with depression and shit. And I decided to try to educate myself a little bit on painting in general. Some friends got me some books. I did some research on some tips, and I started trying to improve my ability to do realistic. Honestly, I never had any desire to paint realistic. I remember when I was in school, the only class I liked was art. And it would be the biggest disappointment. I would come into art class and the teacher would be like, today we're all going to draw or paint an apple. So freaking boring. So, however, I love art in general, and I just wanted to see if I could teach myself to do more realistic. So that's a lot of what you see behind me is me just kind of like experimenting, practicing, learning by doing, trying out different colors, different angles, different brushes, different tricks of the trade. Anyway, so this is the pretty picture I think I'm going to attempt to do today. Hopefully y'all can see it. It's just a lovely lady looking over, it looks like she's up on a hill in a forest, looking over the background. And I really like the colors, lots of greens, some blues. I thought maybe I could lay that on here. Maybe. I make no promises. It's going to be an attempt. And yeah, you all can just watch me. Make sure to shout yourself out in the comments or in the chat if you do show up. So I'm going to need a lot of greens, browns, yellows. I think what I'm going to start with is that little blue background. The little bit of blue you see in the background looks like the hint of a mountain, perhaps, in the distance. I'm not sure. Could be an ocean. It could be an ocean in the distance. Anyway, that's what we're going to work on today. So I got a big mess over here, my little painting area. Give you a little view of what we're working with here. So, always got to have a scented candle going. I love scented candles. Sets the mood. Today's scent is vanilla. But let's see here. I think I should get a new palette. Been using this palette for several weeks now. I think it's pretty shitty. We should get a new one. I've got another piece of plastic right here. All my palettes are recycled materials. All of my paints are paints I find on sale. Okay, my brushes are a mess. All right. So I don't want to have too much awkward silence, right? I understand that some people come and watch my live videos later. So if you happen to be one of those people, thank you. I appreciate you. If you also happen to be one of my regular subscribers, one of my viewers, one of my beloved members, I guess I could throw out like a little update here. So I recently moved. I'm in my new place and I'm very happy with it. I'm very, very happy with where I am. There's only one little thing that keeps going wrong since I moved in, and that's the heater has broken twice. Not a great start. It's been kind of cold. It's not just that it's been, I mean, honestly, it hasn't been kind of cold. Outside, the weather's been kind of nice, but I am a big baby with cold. Like, I'm always cold. Just this camera here. So we want to be that in the center. I'll do my best to try not to block your view. So what we got there is we got a pretty blue background. Oh, I got some kind of nice light colored blue I could just try with. I don't know if that's an ocean in the background or if that is like blue sky and some white clouds, or if it's a mountain. It doesn't matter because when I paint from the back to the front. So everything that I lay down here first is eventually going to be built upon and covered up in a sense. But my first goal when I'm trying to paint something I'm looking at, you know, rather than just painting out of my effed up head. My first goal is to try to like lay it out, like get my placement on the canvas. So I'm going to lay a little bit of the background and then I'm going to try to get my placement. She's standing in front of some trees. So I'll use those trees as like a marker as to where she is. And we'll see what we can do with this today. I think I've painted on this canvas like at least 5 or 6 times. And then I just start over new. So I'm just gonna make myself a mark, like tree line perhaps. tree line, and then there's like the blue. And then it definitely, I don't know if there's clouds, but we're gonna put some lighter white up there. And there. Put this more up here. So I've got some dark blue there. I think it's ultramarine. Some white, and then like some sky blue. I've got 3 little colors there. And we're gonna just start, I think, like get a little bit of water. And we're just gonna blend them. So I see in that pictures, there's like a hint of like a blue up here. There's like a hint of a lighter right here. And then there's this blue here that, like I said, I'm not sure if that's an ocean or if it's a mountain, but it was pretty clear defined by the white above it. So that's what I'm trying to lay out right now. Just what's going to be a background hint of the sky. Or is it an ocean? We don't know. We'll find out. So yeah, I moved recently, and like I said, I really like my place. I'm really happy here. It's a gazillion times better than where I was. That place was unfreaking believable. Unbelievable. But I'm in the same town. I'm not far from where I was. But within like a week of being here, I met a bunch of the neighbors. And when I say I met a bunch of the neighbors, something happened that hasn't really happened in the 20-some years that I've lived in Germany. And that's my neighbors went out of their way to come to me personally, introduce themselves, tell me where they lived in the building, for example, and said if I ever needed anything, I could go to them. 2001, I moved to Germany. 2001, I moved to Germany, and this is the first time in a building that not one, but multiple of the people that live in this building went out of their way to come up and introduce themselves to me and let me know if I needed anything, that I should just get in touch. Germany, I don't know what's wrong with you, but there's a reason you have a reputation of being cold and unfriendly. I imagine that reputation was started by anybody that had to live next to you as a neighbor. In Germany, it's hard to find good and friendly neighbors. I guess everybody's definition of good is different, what a good neighbor is. I get some people do just want to be left alone. As a foreigner, man, I'll tell you, it's weird sometimes just how far out of the way your average German will go to not make contact with a neighbor. Like, just in my opinion, like it's completely opposite where I'm from. Where I'm from, we know our neighbors and we know which ones we can turn to if we need help, for example, because that happens, people. And where I come from, we try to be friendly to our neighbors. And here in Germany, really, German neighbors, they go out of their way, like horses with blinders, generally speaking. There'll always be 1 or 2 exceptions to this rule. So yeah, that really made me happy. Like I had to do my moving into the new apartment step by step, because of my disabilities. I can't carry everything. And I had some friends that offered to help me, but regardless of being disabled, I still feel guilty. Like I want to help. So, I did my moving over a bunch of days and slowly, and some stuff I even on my own in a little trolley carried it over here. And I was just out here working on my balcony, setting it up, putting all my plants out there. And yeah, my heart was really touched that some of the people in this building went out of their way to introduce themselves. So let me look at that picture again. Yeah, I don't know if that's an ocean. It looks like an ocean. It looks like an ocean. First, I thought it was a mountain in the background, but I think that might be an ocean. And the white that I'm seeing above it is like clouds. And then the sky blue is much lighter above it. So I want to lay just some white here. And we're going to play around with it, try to make it look cloud-like. Right now, I just want to get where everything's going to be. Trees, trees. It's going to be trees there. But this is going to be like a darker blue here. And we want to play with the clouds. We're going to bring the dark up into the clouds. It's going to take a couple coats. Again, this will all just be background, so it can be a little sloppy. I let that blue dry a bit, but we got a good outline and basis for where I want to be. I think I should probably attempt to mark where this human is. And I think I will go safe, and I will do that with just a brown. And then I can, if I have some brown left over, I can mark where some of those trees are. Maybe mark the ground. All right, so I think it's blue. That's going to be the dark blue. The trees, I feel like her head is going to be like here. Is that hair coming out? And her hair's coming down. Let's go back. We got a jacket. Right shoulder. I feel like her hair. She's looking off this way. We got a beautiful cheekbone. Take that a little later. She's got a very defined face and cheekbone. I hope I can get that right. Hair. Jacket. I'm going to spend too much time because I'm going to come back and go over all of this. It's like greens and yellows. Just laying out where everything is supposed to be. This is going to come down a little more. That. And then we got that face, chin going up like that. Face coming out like that. Cheekbone higher, yeah. She's sort of looking up and out. So I gotta bring that head back a bit here. And then ear, hair. Her hair is tied up in a knot. What is her hand doing? She's holding her hands together. Okay. So then we got a tree coming up here. It's a happy little tree, like Bob Ross would say. We got a happy little tree coming up here. And he goes right up. He goes right out. So behind him is another. There's other twigs. And then we got coming kind of from her shoulder area in that background, a little curvy guy. He's only a little curvy, just a little curvy. Comes up. He also goes up. This guy. So I gotta figure out where her sleeve ends. Somewhere here. Just gonna mark her. She got black pants on. And off here, she's got another tree. He kind of curves a little like that. He's got a little curvy out like that. Another curve like that. And he's got another branch like that. Same with this guy. He's got some coming out there. Yeah, we're just going to do some scattered branching because there's a lot of branches, but I got to get that back laid down. I've used up all that brown. Again, in case you're joining, this is what we're working on. This is what we're working on. Lovely lady looking from the top of a mountain over some blue skies on it, all the way down. I think I'm going to mark with some yellow. Some yellow, some burnt umber on my palette. Okay, so about where her shoulders are is about where the ground, the hill starts going downhill here. About there. There's going to be some greenery. Going to come in with some greenery. And there's going to be a bunch of that going on back there. I'm going to have to get some green. First, let me mark up this ground here. Appears to me the picture is taken probably in fall. Maybe early fall, late summer, because there do appear to be leaves. There's leaves on the ground. Trees are pretty green. Just marking approximately where things are before I get more into the detail. Leafy ground, leafy ground. We're just gonna make some blots here. Leafy ground. There is some green in there, so I gotta come in with some green. Lots of green in this picture. Tricky, tricky. Oh. So I like how this tree comes and it curves there. But it's got all kinds of little branches coming off of it. Again, most of these will be covered with some green. It's a pretty, looks like the forest goes downhill. I'm just going to put some of them in there for the depth. And again, just to mark what I'm doing. I feel like her head needs to be bigger. It's darker underneath. That'll help show the angle. I feel like I'm not going to do her beautiful cheekbone justice, man. That's tricky. Do those marks for where that is. Cheekbone, jawline, back of head coming down. Back of head coming down, shading there. And then the arm kind of comes like that. Let's pull it out a little more. And she's got some shade on the back there. And that jacket has a little fold at the bottom there. Has a little fold. Oh, it's going to be as tricky. The head angle. Her head angle is interesting. Cheekbone. Mark that. hair. It's kind of up in a little messy bun, like it. All right, now I'm just gonna, well, I'm letting these colors dry a little bit, marking where the stuff should be. I'm gonna come in with a little bit of green now. And then I can do a little more freehand, not looking quick back at the picture, looking at this, look at the picture. Once I get it laid out. So what kind of greens do I want to use? Got a lot of different greens at play here. I think I'm gonna start with a dark green. Even though we have a variety of colors, I'm gonna take a couple dark greens. I'm gonna put them next to my yellow on the palette. Because again, right now we're just marking places and laying backgrounds down. And it's better to go with the dark so that it can eventually act as a shadow, you know, add a little depth to that leaf or that bush or whatever I'm trying to paint. But for me to know where I'm going with this, I need to mark where some of this green is. So let me take a nice dark green. Let me look here first. So this one little tree that's coming up here, I see some little like splatters of color where the leaves come out now and then. Done, and they just kind of splatter here. This will also help me with those tricky little random twigs and branches. This guy has a whole bunch going on here at the curve. Let's bring that up. And then take some yellow into my green. We have these trees here that are sort of going downhill. I'm going to mark them. Skyline. Got a skyline going about here, so I'm going to have to come a little lower with that blue. It's down here. We got on the ground as well. Ground as well. Get this all nice and green. Putting a little yellow in there. All right, so I think I'm going to carry that blue down a little bit. And I'm going to keep these little for right now. She's got quite a few behind her face there. Okay, so we got about the tree line. It runs just above the lower face. I need to do a little more of that. Darker at the bottom. Yeah, it's definitely darker down here. Really blurred in the dark there. As it goes up, it gets brighter where the sun's hitting it. I'll come in and put more twigs in there. It's a pretty good start. I'm going to take some of that yellow, just sort of mark her collar. She's got this neat, like, striped jacket. Of course, she had to wear green in a green forest, making my job trickier to try to make things stand out. What happens if I take some of that, just define that there. Define the sleeves. The sleeves down. Yellow on that. I'm even gonna carry some of that green up. Color's funny like that. It ends up in places where you wouldn't think. And again, this will all just be covered up in the end anyway. So I'm gonna just a little bit more green. Can y'all see where we're going with this? I think you can see where we're going with this. This is where we're going with this. This lady looking out over a forest. That's where we're going with it. So right now, I have about my layout. I'm just gonna block because there is a lot of leaves in there. So I definitely want to get my background in. And it gets darker down here. So we have some darker greenery going on the floor of the forest. But also because the trees go downhill here. Looks like she's up on top of a hill. So up here, the sun's gonna be hitting them more. And down here, you're gonna have hints of the tops of other trees that are further away. So all these little spots I'm making are gonna end up more in the background. I'll have to add some little twigs and trunks of trees in there. What did that tree to the left of her do? Let me see here. Oh, he's got all kinds of shit going on. I did nothing. Okay, I slacked. So this tree, he comes up and he goes out. And he comes up again. He comes up and he goes out. He comes up, goes out, he comes up, goes out, he comes up. Brown. Bring him down. Then directly behind him is this guy. And that guy, he also comes up and shoots over. I need a smaller brush. I need more brown. He gets a little tricky and kind of dangles over this way. I need more brown. Oh, that was too much brown. We'll use it. That guy, right, he's got a branch that comes out like that. And there's like another one coming. I don't know where he's coming from, somewhere over here. And he kind of goes like this. Yeah. And he's got a few little branches coming off of him. Just like this guy here. This guy's got all kinds of funky little branches going back like that. And then we want to make sure that we have get that wet. Dun, dun, dun. We're just drawing some little trees. See, that's actually something I love here about my new place is I have a forest here. I have a forest pretty much in my backyard. And I love that. I love going in the forest. The air is different. The sounds are different. It's more relaxing. So yeah, I'm very pleased about that. But mostly I'm just happy to be out of my last living situation. I was so unhappy there. Not good for your self-esteem when you're living in a building that is just falling apart. And you know that there's someone there going, yeah, that's fine for poor people because they're poor. That's how they should be living. So I was really happy when I found this place. I didn't actually apply for this apartment that I'm living in. I wanted the one upstairs from it. But when I met the landlord, he felt like this would be perfect for me. And he kind of sold me on it. I really like it. It's been good. It'd be nicer if my heating worked, Mr. Landlord, if you happen to be watching. But I'm sure they're working on it. Lots of happy little trees going on in the background. So I'm gonna slap some brown down here. Just defining more of, I believe that's leaves on the ground. I'm just confused why there would be leaves on the ground if there's still green in the trees. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's some moss, some plants. That does appear to be sort of leaves going on down here. Either way, always start with the darker because it'll be more in the background. You can paint over it and it'll add depth to whatever you're painting. Even like a simple leaf, I start with the dark green and I come over with just a slap of yellow or something light. And it immediately has like a little depth effect. I don't know. I'm not a professional. Okay. So where her face is about where the colors start changing, where the blue starts showing. So I need more green there. I think she's got like a blondish hair. Yeah, so for blonde hair, it's good. I'm starting with the brown again to give it some depth. I feel like I should have made her higher in the picture. Dang. But I like that blue. All right. Okay, so what do we got? We got these branches here have leaves coming out like this. And some coming over like this. And then there's some coming over like this. Right, and I'm missing a brown branch coming down there. So we actually have one coming down like this. Curving, he's got some branches going out. Just kind of let the brush twist and twirl. All of those are gonna have leaves coming off of them. Okay. Here too, coming around her hair. We got a branch coming out like that. I'm just gonna bring him up like that. Place some leaves on him. I'm still going to come over with some more blue. But I got to mark this. It's a good start. It's a good start. I think we got a good start. We got a good start, nah? I don't even think anybody's here. Oh no, I have 3 viewers. You 3 people are the coolest people on the internet right now. Hope you know that. got a good start. I think I might just let that dry a little bit. And as quick as I say that, I'm impatient. I immediately want to get back started again. Yeah, I think I might be able to do this. So yeah, this was just a random this was a random idea. Somebody had written me and asked if I do consignments. They saw my art, generally speaking. And I don't do consignments. I've never done consignments. I do my art for me, but I'm also broke. And I've heard for so many years, do something with your art. Do something with your art. It's just, you people that tell artists to do something with their art, before you say that, ask yourself, when was the last time you yourself went and bought some art from an original artist? Yeah, that's right. You didn't, because people don't. However, I just liked this picture when I saw it. So I didn't make a deal with the guy. I didn't agree to paint it and sell it to him. I said, let me try it. We'll talk. If nobody likes it, I can always cover it up and paint something different. But he's actually not the first one to ask me about this, which is why I thought I should look into it. Because again, my whole life I've heard, do something with your art. It's not that simple. But I have actually had a small handful of people that have asked me if I sell my art, if I would do a consignment, would I paint something for them? And then comes the question, what do you charge? Well, currently I don't charge anything because I just paint for me. But again, I repeat, I'm broke, so we're changing. I'm changing my painting habits, and I'm trying to improve and land on what is my style. I'm trying to improve my abilities at realism, because realism was never my thing. But most importantly, I'm trying to get myself, before this year is over, to have a couple works finished. I have quite a few here that are almost finished. I need to commit and just finish them. I see I got somebody new here. Hello, Kai in Maine. That was a creepy shot. I was too close to my camera there. Shout out to Kai in Maine. He says, shows 5, watching you on my screen. I'm glad you're watching me. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're here. We're painting today. We're painting a lady who appears to be, at least I think it's a lady. I didn't ask. I'm just going to assume. On a mountainside, I think, and she's looking down over, I think behind all these trees and down that hill is an ocean. So that's what we're working on today. Right now, I'm just trying to let some of it dry. What I've laid down right now is just my background, so I kind of know where everything is, and then I can come in and do some more details. I called you Kai. Is your name Kay? I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. I actually know someone here in Germany whose name is Kai, and they spell it like you spell it, K-A-Y. But where I'm from in America, we would say K. So I apologize if I said your name wrong. I'm sorry. Welcome to my chat. Welcome. So yeah, I've been trying to get some things done. But I'm typical attention deficit. I start something and then I get a new idea and I have to get that idea out. I've been moving in here for the past few weeks. I've been working on moving in, and I just I was working on my Jesus painting. Right? I'm working on this dude for months. This dude's just hanging around here. So I was working on this. And I was incredibly frustrated with his nose. I couldn't make his nose do what I wanted it to do. It was just frustrating me. I restarted it several times. And so I decided what I needed to do in the name of training myself was do a face up close and look at the nose and train myself. What does a nose look like? And I did this dude in a matter of 2 days. I never finished a painting in 2 days. I did this dude. Let me see if I got some better light on it, because there's some green in there. I did him in 2 days and I love him. It's like just a guy with some dreadlocks, happy guy. Just something I whipped out in 2 days because I had to work on noses. I wasn't happy with Jesus's nose. And I thought to get better, I have to practice. So yeah, that's a perfect example of my ADHD brain. I was painting Jesus and then I got distracted and I spent 2 days on this dude. But I love him. And again, the painting, it's for me at the moment. And then after him, I started on this little lady. It's just a start. Again, think working from the back to the front. So she'll be more defined once I'm finished. I'll bring out more of her features and stuff. But yeah, just learning by doing over here, people. Learning by doing. I gotta get some things finished. I really do. Okay, so let me take a look at that blue again, what we're working with here. Dun, dun, dun. It's a really beautiful blue. It's got to be an ocean. Let me zoom in. What do you think? I don't think that's a mountain in the background. See, from here, it looks like it could be like a blue mountain in the background, but when I zoom in on it, yeah, no, that's water. That's some beautiful blue water. I wonder where she is. Ronald Lukian says he's just lurking. You can lurk here all you want. I don't mind people lurking on my YouTube channel. But Robert, if I catch you at my living room window, we're going to have a problem. That's why I keep a baseball bat there, okay? So you keep your lurking to YouTube. Right. So what would Bob Ross say? He would say, let's look on some happy little sky in the background here. It's just a happy little sky. And the sky is just going to blend into the happy little ocean below it. My lighting is absolute shit here. Damn it. I need better lighting. PayPal listed below if anybody wants to donate to better lighting. Okay, so I'm gonna do some blending here. Yeah, I know I'm covering up them trees. They're not gonna be completely covered up. I'll see where they are and I'll go over them again, but I gotta get this blue in the background looking the way I want it. I feel like it's like a cerulean blue. Let me see if I have a cerulean blue here. Rather than making myself crazy with blending and such. And I have like a cerulean blue color. Reach into the magic paint kit. Yeah, it's a cobalt. Got a cobalt. Let's see what cobalt looks like. That's a lot of painting. It's just, let's try this and just see what it does. Oh, this tube is like empty. Milk it. Oh, that's the color I want, but there's like maybe a drop left in the tube. Squeeze it, Armstrong. Oh, we got some. Yes. Got some yellow on my wrist. Damn it. Damn it. That costs extra right there. This is an artist personal touch. I call it my knuckle technique. That makes the painting like 20 times more valuable. All right, so I got this blue here. I think I'm going to take a brush like this, like a little kind of rounded brush. And I think we're going to take some of this blue. I'm just really struck by that blue. I think it must be some ocean. I wish I could figure out where she was. That would help me understand. All right, there's hints of it even over here in between the leaves, so I can't forget that. It's a little Little blotches like I'm doing with the brush are fine because you want that blue shining through them leaves, no? And pretty much I lay the leaves down like little blotches. Yeah, I think this is more direction the blue I want to go. I like that. Get some of that in there. Yeah, that's where we're going. Happy little sky. Just a day in the forest. Just took a look from the top of a hill down at an ocean below through the trees. Now we're getting there. I feel like it was this. I didn't go with cerulean blue. I went with cobalt blue only because it was all I had. I used to have a cerulean blue. I don't know what the hell happened to it. My paints are such a mess. Recently, when I've been needing paints, this is not paid advertising, but recently, when I've been needing a paint color or something, rather than going to these expensive art stores where they want like freaking €9 or something for one color, I started going to TK Maxx here in Germany. This is a shop, I'm pretty sure in America we call it TJ Maxx. Why they changed it to TK Maxx in Germany, I have no idea. But I started looking there because they have a little section of like arts and crafts. And almost every time I go, I find little packets of acrylic paints, like tubes that are like this size little tubes, which is more than enough. You know, you paint thin, you know, if you lay it down thin, little colors like this. So yeah, when I go to this TK Maxx, I'm just waiting till the shit goes into clearance. So sometimes I'm picking up like 5 colors for like €4. So I've got like a big mishmash of paints here. So I'm just saying, if you're poor and you want to paint, I've been poor for a while and I like to paint. And what I was doing at first was I was going to these stores here in Germany, like they're called Keek or Euro Shop, Taco. They also have like acrylic paints you can get for like €1 or €2, like very affordable. However, they're crap. They're absolute crap. You try to paint with them on a canvas and they come out sort of chalky, if that makes any sense. Not the texture you want, but it was enough for me to get my fix in the beginning when I had no supplies and I just wanted to paint, until I discovered that, yeah, this little store here, TK Maxx in Germany, has a little kind of arts and crafts section. And yeah, they put these acrylic paints cheap on clearance. I just grab them when they're on clearance. Same thing, pack of brushes. Same shop. If I go to the actual artist art supply store, I can't afford shit in it. I can't afford nothing in it. So if you're looking to start painting and you don't have a lot of money, canvases you can get really cheap. I bought the stores I just mentioned before, like this Keek and Euro shops. You can find canvases for a few bucks. Like this one is I found for probably somewhere between €4 and €6. And it's a pretty big canvas. I prefer painting on big, but like even like I found little canvases like this size for between €2 and €4. So honestly, I mean, if the art on it is pretty, who cares what it costed, you know, beforehand? Again, you go into these like legitimate art supply stores, and for like a little freaking canvas like that, you're already at €10. It's ridiculous. I really do appreciate you people that have shown up, and not just shown up, but shouted yourself out in the chat. I really appreciate that. That actually helps the algorithm. So have conversations. Shout out your channel, shout out your hobby. Tell me anything about yourself in the chat if you want. Because if you do that, it helps my channel. The algorithm says, oh, there's action over there, and pushes it on to more people. Okay, so Playing with my background here. I got a couple spots because this is a canvas I painted over before where my blue's not quite sticking right. So I'm just gonna fix that before I come in again with more green for those tree leaves and more browns for those branches. It's a good start though. Got a good background. That's the tree line. That is the blue. Where does the blue end? Where does the blue end? The blue. Okay, we only see if I use her shoulder as a reference. I see above her shoulder through some of these some blue. Okay. So down here is going to be mostly green. I'm just going to put a dot or two. But I think there's going to be mostly like greens and yellows I'm going to need down here. Here I need some more green, but I'm putting the blue in for the background. Up here is just not quite what I want yet. It's almost like a turquoise color. So this is the problem with painting realistic. It's like I look at it, I get frustrated if I can really get it to that color that I want. And that beautiful blue is mostly right here. It's mostly right here where I had thought it was a mountain in the distance. But again, now I think it's water. So I want to make sure, how am I going to define that? We're going to take a darker blue. Ultramarine is a bit too dark, but I've got some whites and some light blues on my canvas. So I'm going to take that ultramarine. I'm going to mix ultramarine. I'm going to mix you with a little bit of a lighter, like a sky blue. Just see what we get. No, I want it darker than that. It's like, how do I get that color? I'm just spreading colors here. And over there, it's more white. So here there's clearly some clouds. Like where the water sort of ends, it gives me some clouds in the background. So let's mark that where it's going to be white before it goes blue again. There's like this row of clouds right here. These are going to be well hidden. They don't matter. Okay, that'll help me bring out the light blue. All right. Just a hint there. And this needs to come up more green. And just do some little dots of leaves. Tons of little dots of leaves. Just keep dotting them over and over and over and over and over again. I can come back in with the trunks of the trees. Up here, we got some little more hints of leaves. Let's get them back in there. Then we got these little branches coming down here. Getting them marked up again. Over those clouds. Lots and lots of leaves. Lots and lots of leaves. Oof. Let me touch a little something with that hair, since I haven't done anything with the skin and the hair. Let's see. Let's take a little bit of like a flesh tone. Take a Caucasian-y flesh tone, I think. And I'll use a little flat, square-headed brush. Oh man, this color is almost gone. All right. So her hair is kind of like it's going up into this, like a knot, like a little bun on her head. She's got like a blonde, kind of blondish color. So I think I'll take a little yellow ochre. Take some yellow ochre, maybe some white, some browns. Let's take some yellow ochre and white first. Let's just get rid of the light colored strands. She's got some really nice little, like a little curl coming down here. And she's got like a little curl coming down here. I like it. A little messy hair, but yeah, we can sort of start to see. Oh, that was a little too much. I think I can make that work actually. Because her hair is coming down like little. Well, we got kind of a messy bun going on. Kind of a messy bun. Getting there. Alright. She got this, looks almost like a corduroy jacket. All right, Kay, I see you need to get ready for work now. I appreciate the compliment on my painting. Thank you for being here. Have a good day at work. Don't work too hard, you know? Don't work too hard. Because I guarantee you, your boss is making a lot more money than you and he could pay you a better wage. So don't work so hard. And never forget, kids, minimum wage means minimum work, minimum effort. All right. Kind of like this. we're good. I feel like I got a good start here. A good start. Just spotted another like a light green. This little tube, this little plastic tube right here. I was doing some laundry yesterday. I was washing some clothes, like a bunch of sweatpants and a shirt. And when I pulled them out, when the laundry was all done, I went to go hang them out. I found one of these tubes, dark green, lid off in the wash machine after I already did a load of laundry. And I went, oh shit. Pulled it out and I took it over to a sink and I went like this, and green watered down paint came out. And then I, with a lot of fear, looked at my laundry, pulled it out. Not a spot of color on my clothes. I have no idea how a tube of my paint went through an entire load of laundry with sweatpants and shit, and nothing came out with paint on it. That, I feel like that was a catastrophe waiting to happen. So yeah, that happened yesterday. All right, so let me let her dry a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get myself a coffee. So just give me like a little 5-minute coffee break to go heat up some water, make myself my powdered cappuccino. Maybe I'll take a potty break. And I'll come back and we can chat for a little bit until I start dabbing at those leaves on there. So I'll be right back. I should probably leave somebody in charge. I don't know who's here. Apparently we only have 2 viewers at the moment. So you 2 viewers, you're going to have to fight it out who's in charge of the class while I'm out. Just fight it out. Let me know who wins. Waiting for my water to cook. My water is boiling. Be ready any minute. I gotta get new lights if I'm gonna do this more often. This apartment, that's one issue about it, is it's not the brightest because it lacks windows. I got some windows in the front, I got some windows in the back, but there's no windows on the side, and that seems to have an effect considering the sun comes like this to this. So right now about midday it shines in here. That's why I thought maybe midday would be a good time for me to attempt this live stream in here. I kind of want to do more of this. I kind of want to have a schedule, plan, like an agenda. I don't know, maybe set things we could talk about. I'm still working on that. I'm very indecisive. Sounds like my water's cooked, so let me go make my cappuccino. Be right back. Try to walk into my door. Sweet cappuccino. I've already been online for an hour. I've already been live streaming for an hour. Time flies. I will sit here though, and I will paint for so many hours, like days. I'll start at breakfast, and then before I know it, I've missed lunch and it's dinner time. That's how my painting. If I'm into what I'm doing, I will lose a good day or two doing it. She's gonna dry a little bit. Got a damn good start. I don't know. I got to think about this, folks. I don't know if should I do painting on consignment? Should I? I don't know. I know people do this. I know it could be a way to make money. I just don't know if I can do it. Like everybody has a different painting style, right? And so with that in mind, like think anybody that wants something painted, they probably have a vision in their head of how it should look. And I don't know how can that person express to me how I should make it, and do I have the ability to paint it the way someone wants? Like somebody's asking me to do a consignment. I feel like they should see some of my style. Hopefully they'll accept my style, but my style is many changing. I'm just thinking out loud. Hey, long-time subscriber, Ronald Lukin. Thank you for being here, Ronald. Yeah, I'm glad I found a better place too, Ronald. Man, that other place was such a shithole. You wouldn't believe what was going on when I left. So, like, Ronald, I don't know where you are, but here in Germany, where I am, one of the many things you have to do when you move out of an apartment is you have to go and read the electric and the gas counters and send that into the company so you can get like the final bill, and then I can set up my new account. I went to go into the basement of that place I was living in. Holy shit. I mean, I've been screaming for more than a year that it was flooded and it smelled like fuel and clearly there's chemicals. But on the last day, I took my video camera and I filmed the whole place thinking I can make screenshots should there be any question. Because, of course, this responsible building owner was nowhere to be found to do the proper protocols of moving out. Just like when I moved in and tried to inform her of the proper protocols. Yeah, none of that was going to happen. Anyway, so I went around, made a video thinking I could take screenshots in case there'd be any question, blah, blah, blah. And I journey into the basement. I start going down the steps. From the moment I opened the door, it just smells like fuel. And I don't know what to do at this point because, again, with where I'm from, in a situation like that, you report it. If you smell fuel in your house, you report it. And I did all of that and nobody cares. So this time, I've got everything moved out. I'm walking around with my camera and I go down because I have to read my gas counter, I think is what is in the basement. The electric one was upstairs, but the gas one I think is in the basement. So I go down there and I can't even make it to the bottom of the steps. No shit. If I would have gone completely down the steps and stepped on the floor of the basement, that water would have been at least halfway up my shin. But here's the thing. I say water? What water? It was black. It was black. What makes water black? It looked like something out of a horror film. Like, again, I repeat, it was flooded for like more than a year. And I reported it to the authorities because chemical smell, rainbow chemical things on top of it, also like living mold growing on top of it, mold growing up the walls. All of these things I'm pretty sure are not good for human beings' health. And when I say humans, I mean the humans that are renting and living there. But this time the water was black. So crazy. I had no idea. That house is literally rotten from the bottom up. And I won't be surprised if it collapses or worse in the next year if nobody continues to just maintain it. Let's check out the chats here. Ronald says the only way to find out is to try. I am in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I'm a Dutchie, born and raised in a town called Hooforden in the Netherlands. In het Nederland? Ich hou van Nederland. What the fudge are you doing in Tennessee, brother? Brother, Ronald. Ronald, listen. Listen, Ronald. I don't know Coevorden. I've been all over Holland, though. All over. Where is it? If you're still here and you're still in my chat, Ronald, is Coevorden in the north or the south? Like right now, where I live, I'm not far from Limburg. I'm just a jump over the border from those Limburgians, Nederlander. Coevorden sounds familiar to me. There's a chance I've been there or near there. But I'm really curious how a Dutch guy ends up in Tennessee. Was it love, Ronald? Did we make the same mistake? Did we fall in love on the internet and move to a whole nother country? You should start a YouTube channel. You got me curious already. What brought you there? What are you doing there? Do you have health care? Do you miss having health care? Have you been shot? Jesus, Tennessee of all places? Man. You see, I'm from the Northeast. We talk a lot of shit on the South. Those are dangerous living conditions you were living in. Yeah, no shit, Ronald. No shit. That whole situation wasn't supposed to be that way, Ronald. Like, the house was not in great condition when I moved in, but when I agreed to move into the house that wasn't in great condition, the conversation I had with the really nice gentleman, he made it very clear that the house was a work in progress. And that was backed up by several of the renters and even neighbors who told me, yeah, this really nice gentleman is every day there working on this property. And unfortunately, that very nice gentleman passed about a few weeks before I was supposed to move in. And then here in Germany, you have inheritance and all of that. And long story short, just went to somebody who was happy to get some extra paychecks and do nothing for those paychecks. And it's sad. It's just sad. I mean, besides the fact of what houses cost, man, if I had a house, I can't understand how somebody could own a house and not realize not just what a responsibility that is, but how they wouldn't want to make it look nice. Like, it just, the absolute neglect it makes no sense to me. It's like the actions of a spoiled baby, like a spoiled child who has so much that they have like a bedroom full of toys, they just let them lay. And meanwhile, they don't realize they have a neighbor who has a child who has one rag doll to play with and would kill to have their toys. It's like, it's very difficult to own a house here in Germany. Like, you really need an insane amount of money. And I don't understand how somebody cannot realize the privilege they have when they have that, not to mention the responsibility when you decide to rent to other humans' lives. But just go, pay me or get the fuck out. I don't care if you catch cancer. That's not a good person, Ronald. Okay. I don't know Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Ronald. I don't know Murfreesboro. Northeast border town to Germany. Ah, Ronald, you're from not far than where I am. So up near probably like Arnhem, right? I'll look at a map. I'll go visit your town. I'll tell the people you said hi, Ronald. Oh, aviation. Okay, you went to flight school in America. Is there a good flight school down in Tennessee? There's probably a lot of military things down there. Ronald, tell me you didn't get caught up in military, Ronald. Don't tell me you moved to America and you're supporting the military industrial complex, Ronald. Don't tell me that. I'll talk to your Dutch family, Ronald. I'll go talk to them. Ik ken een beetje Nederlands praten. Beetje. Speak a little bit of Dutch. I just sound like a 5-year-old who had a bit of alcohol when I do. But I try nonetheless. I try. I know, I get often that people are surprised and they find out I'm an American and I moved to Germany. And I can relate with that because I'm constantly surprised when I meet a European who moves to America. I think that happens more. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's more now. I'm hearing more and more about more Americans going to Europe. Americans are getting really fed up. I got fed up in 2001. 2001, I got fed up and got the hell out of there. But 2001, I was a single mother working 6 days a week, no health care on my kid, no vacation days, barely getting by, no health care, and watching the government do everything they could to get involved in an illegal war, which they then did. um, Around 2001, I was in my late 20s. This is when I decided to move to Germany. It was clear to me that my government didn't work for me. I'm not talking Republicans. I'm not talking Democrats. As far as I'm concerned, they're the same. There are no two parties in America. There's one party. They work for big business, the rich friends, and the military-industrial complex. They certainly don't work for the common man. I went through the public school system. It was absolute garbage. I knew by my teen years I would never have the money to study any further, therefore never be able to get a well-paying job or any kind of degree due to the financial status of my family. And yeah, when I became pregnant at 19, wasn't a lot of support in regards to what you get back from taxes that you pay from the government. Not a lot. And yeah, I was getting really interested in politics and following the news. So my decision to move to Europe was pretty easy. But I don't know. I mean, I made the right choice. Now I'm like 20 some years later, and I'm a little disappointed because I feel like I'm watching specifically Germany kind of like want to become little America. I'll make a video on it soon, talk about it. Let me check the chat here, see what Ronald's saying. Parents own a house in Germany, used to work in a German company for 5 years. Close to Nashville, no military. Oh, nice. You're near Nashville. I've never been to Nashville. I would like to check it out, though. And you speak German. Of course you speak German. If you lived in a Dutch town on the border town, you got to speak German. It's the same with the Germans here. No, actually, I feel like I've met quite a few Dutch people that come across the border, for example, for shopping. That's the most common thing here. Germans go across the border, that live on the border, cross over to go shopping in Holland. And some Dutch do the same thing and come here to go shopping. And I have encountered quite a few Dutch people that come across that border here to go shopping and speak very good German. The opposite, though, I can say for how many German friends I've had that I've gone with them just right across the border. Like, for example, across the border from us would be Venlo or Roermond. And every damn German, these are friends, but I've seen it also with strangers. I'm an observer in public. Germans will cross the border and go over there and speak German. And every single one of my friends I've confronted on this, their response to me will be, the Dutch understand German. And I'm like, you asshat. What about some manners? What about like being a guest in someone's country and attempting to learn their language? And like I said, this is not one or two people I'm talking about. I'm telling you, almost every single German friend I've gone over there with, I've had this conversation because it bugs me. I'm an American. Dutch is a complex language. I have attempted to learn some. And when I go into a store or a coffee shop or something like that, even if it's just something simple like saying please, thank you, or placing my order, I try to do it in Dutch because I feel like it's what I should do. I should try. I'm a guest there. Plus, I love your language. Your language is ridiculous. It sounds like something that should be in a comic, like in a kid's film, and I love it for that. I'm not insulting it. I really love the Dutch language because it sounds funny. All right, Ronald. So you moved to the U.S. 30 years ago. Everything you're saying, the struggle is real. Struggle is real. Going back to Europe, I'm done here. Ronald, listen. Inflation is killing us all over here too, and tensions are high over here too in Europe. And just like in America, you're gonna find racism and that shit is also at a high over here in Europe too. But it's a little better than in America and you won't get shot. So yeah, you should come back to Europe. You'll be better. You'll be safer. I mean, just think about standard of living. Like that's I think like probably the most common thing that stands out to me every day as an American who used to live in a trailer, living in Germany. Um, Take the place I'm in right now. Like I was toying with an idea of making a video comparing American ghettos to German ghettos. Can't even say that seriously, Germany. But like I'm in right now social housing. I am in the ghetto. And listen. Do you know where I'm from? Okay, I'm not from some hard city, right? I'm from a small town. I'm from Bucks County. This is a suburb of Philadelphia. But you know Philadelphia, right? You know Philadelphia? You ever been to Philadelphia? You ever been to Kensington? Ever been to North Philadelphia? How about next door, New Jersey? Newark? Ever heard of Newark? All these places were murder capitals at one point. And what I'm getting at is what is ghetto and poverty in America is so freaking different than what's going on here. It's just, I had a big hassle to get social housing here in Germany. I ain't gonna lie. I am in a town that does not have enough social housing. It is a fight, battle, and a ton of paperwork to get in there. And yeah, they ain't the best. They ain't the best. But I am very pleased. And compared to, I think, where I would be if I was living in America, I repeat, I lived in a fucking trailer before I moved to Germany. I think I'm in a better situation. Like, I can't show you too much. I don't want to show everything, but look at this nice big wide open room I'm in. It's a nice big wide open room. Ignore the clutter. I'm still moving in. But, you know, this is nice. This is social housing. This is ghetto. It's a skeleton on my door. Look at my plants. Look at the sun coming in. You see that out there? It's a little balcony. Perfect little balcony, just enough for me. This big open room. I got good neighbors. I'm right next to a forest. There's no metal bars on our windows. There's no pimps and gangs hanging out outside. I don't see any signs of me getting shot here. So, yeah. I'm just saying, standard of living, man. Get out of America. And it's not just you, like maybe because you're in aviation, you're doing fine. Maybe you've got a good job, maybe you've got a great income, you're no risk of being poor. But remember, your neighbor's standard of living can very quickly have an effect on you if they decide to rob you. You're better off in Europe. Alles klar, Herr Kommissar. But yeah, man, I mean, Holland. I had such a love for Holland for so many years, especially after living for way too long in the south of Germany, right? I South of Germany, notorious country bumpkins, but also you'll find quite a few racists, ignorance, like flat out ignorance and opinions on foreigners, anybody that's not German. But very much like mentality, especially in the villages in the south of Germany. It's like you're going back in time to like the 50s or even worse here in Germany, the 40s, 30s. And yeah, what I'm saying is every time it got to be too much for me when I was living down there, it was Holland that saved my mentality. I would escape. I would hop on a train. I would head up to Amsterdam, Rotterdam, hang out with some reasonable Dutch people who were in touch with current and modern times. But I've had a huge crush and a love of Holland and the Dutch for many, many years. But Ronald, they've gone right too. I mean, look at the dude. What's that guy's name? They got that Wim Pim something. Like, horrible. They got like the Dutch Trump in charge over there right now with bad hair and everything. Used to go to Philly all the time. Philly. I miss Philly. I do. I miss Philly. It's not the best city. It's not the cleanest city. It's got a little bit of violence, a lot of drug problems, but you find good people. You will find good people in Philadelphia. Tennessee, Ronald. I can't imagine living down in Tennessee. Damn. Damn. I can't imagine being Dutch. That had to be a huge culture change. And how was it with those accents down there? That's like Tennessee, like if you learn English, I'm imagining then moving down to Tennessee, that had to make you chuckle. Just what a different kind of English they speak with their southern drawl and the little phrases and stuff that they say. Probably very similar to what I encountered moving to southern Germany. I tried to learn German, and then I moved to Bavaria. Jesus. Learning German is just not enough when moving to Germany because the amount of bastardized dialects and Jesus that they have here is ridiculous. But it was kind of fun. It's kind of like putting a puzzle together. Like I learned basic German and I got to travel around and try to sell in people in different corners of Germany. And that was kind of fun as I was learning German, like having moments where I was confident and feeling like I speak good German. And then some guy speaking Swabish would come up to me and I wouldn't understand a goddamn word. And that would just knock me down off my pedestal and make me work harder at learning this damn language. I used to be in aviation. I have a trucking company, been all over the U.S., being unloaded right now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ronald, did you just come on my channel and tell me you're a trucker? Brother, can I impress you? Can you just give me a minute and let me impress you? Don't run anywhere. In moving in, I found my favorite sweatshirt because, Ronald, my nickname used to be Trucker. Check out this jacket. I think you'll appreciate it. Not many people appreciate it as much as I do. It says Trucker there, right? King of the road there. I know you're jealous, Ronald. I know you're jealous. You ready for this back? Are you ready for this? Damn. Oh, badass. Yep. This is my favorite hoodie. The zipper's busted. I have to get it fixed. Wait, where is it? Trucking, the life we live. Got this at a truck stop. I want to say somewhere near the border of Austria. I could be wrong. It was a gift from some friends. I really wanted it. It was expensive. I didn't have the money, but they really felt like I should have it too because my name was Trucker, motherfucker. I used to be down here in Tennessee, although I never became a citizen. You just have like permanent residency there? Trucker. Man, you gotta get out of Tennessee. You gotta get out of Tennessee. Tennessee. Who am I? Ronald, I can't tell you what to do with your life. But you sound like you're aware of what's going on in the world. The thing is, the shit is going on everywhere. Like I used to scream a lot, like at a lot of my American friends, even family, get the hell out. Have you considered moving to Europe? Have you considered moving to Germany? And now, I feel like now, okay, a lot of my friends would benefit from being here and being exposed to, for example, a better standard of living, access to better education, access to healthcare, But a lot of the issues going on in the world, but just take like when I talked about like when I decided to move to Germany in 2001, one thing that was in my head was like the warmongering of America. Realized at the same time as I was a struggling single mother with no health care on my kid, and it was like already in 2001, it was pretty clear to me the government would rather give money to bomb brown kids overseas than help their own citizens raise their own kids. That was in 2001. And that exact thing, which was one of many things that made it very easy for me to come to the decision to get the hell out of America. That one topic, though, it no longer rings true, Ronald. It no longer rings true. It's going on here, too. Like, it's going on here, too. Like, Bistet. You're a funny cat. You hear me talking, you gotta bark and make noises, huh? My cat is ridiculous. Yeah, green card. I don't know how the green card system works in America. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about that. Is it not like permanent residency, or is it the same? Is that what a green card gets you? Does it get you just permanent residency? Citizenship, I guess, is something separate. I go back to Germany all the time to visit parents. Well, that's good, Ronald. That's good. I guess if you work in aviation, you're not scared of flying. Do you fly yourself? Can you just fly over at any moment? Can I get a ride? Wait a second. Wait, no, you're not in aviation anymore, are you? Damn it. I kind of want to find someone here in Germany, local if possible, who's a pilot with like a plane, you know? I want to, it's an idea, it's just a passive idea I have. You don't happen to know any pilots here in Germany, do you? You see, because I'm scared shitless of flying. I'm scared. I've always had that fear. It's never stopped me. I'm also incredibly impulsive and believe in facing my fears. So I've gotten on a plane anytime I had to. I've gone to some interesting places. But my issue now is since I had this brain tumor, like I have pains, discomfort, vertigo, and all these things that get triggered by up and down motions, elevators, escalators, even tying my shoes and coming back up. And I'm curious what flying is going to be like. And I don't want to pay for a big fucking flight just to make myself sick. I want to do like a small flight at some point. I'm getting off top. So Ronald, when are you coming back? Are you coming? You coming for the holidays? You coming back for Christmas to see the parents? Christmas in Germany is kind of nice, you know, Christmas markets and such. Glühwein. Not quite pleased with that blue in that spot right there. It almost looked like a turquoise color. We don't have anything turquoise-ish. What is that? Indian green. I wonder if I take a weird ass light green. All right. What if I mix that with a little bit of blue, like a light blue? What happens? No, that's too green. Can't get that blue back there exactly how I want it. Just blend these colors in. This is why my fingers always look like this. You wouldn't believe how often I just decide, oh shit, I gotta run to the supermarket, or I gotta go get a pack of cigarettes at the kiosk, and I walk in and I go to pay, and I look like a scumbag. I always forget to wash my hands. So green card in America, you have to renew every 10 years. Huh. That's interesting. So it's like not permanent residency. It's like, hey, we'll let you live here for 10 years. Check back in with us and make sure you're making enough money so we want to keep you. That's interesting. Well, whatever you do, keep yourself safe. Can you vote? Can you vote with a green card in America? Because you know Jill Stein's not so bad. Just throw that out there. Don't want to tell anybody how to vote, but just saying. If you want to make the change America actually fucking finally needs, and you want to not vote for genocide, there's options. Some people want to pretend there aren't options, though. I want to stay safe. If I stay safe, I want to be selfish and not give a shit about other people. I'm babbling too much about stuff I shouldn't be babbling about. Okay, I dabbed a little bit of green back there. That might have been what I should have done. I wanted it to be a turquoise color, and I can't get it a turquoise color. I feel like maybe I feel like it's too green. I need the blue and the white. It's gonna be hidden. I have to tell myself it's gonna be hidden by branches. It's gonna be hidden by branches. We can make happy little mistakes. Okay. That's kind of more the direction I wanted. Up there, it's lighter. Light blue. Check the chats here. No, family's coming for Christmas. I'll be going back next year. Parents live in Lahr, Germany. Coforten is right next to it. Look at it on Google Maps. You know what? I will do that. I'm gonna take a look on Google Maps. Now that I got a phone. Right when I was doing all this moving, first day of moving, I got on the toilet, phone fell out of the pocket, face first onto the tile floor. First day of moving, I busted my damn phone. Where's Google Maps? So I'm going to Google Maps, if I can find it. Google Maps. What am I looking for here? Coforten? Lahr, Germany. I'd never heard of either, but that totally sounds like something that would be right on the border to Holland. Double vowels and such. Let me look for Coforten. Coforten, Nederlanden, het Nederlander. Zoom out a little bit. Oh, that's right on the border. Oh, you're really right on the border. It's so tiny. No offense. It's a tiny little place there. What are you near that I know? Enschede, Zwolle. I've been to both. Groningen, I've been there too. But yeah, actually, I don't think I've ever been near a little town there. I'm not sure. No, that's higher than Apeldoorn. No, I don't think I've been there. What did you say the name of the other place is where your parents are? Lahr. Give me a lot of info here, Ronald. I could stalk you. Lahr. Oh, no shit. It is right next to it. I've never heard of Lahr, Germany. Where's that? How far is that from me? Okay, you're much more north than me. Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with that corner. I've been through that area. I don't think I've been to either of those towns. Enschede, I know. Enschede, Hengelo, Apeldoorn, Zwolle. I've been to all those places. Nice. Little Dutch town. I love little Dutch towns. It's Unloaded. I'm unloaded. Time to go. Hey, keep trucking, Ronald. We'll see you again soon. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the conversation. I should probably get painting anyway. I kind of told people I was going to be painting here and I got distracted, Ronald. But, keep on trucking, man. Keep on trucking, man. Get that shit to where it needs to be. You're going to do what can't be done. Eastbound down. Dun, 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 dun. We gonna do what they say can't be done. Truckers. Looking at my painting on my monitor, and it looks much nicer on the monitor than it does in my face. Okay. So what should we talk about while I'm painting? Because I hate an awkward silence. I really do. I hate an awkward silence. Yes, this is lighter up here. This is lighter up here. Light. For some reason, the paint is not really sticking everywhere. Okay, then I need the white. Bring it a little closer, maybe. Done. Okay. I'm just coming in with a little more white and blue. And I'm gonna have to come back over with all them branches in the green. I gotta get that background right before I cover it up. It sounds ridiculous, right? I gotta get this done so I can cover it up. That's how it works. There we go. That's like the hint of the clouds or the break above where the water ends. I need some more white to make it pop. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I need to get that white and the blue in there before I covered it up with the branches. Because in the background you can see the difference of like with the water, strip of clouds, and then there's like another light blue sky above it up here. Can't have the light without the dark, so every once in a while I gotta come in with the dark. There's my cat in the background. What are you crying at, kitty? Let's do the cat cam. Oh, he's trying to catch something. Get it. It's a fly. You're a good hunter, Bastet. Cat cam. Oop. Back to the art. My cat is a good hunter. Keeps me safe from flies. Keeps me safe in the bathroom. That cat keeps me safe. Yeah, I paint the trims, the outside. I like to do that. It looks nicer hanging on the wall. I have no clue with framing. Although I recently met a guy that knows a little thing or two about framing artwork. He says it's not so difficult. I told him when I get a thing or two done here, I think I want to hit him up. Because it might be nice to have one or two of my paintings framed. Carry a bit of the dark blue down below here, where the foliage will also get darker. So these little blue spots you see here, they'll be hidden with some green later, but it'll help me get the effect of this all getting a little darker down here by placing the green on top of this darker background. Also give like the effect of a little bit of the blue shining through. I think a technique I'm going to have to do is when I start going back with my leaves, I think I'm not just going to be doing these little green dots for leaves. I think I'll come in with the little green dots for the leaves, but not forget to come in with the little blue, bringing through the background. So let's come over some of these. Let's get back into the trees. Just kind of twirl, paintbrush. That's kind of like how branches are anyway, you know? It's just like twisting the paintbrush. Curling it a little bit. Happy little trees. Happy little trees. I'll see you next chat, Ronald. Thanks for stopping by. Get your stuff delivered. You're ever in my neck of the woods, stop on over. We'll have a beer. Talk some shit on the Americans. So I'm just going to put a little bit more hints of trees coming through here, because I'm going to go over them with making the leaves, but I still want some hints of that brown coming through because there's all trees in there. Dun, dun, dun. We're just gonna spot some leaves, little specks, little hints of leaves in the trees. We're gonna have to do this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times until we get it right. We are going on 2 hours now. 2 hours, and I've got nothing done. Like, it's just the background here, folks. So the next time you wonder why some artwork is priced the way it is, like, consider that some artists, it takes a long time to really get what you want, you know? Many, many layers, many, many hours. The ones I don't get is these artists, I guess it would be modern art, that are just doing like a big circle or a big square, one color on top of another color, and then they want like 1,000 euros for it. That's ballsy. That's really ballsy. That's really confident in yourself, but also feels like a little bit of ripping people off. I don't understand it. Maybe I'm lacking the knowledge. Maybe I need more knowledge in the pricing of art. But a person seems to think pretty highly of themselves when they're taking a canvas, doing little more than a fucking circle, a couple of lines, and they want several thousand euros for it. It's insane. Explain it to me. I mean, if I don't understand it, please explain it to me, because it makes no goddamn sense to me. I like this lady so far. I gotta do something to like define her jacket. If you're new here, like if you just showed up, I'll show you a picture of what I'm working on here, what I'm trying to accomplish. So this is what I'm working on. If you are new here, I'm working on that. And it's just a lady looking out on the top of a mountain. I think that's an ocean in the background. I think. I wasn't given much information. And I want to do something about that. So the jacket is like, it's like corduroy. So it's got bunches of these little lines. And it's like a neon green color. Yeah, but still, what do I do about this? It's tricky. I think I should just take some straight up yellow first. And I think I want to do like a brush that's kind of beaten to hell. I kind of want to see some stripes. This is kind of like a beaten up brush. And I think, I'm curious if I take a little bit of my yellow, a little bit of this like turquoise green. And let's just, how's that shoulder hang? Let's just pull some stripes down. Yeah. It's gonna be tricky. I'm doing like a 2-color with my paintbrush. Put a little yellow like on the corner there. See that? Because the paintbrush is so beat up, what I'm trying to get some lines. This jacket has bunches of lines. So this will kind of help me create a texture there. Yeah, it looks like her jacket kind of has this curve here. It's got like a stitch that comes down. What's the matter, Bustat? What's the matter, Bustat? It will be noisy to the whole live stream, kitty. Kitty. Steady. Are you gonna be noisy? I'm trying to do happy little leaves and a happy little tree. Miss Daddy. Miss Daddy, you can't be singing. You have to come over here on camera if you're gonna make noise like that. Yeah, you have to come over here. You have to be on camera. You're gonna make noise. You're gonna be a part of this live stream. Oh my gosh, really? You're crying because you want to go outside. Hey, but listen, I'm working on something here. Yeah, you're not the boss of me. Come here. Come here. Come here. Look. You're going to be noisy. You got to do it on camera. People didn't come here to listen to you scream in the background. That's not very nice. No? Now, if you want to sing a song for the people, do it. He's screaming because he wants to go outside. He wants to go out onto a terrace. But I've got like a bagillion more leaves I need to lay down. I need like a sand color. That's what I need. Let's see, what else can we talk about here? Let's just bring in her collar a little bit, dark of her neck. I'm bringing the shadow up the back here. Her head is kind of cocked to the look up, I think. She's looking up. We're going to carry down with this brown. Sort of better define where she is. And her jacket, I noticed, has this little fold in it here at the bottom. It also had like a turn here. This collar came around like this. The collar came there. And I'm wondering with these stripes, a little trick I learned with hair, rather than trying to do like a whole strand of hair by painting, which I was doing. I saw this neat tutorial where they were like, just do either like the roots or the tips. And I'm wondering if I can use that same technique with the lines here. You see what I mean? Like her hair, right? I have like the basic area where her hair is going to be. If I come in with this brown and I just concentrate on the roots, like the rest of it starts to take shape, you know? It's about looking at the negatives, not necessarily like you want to paint a strand of hair. I'm just wondering if I can do the same technique, because this jacket is like, it's got lines in it. And I'm trying to think how to represent that without doing a million lines. And maybe in the dark areas. Yeah, like that. Maybe in the dark areas. Again, it's about not doing the line. It's about giving the effect that it has lines. See what I mean? Like rather than me going line and line, I'm doing parts of them. I kind of want to look at the picture again. What did I do with the phone? Yeah. Let's see what the sleeve is doing. Right, it's going this way. So the sleeve, the lines actually are going to come like that. Yeah. Yeah. Just the hints of lines. I won't know until I do it, but I'm thinking if I'm coming in with this dark green and I'm making these hints of these lines, perhaps when I come in with the yellow, maybe I'll get the desired effect I want of this like corduroy yellow jacket. It's like neon green. I don't know. Who knows? Color's funny. I thought it was a falcon on a tree trunk. No, it's not. I could put a falcon in there though. Just for funsies, if you want it. Mr. Martin van den Berg. It's today Dutch Guy Day. We got lots of Dutch people showing up here. Like that. More of that, please. Send all your Dutch friends. I like the Dutch very much. I like a lot of Dutch people. I just, what went wrong with your politicians is all I don't understand. I guess what went wrong with all politicians, right? Just the hints of lines. This could work. This could work. Your sleeve is bothering me a little bit. Because those are coming like this. Because her arm is kind of like to the front. And we're looking at her from the back. So that's going like that. You can't really see her hand, can you? Kinda. There's like a hint of a hand and a button here at the bottom. Is that a button? There's a button on her jacket. Oh shit, there's a button there. I'm using this blue to make the shadow where the sleeve ends. Comes up to about, that should be where her armpit is. The armpit, we've got the cloth folding out. Got it kind of indented there. That same blue I could put here under the collar. The collar's sticking up just a little bit there. Yeah. And that same blue we're going to bring down into the weird fold. That's in her jacket, just to keep with the darkness down there. And I think I will just mark that. Also here. Where the other sleeve comes down, let's just define it. I feel like our head might be too small. Sometimes it feels that way, and then when everything's painted in, it looks normal. So we're just going to go with it. Again, this is what we're working on, folks. We're getting there. This is what we're working on. Just paint. Don't know if I can do it. Just an attempt. As you can see, I set her a little lower. I already see I set her a little lower, so her pants aren't going to be showing. I don't think that's I don't think that's a tragedy if her pants aren't showing. There will be the implication that she has pants there. It will be implied. You're just going to have to trust me that the lady has pants on. Okay? I do that often though when I try to paint something I'm looking at. I got to figure out how to fix this because this is a repeated issue I see where I place it too low on the canvas. You know what I mean? Like, but maybe if I make her head a little bit bigger and once the green's more filled in and the trees are more defined, maybe then she won't look like she's sitting weird. Because I feel like I placed her okay. The head just looks too small. I think the head looks too small because the body's not colored in. I actually have a neon green color here. I'm thinking about trying. Again, this is 90% of my painting style is I just go, let's try this and see what happens. So I have this bright yellow green. I never use this. I don't know how to use it because it looks very similar to like what she has on. And I'm thinking perhaps if I lay this light green on, watered down a bit. So I'm gonna water it down. I'm gonna make it almost, like a glaze consistency. And I'm just gonna lightly put it over what I have there. You know what I mean? Carry through. I'm gonna keep the strokes going with the stripes. So they kind of like blend. You see what I'm saying? It's doing something. It's doing something, folks. All right. Go with the strokes. Yeah. I think this is a good start. The only thing is I'm going to have to come back in because I noticed, we've got some parts of her jacket where the light is hitting it, and there's some parts where you can see the shade, the shadows from the trees. Right now, we're just trying to get the basic idea on the canvas. Again, with the concept of working from the back to the front. So at the very, very end, you do the final details that make it pop, the fine lines and such. But I want to add color to her because I think it's all the weird little gaps of white shining through that are making her look odd size. And once I have the body really placed, then I can decide if I did that head too small. I think the head might be a little too small. We'll find out. A little darker green here. Okay, let's just get the green in there. Let's just get it in. Get it in, blend a little bit of these shadows that I made there. Yeah. That's not what I want, but we're getting there. I'm just using whatever's left on my brush, putting it into the ground because there's like 100 shades of green in this picture. I'm gonna grab more coffee. I'll be right back. I'm saying there's only one of you here. Whoever that one of you is, though, I really appreciate you and I thank you for being here. I'll be right back. I'm just going right around the corner into the kitchen. Go make a cappuccino. I can move it closer while I'm making my coffee. You can see, maybe I can't move it closer, huh? Oh, come on. Yeah, I'll be right back. A coffee. All right, folks, here's where we're at. We've made some great progress. This is what we've got after 2 hours and 17 minutes of painting. My God. It's just the start. It's just the start. As you see, it's pretty much just the outline of what it could become, you know? We've got the ground begun with little leaves and plants. She's looking down from the mountain over what we think is an ocean in the distance there. I'm telling you, folks, I think it looks better on my monitor than it does in front of me. That makes me kind of sad. But it's just a start, you know? We'll get there, folks. We will get there. Maybe not today, but we'll get there. I think since I have such a problem getting a piece of art finished, like being satisfied and actually being able to go, yeah, that's done. I think since this is a problem that I have, I think I should maybe make myself like a challenge. I think maybe next live stream, I don't get off until I complete something. See how long it takes me to actually do that. I don't know. Checking the chat here. F2 Karen. Servus. Grüß Gott. Wie geht es Ihnen? You can speak German here. That is welcome. Dutch as well. You can speak any language you want, honestly. I'll attempt to understand you. Welcome. We're painting a picture today. There is always something to add to your never done. You're a woman. What does my vagina have to do with it? My vagina has nothing to do with my ability to finish artwork or anything else, honestly. No, that's not true. I'm sure if I thought about it. That's just not true. It's actually a typical artist thing. I thought it was just an issue I had. I just thought this was just an issue I had based more on probably low self-esteem, not being pleased with what I did and that it's not good enough or something like that. But I've known a lot of artists in my life, some painters, some music makers, poetry writers. I've known quite a few artists in my life, and it seems to be generally a trend amongst artists to not really be satisfied, generally have low self-esteem about what they create. Once in a while, you'll meet an incredible narcissist. And they can sell their stuff the best because they have no problem getting up and being like, this is the most fantastic piece of artwork you've ever seen in your life, and I have worked forever to perfect my technique. See, my ego is not that big. But maybe I'll get there. Maybe I'll get more confidence. Honestly, it's been giving me a little more confidence that I've actually gotten a few requests for paintings right now. Like it's motivated me to want to make a website and actually like think maybe I could sell a piece or two, you know? Na, unvollständig ist gerade interessant, meine Liebe, aber Frauen sind oft nicht zufrieden. Echt? Stimmt das? Denkst du, dass Frauen sind oft nicht zufrieden? Ich finde, das ist doch eine menschliche Dinge. Ehrlich. Ich denke mal an wie viele Männer ich kenne, die fremd gehen. Sind die zufrieden? No. I know you mean no harm. It's just a personal thing with me. I hate when people say anything that's because of insert whatever genitalia that person has or whatever. I don't do many things that are female things, even though I'm labeled female at birth. Like most of my friends are men. I've worked mostly male dominated jobs. I like to say swear words. I also have a problem with commitment. Die zoeken inspiration in fremde matratzen. Die zoeken inspiration. That's a really eloquent, that is a very eloquent way in German to describe men cheating. They are searching for inspiration in strangers' mattresses. I like that. These two can. Oh, was hast du? Was hast du Inspiration dort gesucht auf ihre Matratzen? Okay. No, I'm telling you, really, I've known enough artists, creative types in my life to know I'm not alone in this, and it has nothing to do with my gender. Many artists are just not happy. Look, I'm telling you, I have worked for successful musicians. They wrote a song, they made the music, they put it out there, it got on MTV, maybe it even won awards, but it definitely got them fans. And I'm telling you, I have worked for some of these types that would look you dead in the eyes in private and tell you that song sucks. They hate it. Like I've seen that and it blows my mind, you know? But not just musicians. Like I said, I've known a lot of different, also poetry writers, painters, sculptors. And I think many of us are never really finished. Like if I think part of my problem may be that I leave it out. Like the more I look at it, the more I see what I could do to it. You know, I see something I could add to it. When I have to learn when to call it. Like I have to learn when to go, okay, it's good enough. It's done. I'm going to put the clear coat on it. That's my goal for this year. We got only a few months left in this year. So hopefully by December, I get some things done. Wir hatten eine Surrealistin in unserer Siedlung schon langsam gerät, in Vergessenheit und seine Werke werden immer seltsamer gezeigt. Ich war auch früher meistens nur abstrakt und Surrealism. Mache ich immer noch am liebsten. Wenn ich sitze hier und ich mal für mich, weil Malen ist wie Meditation. I hope you English speakers aren't getting bored, but if somebody's writing me in German, I'm going to answer them in German. So I'm just answering this person here. If you happen to not speak German, I'll go back to English in a minute. Aber ja, ich stehe mir auf Surrealistik und Abstrakt. Aber in der letzten Jahr, seit ich schwerbehindert bin, ich wollte mich verbessern. Ich wollte mal was Neues ausprobieren und ich habe mir geübt, realistisch. Ich finde es nicht so viel Spaß. Es macht nicht so viel Spaß für mich. Ich habe mir Spaß bei einfach, gib mir Leinwand, gib mir Farbe und lass mich etwas Verrücktes raus. Ich habe Spaß damit. Aber ich verstehe nicht, was du meinst mit seine Werke werden immer seltsamer gezeigt. Ja, wo zeigt man seine Kunst? Das ist ein Problem. Like, wo zeigt man seine Kunst? Ich verstehe nicht, was sie meinen ganz genau. I've looked into showing my artwork, and the art world is a scam. Y'all know this, right? Like the art world is a scam. It's a money laundering venue for rich people. Dead serious. That's what, if we talk about the upper levels, these people where you see it like Barnaby's or Christie's, these auction houses where their paintings are going for hundreds of thousands. You can find legitimate examples, historically speaking, of how art sales are used as basically money laundering for rich people. They don't pay taxes when they own that. So rather than have $100,000 laying around, I'm going to pay $100,000 cash. I just happen to have laying around. to buy that artwork from that artist, and then I have this piece that is valued at it, which is better to have a piece valued at that he could resell rather than having that 100,000 laying around where the government wants a piece of it. And as far as it also being a scam, when I was like 18, 19, I started looking into getting into a gallery. I thought that was the way. I'm an artist. I wanted to do something with my art. Everybody's telling me to do something with your art. So I started going around the galleries where I'm from. I live now in Germany. Back then, I lived in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and I just got in my car. I took a portfolio and I started heading direction New Hope, Pennsylvania, if you've ever heard of it. Flemington, New Jersey. There's quite a few little like art galleries down in that area. It's like an artist central. And what a joke. You know how you get your art in an art gallery? You know, I didn't know, you know, when I got into painting, I was a naive 18, 19 years old. And like I said, I put a portfolio together of what I thought were my best works, hoping I would be accepted into some gallery. You know, when you're an artist, you want to get in a gallery. It's like when you're a musician, you want to get up on a stage, right? Yeah, well, when you're a musician, you want to get up on a stage, you get hired for a job, and you even get some money for it, and you get hired, hopefully, because it's the type of music that people want to hear, or they like you're doing something good. When you're an artist and you want to show your art in a gallery, you pay to be a member of the gallery. It doesn't matter. I could poop on a piece of canvas, put lack on it, call it art, as long as I got the money to be a member of a gallery. It doesn't matter if my art's good. So it's all a scam. Let me go back to reading the comments here. Deutsch ist für mich kein großes Problem. Martin van der Berg. Oh, das ist sehr gut. Es ist kein großes Problem für mich auch. Es ist nur manchmal ein Problem. Es werden immer weniger Ausstellungen organisiert, weil die Witwe, die den Nachlass verwaltet, immer altert wird. Ach, ich verstehe, F2 Karen. Ich verstehe. Hast du schon überlegt, selber eine Ausstellung zu organisieren? Da bin ich jetzt dran. Ich denke, es ist besser, wenn ich spreche das aus auf Deutsch, weil ich vertraue mir nicht so. Und wenn Leute, die kennen mich, Englisch sprechen, hören mich, dass ich das sage, die werden sagen, ich soll das machen oder machen einen Druck auf mich. So lassen wir das auf Deutsch. Aber ich hatte mir wirklich überlegt, zum Beispiel, dass hier in der Stadt, wo ich lebe, da ist ein Park. It's a Skulpturgarten bei Abtei. Und jedes so oft ist da eine kleine Veranstaltung. Das heißt Veranstaltung. Ich sehe, dass jemand mietet, tut hin so Plakat oder Info. Einmal geht es um Pflanzen am Gebäude, wie das ist gut für die Umwelt. Da komme ich auf die Idee, was kostet es, sowas zu machen? Ich musste mich informieren, ich muss fragen die Leute von dem Skulpturgarten, was sowas kostet werden. Könnte ich zum Beispiel mieten, den Platz in diesem Skulpturgarten und irgendwie eine Kunstshow machen? I'm just not a joiner, you know. Here in Germany, if you do the art and you have these shows, you're either a member of a gallery or a Verein, a club. I don't have the money for either. But if I am going to pay money, I would rather maybe do my own art show. So maybe one day I organize this. Maybe. If I'm honest, ich verstehe nicht, ehrlich gesagt, ich verstehe nicht die Vereine hier, die haben was zu tun mit Kunst. Ich verstehe nicht, was mein Vorteil wäre. Zum Beispiel, ich habe gehört von einer hier, es ist ziemlich günstig. Ich möchte sagen, zu 10 Euro im Monat. Ist okay. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich habe ein extra 10 Euro jeden Monat. Aber was bringt es mir, ist meine Frage. I don't know. You see, mein Hintergrund ist im Verkauf und Promotion und vielleicht hört es ein bisschen arrogant an, aber ich glaube ganz ehrlich, dass ich könnte mich besser Promotion machen und ich konnte mich besser verkaufen und dann Ausstellungen besser Promo machen als der deutsche Verein. No offense. I don't have much faith in these German clubs here. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lacking the knowledge. Maybe I'm just ignorant. I went to one Ausstellung here in Mönchengladbach, in the town I live in, for a small art club. I knew an artist that was involved in it, was a member of it. I really liked her art, and the advertisements that they did for this, the posters they hung around town, were funny. They were really cool. I had to go to it. It spoke to me. But I don't know. I'm not a club joiner. Like I said, ich mal für mich selber, wie Meditation. I paint for me. It's like meditation for me, you know? But because of my life situation, I do need to start thinking about putting on like an art show or getting a website done or responding to one of these few people that have actually asked me about buying my art. I need to start considering it. But I gave up on that shit like 18, 19 years old when I started looking into galleries. And I found out, oh, it's not good artists that get into galleries. It's artists that have money that get into galleries. Good has nothing to do with it. Just reading my comments here if I disappear off camera. Ich denke, es wird ohne Sponsoren nicht gehen. Viele stehen in Armsträumen oder in Restaurants aus. Meine Tante führt eine kleine Verein in Artendorf nähen. Sie nutzen ihr Schaufenster. Also ja, aber wie ohne Sponsoren nicht gehen? Das glaube ich nicht. Nichts gegen sie persönlich, aber das glaube ich nicht. Like, ich habe auch gesehen bei Ärzten und Anwälten. Ne? Ich hatte in letzter Zeit zu tun mit Anwälten und natürlich wegen meiner Schwerbehinderung Ärzten. Und der letzte Platz, wo ich war für Physiotherapie, da eine Künstler hat cooles Artwork ausgestellt, kleine Visitenkarte immer dabei. Good idea. I'd like to do that too. So I'm toying with that idea. Ich weiß nicht, diese Idee für einen Verein ist just einfach zu kompliziert für mich. Ich muss regelmäßig was bezahlen. Ich lebe von so wenig Geld jeden Monat. Wirklich, ehrlich gesagt. Auch wenn man sagt mir, das ist nur ein extra 10 Euro im Monat, das ist schon zu viel. Ende des Monats, ich selber bin am Überlegen, ob ich habe genug Geld für meine Hochgeräte-Batterien oder Essen. It's geil. Being poor is so much fun. So I'm just not a joiner to clubs, you know? I'm not a joiner. If I believe in something, I'll go to it. Like take demonstrations in Germany. Like I've tried when I was fitter, I would try to go to demonstrations, for example, against right-wing politicians and shit like that. But I won't join the groups doing the exact same thing. I'll respect them. I'll cheer them on from the sidelines, but I'm just not a group joiner. I just don't fit in. Don't want to fit in. And especially in Germany, I always feel like an outsider in Germany. It would be hard for me to imagine I would find a club here where I would feel like this is my club. I'm a part of it. They accept me. I'm just being honest with you folks. Living this long in Germany, when you're the foreigner, you're always the foreigner, you know? Your accent is always the first thing that they hear, and no matter how much you try to fit in, understand the culture, learn the language, they're always going to introduce you as their foreigner friend. This is the American. And after a while, that gets boring to me. I don't know. I'm just a little antisocial in my life situation recently. Not really looking to be in groups. Dass du eine kostengünstige Lösung findest, die sich für dich rechnet. Ich wäre auch ein Ausländer in Deutschland. Ja, see, Hier ist, wo ich bin am Denken. F2 Karen. Here's what I'm thinking. Deswegen, stell vor, so zum Beispiel, was kann das kosten? Zum Beispiel das Idee, was ich hatte, eine Park. Wir haben mehrere Parks hier in Mönchengladbach. Und ab und zu, ich rede nicht von einer ganzen Veranstaltung mit Essen und Toilette und so weiter. Wie das, was ich habe gesehen in diesem Skulpturgarten, was wir haben. Das war weniger mehr als ein paar Ständer mit Infos drauf. Und ich meine, das Gleiche könnte ich machen, irgendwie Standards aufbauen und meinem Kunst drauf. Und ich muss natürlich selber Werbung, Promotion, aber das kenne ich. Wie gesagt, ich habe jahrelange Erfahrung. Ich kann Flyers machen. Ich habe keine Angst, Leute persönlich einzuladen und anzusprechen. Bei mir liegt nur das Geld, was das kostet. So deswegen, ich muss erst, ich weiß nicht, ob das Skulpturgarten, ob der könnte Stadt oder dem Abtei. Ich muss ein bisschen rumfragen, aber ich stelle mir vor, das wird nicht teuer, oder? Oder? You know, I don't know until I ask. I won't know until I ask. And for the people that don't speak German that are still watching, we're talking about an idea about renting a space out in a park to do an art show. If I do something like this, obviously I would invite people. I would make an advertisement, for example, an advertisement for my art show here on my YouTube channel. It'd be a great way to meet and greet some of the people that watch my videos too. I mean, I adore the help, the advice, the kind words I read in my comments. That would be kind of a cool combination if I could plan something like that, an art show / opportunity for anybody that watches my videos to come meet, maybe ask a few questions, like a meet and greet kind of a thing. It's just ideas I've been playing with. But the art thing, I thought I'm going back and forth between English and German. Karen, wir haben auf Deutsch gesprochen. Andere Idee war, ich hätte gedacht, na, was ist eine Galerie? Ganz ehrlich, eine Galerie in 2024 ist oldschool. Heutzutage, das Treffpunkt, das Park, das Club, das Art Gallery, das ist alles online. Ist alles online. Und deswegen war das meine Idee. Ich habe eine Freundin, der sollte mir helfen, eine basic website aufzubauen. Just one page. A one-page website is what I want to build. Something easy to modify that I can upload pictures I have finished on there. And if I sell some, take them down, add new ones. But basically, that would be a gallery is the idea that I had. So rather than me paying membership to a gallery, my friend told me he could build a simple one-page website like this, and for me to keep it going, it would cost something like €2 a month. €2 a month is pretty cheap. So essentially, that would be my gallery, and the idea, what I'm thinking, is I make flyers, I make business cards, and then I do targeted promotion. So these lawyers, these doctors, all these places where I go where I see these people are actually buying art because I see it in their waiting rooms, I try to invite them to just look at my website. In their pajamas from their office, they can visit my art gallery. And if they see something they like, they can contact me. So it's just an idea I'm working on. I never do anything normal. Like I looked into these normal venues for artists, just join a gallery or a club, and I don't know. Die sprechen mich nicht an. They don't speak to me. Not really. Like I said, the art for me, the base of it, painting, this has always been for me. Like I've never done this with the purpose of, I hope everybody likes it, or I hope this is considered good by someone. No, paint for me, bitches, because it feels good. Like for me, it's really like a form of meditation. I'll sit here for hours with the right music on. I can just paint. I get lost in the colors. I like watching them blend, trying to complete the puzzles of what I'm trying to put together. I just enjoy the whole process. Reading the commentary. Ich war auch, gibt's nicht sowas wie eine Adventsausstellung? Ja, na, das ist eine Idee, ja, natürlich. Da muss ich mal gucken. Letztes Jahr, die hatten zwei so Weihnachtsdinger hier los, auch mit Markt und so weiter. Aber see, now, jetzt reden wir über mehr Geld, Karen. Karen, if I would go to like the Christmas market, then you have to pay like a vendor to get a stand. I've worked jobs like this, and usually I don't know what it is now, but that's good to get a vendor stand at like a Christmas market. You're going to be paying like 100 and something out of my price range is what I'm guessing. Oder meinen Sie was anderes? So wie eine Weihnachtskunstausstellung? Das habe ich nie gesehen hier in Mönchengladbach. Wir haben aber eine Kirche hier. Da ist eine Kirche, die machen Kunstausstellungen. Da muss ich auch hin und fragen, wie man kriegt seine Kunst da drin. Das ist eine katholische Kirche. Vielleicht kann ich ein bisschen Schulden auf die liegen für alles Scheiße, was die machen in dieser Welt. There is a church in my town. Now that we're talking about this out loud, I have seen artists show their art in. It's one of those churches that's just open around the clock. I like to go into old churches, definitely not because I'm not religious, but I like the art and the old architecture and the spooky vibes. And maybe I need to go talk to that church and find out how I can show some of my stuff. You wouldn't think that a church would take money from a poor artist to stow their stuff, would they? They probably would. That would piss me off. I mean, I'm just saying, Jesus would probably show my shit for no charge because he was a nice guy, right? And he wants to help the poor, right? Right? Naja, vielleicht gibt es eine Förderverein. Was ist ein Förderverein? Was ist ein Förderverein? Keine Ahnung, aber ich habe auch was zu tun mit einem anderen Verein hier in meinem Stadt, die helfen kranken Menschen, die helfen mir. Und wir haben auch mal gesprochen von einer Idee von meiner Kunstausstellung. Und als wir letztes Mal gesprochen, das war im Frühling und dann die wollen, dass das stattfindet im Sommer, dann hat nichts passiert. Ich habe letztes Mal wieder gefragt und die haben gesagt, ja, ist noch auf dem Tisch, aber ist geschoben. So, we're working on it. Aber danke für die Ideen. Dieser Austausch ist gut, weil ich muss wirklich nur denken in diese Richtung, etwas mit das Zeug zu machen, etwas mit meiner Kunst zu machen. But I really think, us artists, we need to consider that everything's online now. I feel like I don't think I am in any better of a situation to have this painting put inside a gallery. I don't think I'm in a better situation when I can put it online and instantly have a whole lot more people see it. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I want to use my sales and promotion background, because once I have like a website, which is my gallery, then it's up to me then to promote it. It's up to me then to go do the targeting, promotion, and advertising to find people that I think will either really like my art or target people that are generally art buyers. Some of them do exist. I met a really nice lawyer who collects art. I gifted him a free art because he was trying to find me an apartment. But I sure as hell would invite him, Oh, yeah. Doing something with the art. But hey, this is a start, right? This is schon einem Anfang. I want to do more of these live streams. I've wanted to do more since I moved in, but I had some delays here. First, because I was moving in and all the work involved with that, but also this damn heating not working was an issue. Also my anxiety. I don't know. I have a bit of social anxiety, and it's kind of surprising that it sometimes kicks in when I think about doing live streaming. It's not like any of you can do anything to me, but yeah, that shit happens. But what I'm getting at is I think in regards to my art, this is a good start. Just showing just showing a little bit of what I'm doing here. And through this, maybe I can create some interest. And when I do make a jump and I do have a gallery or something to sell, I already have people that are aware of me, you know? That's the thinking. Nee, nog niet Nebel. Ik ben immer nog niet zufrieden met this Hintergrund. This is in dem Bild. Die schaut auf, was ich glaube, so mehr wie eine türkise Sea da hinten. Und es ist immer noch nicht das Farbe, was ich will da hinten. Deswegen habe ich das jetzt ein bisschen flüssig im Licht so dargetragen. Alright. So, let's see. It's a little black. I'm going to get a little dark brown. I'm going to work a little bit more on the trees. Get my lid here. Oh, fuck. Too much hair. Looks like we got a nice day here. I am desperately waiting for us to have a little bit warmer weather and a little bit drier. It's been raining a lot lately because I want to go into the forest that's near my house. There's a forest over there, and I made the mistake and I went into the forest the other day. And now my shoes are just disgusting. Full of mud and shit. I'll be right back to the chat in a second. I just wanted to define these branches a little more so I can add some more leaves. And also bring them down there a little bit more. Get a little brave here. These dark lines, they'll be mostly hidden by leaves, but I want to get a little hint of some of the tree trunks back there. As the trees going, the hill's going down. Check the chats here. Ik weiß nicht, es schaut aus, als wenn du dich im Labyrinth verirrt hast und nicht mehr rauskennst. Okay. I don't know, it's just a whole new world to try to get my head around seriously thinking about doing something with my art, you know? Like actually trying to market it or sell it. But honestly, I don't feel like I have too many choices right now in life. Like, just makes sense that I should consider looking into using my art. Well, I'm getting hungry. My belly's grumbling. I'm hungry. That's another thing I do. I'll sit here and paint and I will fucking not forget to eat. That's how much I enjoy painting. I will forget to eat. I have skipped whole meals living just off of acrylic painting and coffee. Es erinnert mich auch eine Rosenspalier. Ich weiß nicht, was ein Rosenspalier ist. Weiß ich nicht. Da, 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 da. Mana, mana. Da, 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 da. I hope I don't get copyright strikes for that song. It's a great song. I love coming in like with the, when you just go with the like a light green and you do it right on top of like a dark one. And I love just watching it change in front of my eyes. Like you start seeing, like it starts to look a little bit more realistic. It looks like it has some depth. That's what I'm talking about. Like my painting has always been for me. But now I'm sharing it with you folks. Aren't you so lucky? You're welcome. I also had somebody recently tell me I need to go to TikTok. She says to me, you need to start doing this on TikTok. Nobody's doing YouTube anymore. I was like, oh man, TikTok. I hate social media. Like I have an Instagram, only made the Instagram for the purpose of promoting the YouTube channel. It's the only reason I did it, because I fucking hate social media. People, people. It's not that y'all are bad. I just don't want to deal with y'all. But I don't know. TikTok, really? I just did another. I have to remember that the sun is hitting like this part of the trees. The trees, she's at the top of a hill. The hill goes down. We see an ocean in the background. And the sun seems to be shining to right about here. I noticed a lot of these trees. There's going to be a lot of like hints of yellow around this level. I've got to remember that, because they're getting progressively darker going down. There were a few dark ones up here though, I noticed. Like, so I had some little patches, some dark leaves up here that really stood out against the blue sky. Which I will also come again with some more blue and dab in between it. It's over and over and over. That's it here. And my belly is really growling. Let's start. Let me take a look at what's going on here. I'm a little worried about this area. I want to take a look at the picture again, my reference. Bum, ba, da, blah. Check in the chat. Ein Tunnel aus Rosen, ähnlich einer Pergola, aber ein Wildbogen über einem Weg. Ach ja, die alle Charakter ist ein Hund. Karen, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna lie. Ich weiß gar nicht. Are you talking about my picture of the girl with the flowers up there? This is what I'm trying to do. This, a second. That's what I'm working on. That's what we're kind of working on. You see, that blue is not right. Okay, but here, it's going to get full with more green. There's just going to be the hints of those browns. And it's like darker to about there, coming up into like the yellow, and then getting more bright yellow where the sun's hitting it. All right, so we know what we're doing. So let's, a little bit more darker down here, but I'm going to do just some strategic. A little bit darker down here. And then I'll take that's what we're doing. Coming down darker down here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I think it's a good start, considering this wasn't something like I had the idea of or that I chose. This person just sent me a picture and asked if I could do it. And I was like, I don't know, let me try. I said, I'm only going to know if I can do it once I try. So I'm trying. I'm very pleased that we already got 8 likes. That means at least 8 of you all stopped over and gave me a like, and I appreciate that. You see that? If I bought a membership to an art gallery down the street, what do you think the chances of on the day that I join that art gallery down the street, 8 people are going to come in just to see my shit? Chances are not high at that, Karen. They're just not. See, I look at it like from a sales perspective. Like, I could sell me. These art galleries I've gone to, I have not been very impressed with their selling skills or their people skills. Germany. And again, I think time is moving quick. Technology is moving quick. Us artists need to realize the world is online now, and we need to figure out how to translate that. And this is my feeble attempt at that, Me sitting here and painting like this and showing you complete strangers is the modern day equivalent of how artists used to just go out and sit in a park, sit at a, in a city and paint what they see, and other artists could go and view them doing it, ask them questions, maybe even buy some art from them off the street. And I feel the same way about galleries and shit. I feel like this whole idea of galleries and an art show, it might still function, but I think we need to figure out a better way to translate that to online. And some companies are already doing that. And I think us artists would be smart to not immediately jump on with these companies that want to steal our profits and perhaps do it for ourselves. Like I said, a web page could function as a art gallery, you know? And if you promote it right, create a YouTube, create social media, you will in just a few hours have more people come in and look at it, even if it's only for a few minutes, than you would in an art gallery. I promise you that. You know who goes to art galleries? Artists and friends of the artists. My friends know I paint. They don't want to buy my shit. I don't need them looking at it, you know? What we need to do is we need to target it, you know? You got to get over the ego part of saying, I'm shown in this gallery or that gallery. Get over that ego part. And if you got something to sell, regardless of what you have to sell, all you have to do is find your customers. Your potential customers are out there in the world. You just need to find them. Sometimes it's going to be general art collectors, or like if you paint a certain type of theme, then you find the people that like that type of theme. That's the kind of work that no club or no art gallery is going to do for you. They're going to provide you with a space and take your money. That's it. People are forced to stare at your pictures. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I could. I mean, I've thought about that, talking to one of these lawyers or doctors and seeing if I could show my art. But then we're coming full circle to where I have to get my art done. And that's why we're here today, folks. This is me working on my promise to this year, actually trying to get some pieces of art finished, and if I'm lucky, sold. If I'm lucky, that would be really nice. It would be really nice. And I think that's like a reasonable goal, you know. Like I don't want to be famous. I don't really want any of that. But you know, just plain and simple, since becoming disabled, my value in this world and the way that I can make money it's just gone to nothing, flat out. Like, so if this is the one talent I have and I can find somebody that's interested in it, that would be fantastic. But I don't expect it. I mean, just the inflation alone right now, everybody is having money problems. I don't even know if I could look at somebody who has the money to buy art in the face. I'm bitter about my situation. Like I have been known to run around screaming, "Eat the rich." I can't eat them if I need their money to buy my art. What I would like to do I was just talking about how like back in the day, artists would go out and sit out in the streets and paint it. Like I've done this. I went down to my local park. I didn't feel comfortable, but I did. I made an attempt at trying to paint the basilica in our town. I didn't get it done, but it was an experience to go out and do that, like painting in public. Let's see, I've toyed with the idea, I would rather arrange something where other people could join me. Like I thought about maybe putting it on eBay Kleinanzeigen or even talking about it here on my channel and like just saying, I'll be at this and this park, give the address, and if you want to paint with me, come and freaking paint with me. Let's be artists in the park. Now, that could be dangerous, but I still might do that idea. You know, again, not in the name of trying to sell my art. Just sure, it's a way to get the art seen and the name out there, but it's also a great way to connect with other people trying to do the same. You know. But like I said, there's a forest here by where I live. And I am going to one day pack up my stuff and go sit in that forest. I want to practice, like plants and shit. I'm not real good at planting plants. Like I think ferns are beautiful. Like a lot of forest type plants I think are really beautiful. I love the repeating patterns. So I definitely am going to make my way into the forest here where I live and spend a bunch of hours just in the name of improving my skills. Sit there and paint. Oh shit, a cat hair. All of my artwork includes cat hairs. It's so much more. And then I have to get more definite. Is her head too big or too small? I don't know. Let's. Coffee though. Checking out my chat here. I get the idea about putting the art in a waiting room, and it forces people to look at your art. And like I said, I saw that recently at a place I went to get physical therapy. And but this is again where I go to my sales background. Like I've sold everything from cars to everything. I've sold everything. And that's not necessarily a good thing. In sales, it's not necessarily, depending on the product that you're selling, you don't necessarily just want quantity over quality. So like, I want to sell my art. If we're saying if that's the goal, if the reason I'm selling, if the reason I'm going to talk to some lawyer or some artist and make a deal with them, if I can hang my stuff in the waiting room. My goal with that is obviously I want to sell my items. To sell my items, then I have to find people that would be likely to buy it. So that would be people interested in my style, people that like art and art collectors. It's actually a small percentage of society. And see, as a salesperson, then I would want to look at. So if you tell me 100 people a day go into that doctor's office, what do you think the chances out of that 100, how many of them are in a position to and actually have the money and do purchase art? Not many. Not many. Look, I'm one of those people. I was sitting in the waiting room. I love art. I love to look at art. I love art galleries. I love to look at it. Do I have the money to buy it? Have I ever bought art? Maybe. Not that I remember. I mean, unless we count music. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if I had money, but again, this is a luxury item. Again, going back to my sales background. Trying to sell a luxury item. For example, in a poor city, I live in a shithole. Not a lot of money here. I'm sure there's one or two art collectors here, but not a lot of them. I don't know. It's tricky. But I think it's better to go targeted. This is just what I'm thinking for me. Just really targeted. If I decide I really want to sell it, so I find some locations where I think art interested people are, and I try to target them through advertising and promotion. And like I said, sending them back hopefully to my own webpage or something like that. I had a friend. She happens to be watching. Where are you? we were talking that once I got through my move and I got settled in, then we were going to work together on building a web page with some paintings by Armstrong for sale. So it's in the works. And then, like I say, that'll be my gallery. I'm definitely not going to join a gallery. If I had the money to start a gallery, I would. You know, I would charge next to nothing. I just wish all the people in my life that have said to me in the past, in one way or another, that I should do something with my art. Do something with your art. What they mean is I should be selling it in some way and making money from it. I just wish that one of those many people in my life that have said that to me have then turned to me and said, hey, how much for that painting? I'd like to buy it from you. How about that idea? Look, you could help me do something. Oh my God. Now, I paint for me, and it will be a bonus if I can find some people that like it too. It would be an amazing bonus if I could eventually turn it into something that would be some form of income. That would be amazing, but I don't expect it. I don't expect any of that at all. Let's check the chat again here. Möglicherweise ist es leichter, Kleinigkeiten an den Mann zu bringen, wie Strickholzschachteln oder Schlüsselanhänger mit dem Bilder drauf. Ja, genau, das ist auch eine Idee, Karen. That's it. It's figuring out how you can make your art marketable in another way by convincing people to use your art on record albums or on T-shirts or advertising. But I don't think I'm in a position to do any of that. Maybe eventually I could make my own merch. Maybe I could make my own art. I've toyed with that too. Sell some T-shirts. I see quite a few artists, they do paintings and then they make prints and they sell the prints. That seems to be expected of you nowadays when you're an artist. I have no clue about any of that. I don't know. I don't know. It's only a new thing where I've thought, okay, maybe I can do something with this stuff. We're starting here. We're starting with, let's go live on YouTube. Let's share with the people what we're doing. Some people might be interested. And then, like I said, when I'm ready, it's you folks that I'll be inviting. You know? When I'm ready. I do like this idea of trying to figure out if I can get a space at the local park and putting on an art show. And like I said, what I'm thinking is I'll go talk to the city or the people that run that basilica sculpture garden where I've seen these little mini Veranstaltungen put up. I'll find out what the price is. I have no clue what these locations charge to do something like that. But I mean, if we're just talking about a plot of land, no toilets, no tents, no, nothing complicated like that, it can't be a lot. Like it's probably just a permit from the city. Maybe if I'm lucky, under 50 euros or something. But I gotta look into that. But like I said, I got distracted because another organization in town was actually talking about working with me and putting on an art show just like that. I was telling them how simple it would be, that all we need is some walls, and like those walls can even be made and this could be done in a park. And they liked the idea, but they had other things happen, so it didn't happen yet. And when I thought it was going to happen, I got excited about it. And because it's been delayed, that's got me more thinking about how could I do this on my own? How hard could it be to put on an art show? You know what I'm saying? How hard could it be? I've helped put on whole concerts. I could help put on an art show. I just need a space, and I need to invite people. I need to promote it, you know. I just need a space. And I think with my budget and my position, looking towards a space like a city-owned park or something just might be the route to go. Maybe. Okay, how far down? I'm trying to figure out where the blue stops. I know we see some of the blue through the leaves and shit, but then it gets darker. So I'm gonna cheat and look at my picture again. Yeah, and it's definitely more brown down there. Okay. Okay, so there's like solid, kind of getting lighter. All right. Just a reminder what we're working on for anybody just checking in now. This is what we're working on. Just a random picture. Like that. Like that. It's just a random picture that we're working on over here. The lady looking over a mountain. Where is that dark green? Viridian. Wenn ein YouTuber Merch und einen Sommer alles verkauft, dann kannst du das auch. Ja, na klar, siehst du? Braucht man als Straßenkünstler eine Genehmigung? Das frage ich mich auch, Karen. Das frage ich mich auch, weil ich hab jemanden gesehen auf unserer Einkaufsstraße. Ich habe schon ein paar Mal jemanden gesehen, auch mit nur ein paar Leibern, auch ohne Rahmen drauf. Einfach neben Galleria Kaufhof, just standing there with his art. I don't know. Isn't there? I don't know what the rules are in Germany, but like the first thing I think of is like, look, the Jehovah Witnesses, the Zeugen Jehovah, die dürfen da stehen ohne Genehmigung. I'm pretty sure the law in Germany is you can do that stuff out in the street as long as you're not harassing people. Like I can't be walking up to people and be like, give me your money, buy my art or else. But yeah, I would check that out with Ordnungsamt first. It'd probably be a good idea to check that with Ordnungsamt first before they come up. But I have seen people selling or attempting to sell it on the street. I don't know how much the guy sold because my city is poor, you know. It's not a lot of money here in Mönchengladbach. But there do appear to be a few art collectors. I've seen them. Waiting rooms. Lawyers and doctors. It's greener, but then I need more brown down here. It's like a brown. Need some more brown, but I need to dull it down because it's not really brown. It's like sand. So I'm gonna take yellow ochre and I'm gonna mix it with brown. We're gonna take it and turn. I don't think I want the square brush. I want the round one. I'm gonna try to take a little bit of my brown. I'm gonna mix it with this ochre. Brown ochre mix. Just some little ditty dots down here where there's like some dirt and some leaves and some plants. I looked at it closer. There is more green. It's not so much little leaves on the ground. It's just like a mixture of a lighter colored dirt with some little plants coming up in it. So I just want to get a little bit more of that in there. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And again, as I get closer to the end, that's where we do more details. I always get nervous about people looking at my shit before it's done. I know they're judging. I know you're judging. Stop judging. It's not done. Vielleicht kannst du das im Burgercenter nachfragen, aber im Winter ist es bestimmt zu hart draußen zu malen. Auf jeden Fall, das wäre, I mean, auch wenn ich werde so eine like Veranstaltung machen oder wenn ich werde in die Straße oder sowas gehen, ja, warte ich auf Frühling oder Sommer. Auf jeden Fall, Winter, vergiss es. Aber du hast mich aber zu denken wegen Adventsmarkt, Weihnachtsmärkten, ich weiß nicht. Ich denke wirklich, da muss man Vendor Preis bezahlen. Und das ist nicht billig. But this is good. This Austausch from Denken. I really appreciate this thinking out loud. I'm working on the possibilities. But yeah, I eventually planned on going and talking to my local government about this idea and if they would work with me on it or if they had any locations, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of my local government. But I will have to do that eventually. Like, we got, I don't know, just like we got this mayor that like a lot of people in town seem to be like they seem to fanboy him. And my opinion, I just want the guy to stop killing trees. That's all. Is that too much to ask? He's turned me into a hippie. I'm not a hippie. But living in this town and seeing what this mayor's done in the name of status symbols in his name while people are sleeping under bridges is just a little fucking ridiculous. Said what I said. Said what I said. But yeah, I should probably talk to the local government about possibilities to do something like this. I don't know. Like I said, maybe this one organization I was talking to, they had said to me, and it was literally last week where I brought it up again, because they had said we would put on an art show come like last summer, and it just didn't come up. In fairness, I had a lot of other shit going on, but apparently they did too. And I brought it up last week to them. Also letzte Woche habe ich noch mal gefragt, diese Organisation, die wollen mit mir sowas organisieren, so irgendeine Kunstshow in Mönchengladbach. Und ja, die haben gesagt, es ist noch auf dem Tisch, aber ein bisschen geschoben. So es wird kommen. That could be indoors. So I don't know. Maybe that could happen in winter. They were talking about the possibility of doing it indoors. I need more coffee. So you just stare at my art. I'm getting a bellyache. I need to eat. Eating just gets in the way. I'm gonna make me a piece of toast, a cappuccino, and I will be right back. Maybe I'll take a little potty break, but I'll be right back. Y'all still there? My coffee is brewing. My toast is toasting. Let me check the chats here. Naja, manchmal sind Bäume zu morsch, müssen entfernt werden, damit sie keinen Schaden machen. Ja, das auf jeden Fall, Karen. Aber wir sind auch in einer Klimakrise und toten gesunde Bäume ist dumm. Und das ist, was ich meine. Das ist, was ich meine. Und dann, wenn man totet gesunde Bäume und ersetzt so kleine, winzig Babybäume, die dauern mehr als 50 Jahre, bis die wirklich ersetzen, dass gesunde Bäume toten. Das ist, was ich rede darüber. Das ist das Blödsinn, was das status symbol seeking guy does. Mein Bruder hat einmal Baumpflege in einer Gastgarten gemacht und die Besetzung ist stillgegangen, nur weil das Computerzeug heruntergeholt hat. Nee, ich verstehe voll. Ich arbeite gern selbst im Garten. Ich liebe Pflanzen und tue gern Gartenarbeit. Ich verstehe, wenn was tot ist oder krank ist, dann muss das weg. Das verstehe ich. 100%. Yeah, now I'm not talking about normal maintenance of greenery and where sick and dead plants need to go. I completely understand that concept and respect that. As somebody that loves plants and has done lots of gardening work in my life. But what I'm talking about is this is Germany, so they document everything. It's kind of historically speaking been their downfall. And they publicize this shit when the trees are getting taken down here. And it makes the news, and they write, why? I'm saying in the middle of a climate crisis, middle of climate change, middle of the environment just going to shit, when the one thing we need is more trees that clean this air, we don't go and kill even one healthy tree. So you can make a pretty little park and say, I did that. Status symbol. That's what I saw, and that pissed me off. I mean, I actually said to the guy's face, don't kill healthy trees. And he's like, I don't want to. Dude, I read the news, but you did. But you did repeatedly, and you keep doing it. And then like we're stupid. It makes then it comes back in the news as I replaced them. You replace them with baby trees that it'll take 50 years before they even begin replacing what those big trees were doing. How am I ranting about trees again? Speaking of trees, and as I'm sitting here looking out my window, I want to get into foraging. When I lived in the south of Germany, it really amazed me that I saw it was primarily older German women, but there were a few in that village I live in that periodically went out into the forest and they foraged. They came home with stuff they could eat. Like Barlauch is the first thing I think of. This is a green leafy plant you can find here in German forests, and it like pretty much tastes like garlic. Like it's but there's other herbs, and I guess mushrooms. Some people do mushrooms. I feel like that's too dangerous for me. But just because I'm living next to a forest, you know, we're in apocalyptic times. I feel like I want to educate myself a little bit more on plants. What's edible, what's out there, what you can do with certain things. It's probably like full-on medicines out here in this forest, and I don't even know it, you know? But also to help my painting, I want to get a little closer to the plants. as I'm painting more nature stuff, it'll help me get a little bit better doing my leaves and trees and stuff. I gotta just take my art supplies and go over to that forest and just start painting. But yeah, foraging too. I went over there. I saw some mushrooms. Used my Google Lens to identify them. They weren't psychedelic, so I left them. But I want to learn a little bit more about that kind of stuff. Das Blöde ist, die Bodenversiegelung und das Landwirtschaft nichts mehr so lohnt, davon zu leben. Der Beilauf ist auch super. Parasol? Ich weiß nicht, was Parasol ist. Aber das Gas, das sind Holländerbeeren. Ja, see, das ist, was ich muss lernen. Nicht, dass ich eine giftige Artbeeren nehme. But I like this idea that maybe I can go into nature and get free food. So I need to educate myself a little bit more on foraging. People are doing it. I'm seeing it online, so it's a thing. I don't know how much would be in this little park here in the middle of the city, but there is like a little bit of a forest here. I'm not far from another forest. Apocalyptic times call for apocalyptic lessons. Foraging, gardening, weapon, tree making, you know. In the times we're living in, folks, you have to learn useful talents. Am I done painting for the day? I don't know. If I keep looking at it, I'm going to keep going back to it. I already see a little spot there towards the bottom. I need to come in darker. We have got already 10 likes. Shout out to every single one of you that came by, left me a like and left me a little chit chat. I really appreciate that. Naja, wenn du sollst, solltest du den Eigentümer fragen. Nee, ich glaube, das handelt sich an einen öffentlichen Räume. Excuse me. There's just a park. There's like a forest across. There's a forest right here. I'm pretty sure it's just a city park. But Germany. Sagst du mir, dass ich darf nicht in den Park gehen und komm. Oh, Germany. I mean, I would not be surprised. It would really not surprise me if the Germans had laws and I'm not allowed to do that. Not allowed to go into the park and take, but come on. Really? Is the Ordnungsamt going to chase me down because I'm picking herbs? Really? Because that could be funny. And if that's going to happen, I want to make sure I have my camera rolling for that. That wouldn't surprise me. They really have rules and laws for everything, and then rules and laws on top of those rules and laws here in this country. It's insane. It's really insane. No, I would never go onto somebody's private property and start foraging. That would be weird. Unless there was like if there was like a millionaire in this town I live in, which there definitely isn't, and they had like a yard that I could get into, I wouldn't mind foraging their property. But I'm not just going to go onto some random property owner's property and start foraging. No, I'm talking about like public parks and forests. Like on the outskirts of our town, there's a decent sized forest. I don't even know who owns that. I guess that would be state property. Rebellion in Winterholtz. Dude, I think honestly that would be hilarious if I got in trouble with the law because I was foraging. Of all the things I've done in my life, I don't think my family would even believe that. Like, really, I would look at them with the vegetables in my hands and be like, really? Like, are you really defending your people by doing this? Seriously? Like I said, like in Franken, als ich in Süddeutschland gewohnt, da waren ein paar Omas, die haben das regelmäßig gemacht. There were our grandmas that would go regularly into the forest and gather different herbs and such in the South, and I lived down there. Now I understand the Bavarian Germans are a different kind of German. They're a completely different kind of German. But I'm just saying it's possible. Maybe those grandmas were stealing from the government. I support that. I am not against that, considering I live off of a rent money right now. I'm temporarily retired due to disabilities, and I know what those people are living from. You really got to be an asshole to try to get that person in trouble for just fucking collecting free food grown by nature. How do we humans even claim to own nature? That is just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. What I was thinking of doing that's almost most definitely illegal in the local forest is I was thinking of going over there and cleaning up a spot. Like there's a spot in this forest I really like that nobody's maintaining. Like there's like a little swamp area, and there's old bottles and foosballs in there, and everything's just overgrown. Like even the path isn't cleared. And I'm really dead serious, toying with the idea when the weather's nicer, come spring, come summer, just going over there and making a nice little hangout area. Just doing it. I'm sure it's illegal, but I'm pretty sure that the same people that would come to yell at me for doing it are probably the same people that are supposed to be maintaining that area. So let's have a conversation, bro. Let's have a conversation about how you're mad that I'm doing a better job than you. I still might do that. You see, I miss having a yard. Growing up in America, I always had a big yard. I helped all elderly neighbors with their yards. I was always mowing lawns and trimming bushes and stuff like that. And then I moved to Franken. I had a garden for a little bit. I miss having a yard and doing that kind of stuff. Keeping it neat, making it nice. Einmal habe ich Nonnen neben der Autobahn erwischt, was sie Früchte geerntet haben. Nuns are notorious thieves. Did you not know this? Did you not know that about nuns? I hope you weren't surprised. Ich habe sie nicht zurückgehalten, aber gesund kann das nicht sein. Ja, ganz ehrlich. Warum? Weil die war neben der Autobahn? Die ganze Früchte, Gemüse, Obst, was du im Supermarkt kaufst, sind über 100 Autobahnen dahin zu kommen. Der gleiche Bullshit. Du musst einfach dein Obst waschen, right? I can't imagine a fruit tree growing next to the Autobahn. I can't imagine it would be so bad. It doesn't sound good when you say it like that. That would not be the way to sell it, for example. Autobahn fruit. But, I mean, they're getting rain. I don't know. I'm from America. We eat anything. So I'm not scared of some Autobahn fruit. I too would pick I probably have picked a fruit off of next to the Autobahn. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I remember when I lived in Franken, there were people that would steal from the gardeners. I lived in like a Bauerndorf, but this wasn't Bauern like with Kühe, and so this was Bauern like growing vegetables. Lots of vegetable fields in the little village I lived in the south of Germany. And I mean, even me as an American, the first time I saw it, no fences around all these fields, I remember saying to my husband at the time, like, how does this shit not get stolen? Like, where I come from, this shit would be stolen. But very few people stole. Apparently, once in a while, it happened. I ended up making friends with some of the people that worked, these gardeners down there growing other vegetables in the south of Germany. And they knew that once in a while, some poor people or some old people would come and take stuff, and they didn't care. And that, my friends, is exactly how it should be. That's how it should be. Just didn't care. making their own money, and they also understood the situation of the people around them. I need to do some brown down here. I gotta get something darker to kind of march where it starts turning down. This is at the top of the hill. I think I want some black. Happy little trees. Happy little trees. I like it. I kind of like her. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm happy. It's a good start. Let's check on the chat here. Right, the nuns. Ja, wer weiß, warum die das dort gepflanzt haben. Vielleicht, dass der Straßendamm nicht abgetragen wird. Kiel, die Regierung sagt nicht heraus. I mean, ich habe nie daran gedacht, aber du hast wahrscheinlich recht, neben einer Autobahn. Like, zuerst ich wollte sagen, wir kommen normale Regenwasser, aber das ist Regenwasser gemischt mit dem Dreck von der Autobahn. Ich glaube, du hast recht, das ist wahrscheinlich nicht gut. Aber wieder, ich bin Amerikanerin und ich werde das auch wahrscheinlich essen. Ohne zu denken, just food, you know? We're not going to get this finished today, folks, but we got a damn good start. Maybe I'll come back on tomorrow. We can do some more of that tomorrow. So like right now, I really got to let this stuff dry. This is a big problem I make when I'm painting. A big mistake I make is I don't let the shit dry. I'm impatient. I see something, I want to do it. Sometimes it really is better to let it completely dry. And then for the next shift, come on top of everything. The colors sit completely different then. This is a great start. I think I'm gonna send a picture of this to the person that had asked me if I could do this. And I was like, I don't know. Send me a picture and I'll see if I can. It's a good start. It's a good challenge for me. I find the trees tricky. I like trees. I like painting them. I enjoy like taking the brush and doing like a lot of this to make the branches and stuff. And setting the leaves. It's not like a specialty of mine. I wouldn't say I'm good at it. So this is a good lesson for me here, trying to do this and improve my technique, or even figure out if I have a technique. And if the guy likes it, maybe I'll sell it to him. Maybe. How funny would it be if I tell the guy I like the painting, I'm not selling it to you? It's like a picture of his wife or something. And instead of painting it and then trying to sell it to him, I'm just like, no, I'm keeping this one. I like the picture of your wife. I like it. Oh boy. So, oh my God, we've done almost 4 hours. Holy crap. All right, folks. That's way too long. That's way too long. I remember right after my brain tumor operation, I couldn't blow out a candle because I couldn't make the. Now I can. I was so frustrated the first time after my operation with this partial facial paralysis. I went to go blow out a candle, not even thinking twice about it. And I was like, and I was so frustrated. I could not aim the air coming out. Ist das zu lange? Du genießt das Malen. Das stimmt. Ich genieße das Malen. Das Ding ist, wenn ich das für zu lang tun, es spielt mit den Augen. Und dann sehe ich nichts mehr richtig. Wirklich. Man muss, wenn du sitzt hier so und du malst und malst und malst, du musst, und ich vergiss das zu machen, du musst ab und zu Pause machen und zum Beispiel draußen gehen, schau ein bisschen weiter weg für deine Augen. Und ich sehe das oft. Ich habe Bilder, ich habe komplett kaputt gemacht. Die waren wirklich schön mittags und gegen abends, als mein Lichter anders wird, und dunkler wird und auch mein Sehen anders wird, weil ich die ganze Zeit bin am Gucken um etwas, was hier ist. So, das habe ich durch Zeit gelernt. Ich muss ab und zu pausen und ich darf nicht zu lang daran sitzen. Wegen meinen Augen, aber auch wegen Schmieren. Like, da blende ich dann alles. Eventuell, ich finde es wirklich gut. Let it dry, lass es setzen und dann komm wieder dran. Aber für beides, ne? And I do enjoy it. Ich genieße das. I do enjoy it. But when I say I enjoy it, that's me sitting here with my music playing. And I'm just completely in this world painting it. That's not this. Like, I don't want to ignore the people that do stop here. So when I paint and I live stream it, I want to talk with y'all. Ich möchte mit euch reden, you know? But that's not so relaxing. No offense. Aber ich kann mich verlieren in mein Malen. Versteht? Das ist, was ich meine mit, das ist für mich. Like, ich kann mich wirklich voll verlieren. Weil ich ignoriere mein Handy, ich melde mich bei keiner, ich gehe nicht aus dem Haus und ich just mal. Manche Leute werden sagen, das ist auch nicht gesund. Aber oft fühlt sich an wie Meditation. Aber nicht so on YouTube with a camera on me and Lichter on mich und kein Music. My music failed. I'm missing music when I do this. I was actually thinking there's a channel here on YouTube that I am listening to constantly here when I'm painting. I had it on the whole time I was moving in. And they live stream constantly. And I was thinking of writing them and asking them if there was some way we could work together. Like, could I play music here in the background? I don't know if that's possible. Du kannst an verschiedene Werken arbeiten, während du das anders trocknet. Ja, und das mache ich normalerweise. Normalerweise werde ich die dann auf der Seite, nehme ich eine andere, arbeite ich dran. Normalerweise. Vielleicht ist das, wenn du brauchst, um dir selbst zu kümmern. Ja, vielleicht. But yeah, normally I do switch it up. I do. But today for the live stream, I make a project. You know? theme. Maybe next live stream I can just show you how I do that. I'm very ADHD. I very much will sit here and do like 20 minutes on Jesus. And then while I'm waiting for like something to dry or whatever there, I look up here and I see a lady I could add something to. So when I'm just painting for me here, I do that. I jump around and work on different pieces at the same time. But yeah, it being like meditation for me, it only works when I'm sitting here with my music on and by myself, hiding from the world because people. Patty! Hi, Patty. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. I was just about to sign off, so I'm glad you got to stop by, man. I moved. I'm in my new place. Ich mag deine Frisur. Danke, Karen. Es ist aber kein Frisur. The other day, somebody said to me that I did my hair beautiful. Ich habe my Haar schon gemacht. And I looked at them and I'm like, I brushed it. Like, I don't do my hair. I just brush it. I think people think I do my hair. But I think what they're just confused with is I just have really thick hair. It's just like it's too much. And it makes its own like form and style. Because I was live streaming, I'm not gonna lie, I ran a brush through it. But I need to add some color. I found this pretty like orange color, and I kind of want to add a little more. All my roots are growing in. What I really like is this right here. If we're talking about my hair, you see this right here? This right here, I remember my grandmother having beautiful white hair, and I thought, I want white hair like that. And on my whole head, the only place it's coming in pure white on its own is right here. I say pure white only right here because of the rest of it, if you really look, there's dark pieces like mixed in all over the place. But I like this white here. And if I become an old grandma, I want to be an old grandma with long, spooky, white, thick hair. Gerade erst gesehen, eine kurze Zeit, ich sehe, dass du bist in neue Wohnung. Ja, genau, Patty, ich bin in eine neue Wohnung. Ja, genau, ich bin umgezogen. For those of you that maybe missed that. Ich habe eine schöne Wohnung gefunden. Ich bin sehr, sehr glücklich. Es wäre nur besser, wenn meine Heizung wird funktionieren. Die arbeiten aber dran. Aber nee, ich habe wirklich eine super Wohnung gefunden. Ich habe einen Wald hier hinter meinem Haus, was ich liebe. Ich liebe Natur, in den Wald zu gehen. And the bestest Teil, Patty, the bestest Ding von dieser Wohnung ist nicht nur, dass ich fühle mich endlich sicher und bequem und wohl und zu Hause, aber die Nachbarn sind toll. Die Nachbarn sind toll. I like my neighbors. Yeah. So for those of you that have watched my videos before and knew about my difficulties with the last shithole I was living in, yes, I have moved and things are better now, thank God. Manchmal ist ein Kamm alles, was du brauchst. Genau. Das sind Zeichen der Weisheit. Man sieht direkt in deinem Gesicht, dass es dir besser geht. Oh, danke schön. I was not doing good there for many months. That last apartment I was in, my door was so busted, and I didn't talk about it for many months. When I finally talked about it, it was because the shit was hitting the fan. And the reason I didn't talk about it was because it scared the shit out of me. Like literally, anybody could have walked in that building and with two fingers could have entered my apartment. That was horrible. I already have anxiety diagnosed, like more than one. I didn't need any help with a fucking door that was open and not the best corner in town. So between that and the whole condition of that house, Jesus Christ, I was not doing good. I am doing much better. I love my new home. I love it. I can give you, Patty. You missed it earlier. I gave a little bit of a view. I'm sitting here in this nice wide open room, and I have my little living room area here. And back there is going to be eating area. It's still a little cluttered. I'm still putting away. Got a little bedroom. I got a little balcony over there. Got my plants. My little computer work area. I'm very pleased. The only thing I don't have is a kitchen. I have a room. The kitchen room is there. Down the hallway is the toilet, in case you're curious. um, but the only thing I don't have is a kitchen, because here in Germany we like to make things complicated, you know. Here in Germany, 9 times out of 10, your kitchen room in your rented apartment is merely a room with a hole in the wall. And I am lacking the finances, a real kitchen. I'm lacking the finances to pick up a real kitchen at the moment, but I have some friends helping me. Been looking a lot on eBay, kleine Anzeige. That's tough. Like, there's like 3 people in my town alone on eBay, kleine Anzeige, with an ad up that they're looking for a kitchen. There are just no kitchens right now in Mönchengladbach. I got a friend looking up by Duisburg. Ich habe ganz herrlich, freue mich für dich. So, danke, Patty, vielen Dank. Du hast schon einen garantalen Angstwohnung mit der Wohnung. Sehr schön, auch noch ebenerdig, ohne Treppen. Du, Patty, ja, du, vielleicht werde ich ein Video machen. Ich habe ein paar Video-Ideen verbunden mit das, dass ich umgezogen bin. Das ist in einer Sozialwohnung, so I'm in the ghetto. But as an American, it makes me chuckle because it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Ich bin auf Erdgeschoss. Da freue ich mich sehr. Das ist so viel besser. Nein, wenn ich gehe einkaufen, nur zum Supermarkt und zurück, ich habe Schmerz. Ich kenne nichts dagegen, das ist mein Lebensjahr. Zwischen mein Schwindel und shit. Ich habe immer Schmerz. Und dann in der alten Wohnung, ich musste dann noch 2 Etagen und dann noch am Treppen, die kaputten und abbrechen waren. That was fucking disrespectful. Aber jetzt bin ich auf Erdgeschoss. Ich gehe einkaufen. Ich kann alles kaufen, was ich brauche mit meinem Oma-Wagen. Ganz leicht hier reinkommen. Und, warte mal, vielleicht kannst du dir Ziegeln aufheizen, damit du nicht wirst in Bett. Ich habe a kleine Heizung, like a little electric. So when it gets really too cold, I put on my little heater here until they get this heater fixed. It broke before. They're supposed to come back and fix it. I don't know. I was saying something else though. Fuck, what was I saying? Ach, nicht nur, das ist nicht nur gut, dass ich habe keine Treppen. Patty, pass mal auf. Diese Wohnung ist für schwerbehinderte Menschen. Ich habe mich nicht beworben für diese Wohnung. Ich wollte diese Wohnung über für mich. Es sollte nächsten Monat frei. Und das sollte perfekt passen mit das von der Stadt, was ich soll haben. Größe hier und alles. Es ist ein Einzimmer und so weiter. Ich habe mich für den beworben. Aber dann habe ich diese Vermieter persönlich angesprochen und er hat verstanden, dass ich habe Gesundheitsprobleme, dass ich bin schwerbehindert. Und er wollte unbedingt, dass ich komme hier rein, weil ich glaube, der hat was gesagt, dass diese Wohnung sollte geeignet für jemanden im Rollstuhl. Ne? So, er hat gemeint, um das zu sein, da gibt bestimmte Regeln, bestimmte Voraussetzungen. Zum Beispiel, dass da ist eine Dusche, wo die können reinrollen, dass das sind Griffe auf die Toilette, breitere Toreingangs und so weiter. Und es scheint, dass die Firma hat nicht alles 100% gemacht. Und und deswegen hatten die Probleme, das zu mieten an genau den Leute. Und dann, als ich habe das gehört, Patty, ich habe gesagt, okay, aber pass auf, ich bin schwerbehindert. Das letzte Ding, was ich möchte tun, ist eine Wohnung klauen von jemandem im Rollstuhl. Also Ich weiß nicht. Und er hat mir gesagt, er hat genau diese Wohnung gezeigt, 2 verschiedene Kunden im Rollstuhl. Und der letzte hatte gesagt, es ist eine Katastrophe. It's a catastrophe. It's pretty extreme. So, what I guess when I mentioned to this guy that I was disabled, and I mentioned I was interested in living in this building because I like the forest right here, he thought I'd be perfect to fill up this space. And he was right. I had to do so much paperwork to make it happen. Der alte Bude, das war ja kein Zustand. Auf jeden Fall, Paddy. Bin so happy, dass es gut geklappt mit der Wohnung. Kennen die Tauben deine neue Adresse? Thomas, die Tauben sind so um eine Ecke und dann ein paar Straßen weiter. Und ich war schon 2-mal in der Ecke gewesen mit, I can prove it. Also, wenn ich gehe einkaufen und ich gehe in der Richtung, wo die Tauben sind, I take a baggie in my pocket. And yeah, we've met in the street and people may be talking about me and I'm fine with that. Die haben aber noch nicht hier gefunden. Ich habe einen kleinen Balkon, da ist ein Wald nebenan, ich war der Hoffnung, aber die sind noch nicht hier gekommen. But yeah, I would never forget my pigeons. No, I go shopping sometimes in the direction of the old apartment, and I know where the pigeons live. Like they would hang out a lot where I lived in that apartment, and I'm pretty sure most of them slept over towards the train tracks where there's a bunch of trees. So whenever I go shopping or I go back to that part of town, I always take birdseed with me. And yeah, I ran into them. None of them seem to like want to come up and like land on my hand yet out in the street. I don't know. Maybe we're both self-conscious of what other people will think of us. But I was able to find them just out in the streets, picking around and throw them some seeds. So I'm happy about that. I plan on going back and visiting them more. I wish I could figure out how to make them follow me. I really do, but haven't had any luck on that. Aber ich danke euch alle, wirklich. Ich danke euch alle, man. Das war so eine Scheißsituation. Ne? Das war wirklich eine Scheißsituation, für den ich hatte zuerst Angst, am YouTube zu sprechen. Nämlich wegen meinem Eingangstor. Wirklich, wie gesagt, mein Eingangstor war so kaputt, dass jeder konnte rein im Haus kommen und mit 2 Fingern mein Wohnungstor aufhaben. Das war erschreckend, das hat mir Angst gegeben. Und nicht nur, weil das konnte passieren. Du, da war schon Fremde in unser Haus. Da war schon Obdachlos in unser Haus, da war schon aggressive Leute, Polizei war schon angerufen. Boah, ich bin so froh, dass ich bin da raus. Und der Zustand, es ist schwer zu glauben, es ist schwer zu verstehen, wie man kann überhaupt ein Haus besitzen. Heutzutage mit den Preisen von Häusern und so weiter. Und dann lasst es einfach kaputt gehen. Und dann noch Geld nehmen von Menschen. What the fuck, man? The fuck? I have to go. Martin, danke, dass du da warst. Thanks for being here. I will see you again soon, Martin van den Berg. Das ganze Haus ist doch eine Fälle für Komplizinieren. Ohne Scheiß, Thomas, du hast verpasst, ich habe gesprochen am Anfang dieser Livestream. Als ich ausgezogen musste, na, dann musste ich wieder ins Keller. Ich sollte Stromzähler und Gaszähler lesen und dann das abgeben an die Firma. Und so meine Idee war am Ende, weil natürlich Hausbesitzer nicht darf Schlüsselübergabe, weil warum, you know? So ich habe meine Videokamera genommen und ich habe einfach alles gefilmt und ich dachte, wenn was ist und da gibt eine Frage, ich habe mindestens Beweis für den Zustand, wie ich habe das alles verlassen. Und mein Plan war mit meiner Videokamera dann eventuell im Keller und kann ich dann aufnehmen die Zähler und da habe ich dann Screenshots und kann ich angeben an die Firma. Ne? Versuche in den Keller zu gehen. Ich hatte euch gesagt, ich hatte euch Bilder gezeigt, wie das war geflutet Für mehr als einem Jahr war das überflutet, rotten von unten bis oben. Aber an diesem Tag, mein letzter Tag, ich gehe da unten mit meiner Kamera, holy shit. Es war mehr flooded, also mehr, das war schon über die Treppe. Ich konnte gar nicht in den Keller gehen. Und das Wasser war fucking schwarz. Und sofort, als ich habe den Kellertor aufgemacht, es riecht wie fucking Fuel, like Benzin, Gas, ich weiß nicht, was das Rochen ist, aber holy shit, es riecht nicht gesund, gefährlich. Aber was, der Keller ist immer noch voll mit Wasser. Jetzt seit mehr als einem Jahr, vielleicht sogar 2 Jahre. Und jetzt ist das Wasser schwarz. Like, du kannst nichts mehr den Boden sehen und es ist schwarz in Farbe. Wo ich bin verwirrt, what the fuck is this schwarz? Is that an art Schimmel oder what? It looked like something from a horror film. A horror film. Und, oh my God. Wie gesagt, ich hatte mehr Angst, dass es wird explodieren. Like, da ist klar Chemie gemischt. Auch Gesundheitsamt hat gesagt, jemand vom Umweltamt zu kommen. Ich glaube, das hat nie passiert. Ich habe mir wirklich überlegt, ob ich so Umweltamt ein Bild senden, von wie das jetzt ausschaut. Weil das Wasser, wie gesagt, ist schwarz, da ist wieder das Regenbogenfarbe. Und sofort, als du bist in der Nähe, du riechst, was ich denke ist Gas. Fuel. I'm saying fuel like benzene, which I don't know where that would come from or why, but that's the smell that it smelled like. Die lassen die verraten, was sie abbergen müssen, die wird komplett neu gebaut. Ah, Patty, ich glaube, die Frau gibt den Fick. Ganz ehrlich. Die hat es geerbt. Free money. That's it. Sie hat es nie angesehen als einen Job, was es ist. Es ist ein Job, man hat beantworten, man soll Upkeep machen, man soll schauen, dass die Leute wohnen nicht in Slum-Situationen. Aber ne. Einfach in anderen Ländern sitzen, Hauptsache Geld lassen kommen. Und ich glaube, ganz ehrlich, sie werden das gern verkaufen, weil Geld. Some people in this world choose money over people. It's just how it is. There are those people, they don't give a shit about people, but they give a big shit about money. Those people exist. And I honestly believe she would like to sell it, but right now, do you know how the market is? Do you know how well buildings are selling? Do you know how well buildings are selling in the great city of Mönchengladbach? Not good. And ja, ich weiß auch hier in Deutschland, das Haus ist mehr wert, wenn es leer ist. Ne? Wie kriegst du ein Haus leer? Ich bin nicht dumm, ich weiß, was für Spiele, aber ich denke eher, das ist, sie gibt den Fick. Sie bekommt kostenlos Geld. Es ist scheißegal, wie andere Leute wohnen. Ne? Dass die unsicher fühlen, dass es unhygienisch ist, dass es ungesund ist, das ist scheißegal. Hauptsache, sie kriegt kostenlos Geld. That's it. She muss nichts machen. Just easy money. Heizöl, hast gebrochen. Dude, I feel so much better. My first night sleeping in my new apartment, I felt a difference. Like, I'm sure the schimmel, mold is not good, you know? And whatever those chemicals were that were flowing in the air from the basement could not have been good either. So, aber ich habe auf jeden Fall einen Unterschied gemerkt, als ich bin geschlafen hier in eine neue Wohnung. Viel besser. Back to, was ich hatte gesagt, gesprochen über die Wohnung, dass es war für schwerbehinderte Menschen. Ich wollte nur sagen, das Lustige ist, diese Wohnung war gemeint für jemanden im Rollstuhl, aber am Ende, it's fucking super für mein Schwerbehinderung, für mein Schwindel. In der letzten Wohnung, ich war ständig, jeden Tag, mehrmals am Tag, Ellenbogen, Knie, Hüfte, an der Tür, an der Tisch, an etwas. Just wegen mein Schwindel. Die Wohnung ist nicht schuld. Aber diese Wohnung ist mir offen. Ne? Like diese Zimmer ist das beste Beispiel. It's a großer offener Platz. Die Türen sind alle ein bisschen breiter. Ich stoße mich weniger hier. So, I'm really happy that I was able to get a disabled apartment, and it actually ended up being perfect for my issues. Aber ich danke euch auch, ne? Ich freue mich, dass ihr freut sich, aber wirklich, ich had feel good tips, Rat bekommen from my YouTube video in the Kommentar from euch. Really, this is, ich habe mir gemeldet bei jeder Organisation, ich habe alles, ich habe wirklich viel gute Tipps von euch bekommen. Ich bin sehr, sehr, sehr dankbar für meine Zuschauer hier on YouTube. Ich sag das immer wieder, ohne Scheiß. Bevor ich habe angefangen mit YouTube, ich hatte Angst. Ich hatte Angst vor Trolls, nicht Angst. Just genervt. Ich wollte Bullshit nicht. Ich bin nichts mehr in High School. Trolls sind so High School, you know? Aber ich bin jedes Mal überrascht. Jedes Mal, ich uploade ein Video und jedes Mal, wenn ich habe ein Problem oder generell eine Frage, ich bekomme immer meine Antwort in den Kommentaren. Ich bekomme immer gute Infos und ich fühle mich unterstützt. Wir haben eine schöne Community hier aufgebaut, werde ich sagen. Und hoffentlich jetzt, dass ich fühle mir wohl in der neuen Wohnung. Ich bin jetzt besser drauf. Langsam bin ich wirklich hier rein. Ich hoffe, dass wir können das mehr machen. Ne? I really want to do more live stream. I'm going back and forth here between the German and the English. I don't know who's watching at this point, if it's more German or English. But I do plan on doing this more, folks. I do plan on doing this more. The truth is, I spend a majority of my days here in my apartment. So maybe I can work on being more social by starting with you folks. Yeah, I would like to ideally come up with like a schedule. And I was even thinking like maybe I should pick a day where I only speak German. Should we do like Deutsche Dienstags? Deutsche Dienstags. That could actually work. That's not bad. I was trying to come up with catchy names or something to help me figure out like what kind of a schedule. Like, do I want to do one day where I'll live stream and I'll just be painting? Because I think if I do it more often and people expect it, little by little, it'll grow. There'll be more people there, you know? But I haven't gotten there yet. I just got moved in. I'm still not completely moved in. I still don't have all my boxes empty. I still need a kitchen. Hopefully, I will have a kitchen, hopefully, in the beginning of November. A friend of mine found a kitchen available at the end of the month if we take it apart, pick it up, and build it ourselves. I have no clue with any of that, so hopefully my friend does. But I'm saying this because then by November, I should have a kitchen. And I want to see if I can make a setup here that maybe I can sometimes film from my kitchen. Maybe cooking, maybe I'll cook some American food, maybe I'll cook some German food, maybe I'll just cook, talk smack. I don't know. What I'm just saying is I am just letting you all know, my viewers, that I do plan on being more active here. That was tough in the last apartment. I was under stress from several different directions. Not only was I unsafe and uncomfortable in the apartment I was living in, I also fighting court battles in regards to getting Pflegegrad, Pflegegeld, Gehzeichen. I decided to start several battles at once. And the last year has been really kind of tough. And I haven't won all the battles. Brauchst Akkuschrauber, eine wurzelnde Wasserwaage, mir nicht das Geratssatz. Ich glaube, ich habe Wasserwaage. Yeah, my friend has tools. Hopefully he has the tools. He said he has the tools and the car and a trailer. I'm not much help. Maybe I'll be able to drag one or two pieces. What a pain in the ass, Germany. You need to start building more apartments with kitchens already in them. Jesus Christ. That is such a pain in the ass. Having to build a kitchen into an apartment. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I was just about to hang up, but now Patty the Fly comes walking in here, and the party gets started again. We got 11 likes. I appreciate you, 11 folks. Right now we got 5 people in here. That's pretty nice. Aufpassen mit dem Schrauben, kein Leitungen treffen. Ja, und sieh, genau das habe ich gar keine Ahnung. Da habe ich gar keine Ahnung. I don't know, I need a handyman. Ich wende mich an Kombos, you know? Ich habe gar keine Ahnung mit Bauen und I mean, auch die deutsche Wände habe ich nur Frage. Ich wollte in einem anderen Zimmer, ich wollte ein Bild hängen und ich komme gar nicht in den Wand. It's just like fucking solid concrete. I don't. Einer Kumpel hat gemeint, ich brauche eine bestimmte drill, is it a drill, Accushopper? I don't know. Because it's stone or something. I don't know. I don't have good tools myself. My Werkzeuge, ich habe eine kleine Kollektion von Werkzeuge, alle hab kaputt. So, and with building furniture, ich muss mich an jemanden wenden für Hilfe, wenn es geht Mobile bauen, Küche aufbauen. I lose patience. Ich habe wenig Geduld. Wenn ich versuche etwas, ich möchte schnell kennen. Und wenn das kommt nicht, ich werde schnell frustriert und dann gebe ich auf und dann laufe ich weg. Manchmal mache ich was kaputt. Deswegen ja, ist es besser, wenn ich habe jemanden, der kennt sich aus mit den Werkzeugen und hat Geduld und kennt es besser als mich. Steinbohrer und Dübel und Schraube. German is such a great language. Steinbohrer und Dübel und Schraube. Dübel is a cute word. Dübel. Man muss nicht alles können. Nope. You just gotta know people. What I don't know how to do, I'm sure I got friends that know how to do, right? That's what the route I'm going with the kitchen. Oh, I wish I had a kitchen. I'm washing dishes in my bathroom. So fucking. I feel poor when I'm washing dishes in the bathroom and I'm sitting on the ground in my kitchen room microwaving a bowl of soup. Like I have these moments where I really feel poor. I mean, I know I'm poor, but it's a whole different thing to actually be living it and have those moments, you know? Like, I need a kitchen. I need a kitchen. I'm going to start foraging in the forest across the street. Maybe I'll start hunting. I can't hunt. I'm just kidding. Aber glücklich etwas. Ja, endlich was Gutes. That was, and letzte Jahr was just so full of bullshit for me. Really. Zu viel bullshit in the letztes Jahr. I'm hoping that next year's better, you know? Next year should be better. But this whole live stream was just part of the purpose of one of my goals for this year, which is I gotta do something with the damn art. I'm tired of hearing all you people tell me to do something with my damn art. I'm trying to do something with my damn art. So I'm doing it. And by the end of this year, I want to have some things completed and up on a website. So I'm starting here. I'll do some little live streams. Anybody that's interested can pop on in. But yeah, I'll be doing these more. I gotta do wird es Armstrong, wird es? Ja, langsam kommt das alles zusammen. But yeah, I gotta figure out, like I said, I want to do the live streaming more. Maybe I'll do some German only live streams. My thick ass Americanisch accent. Maybe I'll do some. Irgendwie magst du ein Video. Wie hat gedacht, dass ein Umzug mein Leben rettet? Ja. Das Umzug mein Leben, maybe. Nah, dude, for me, I was so happy with the neighbors. Patty, I moved to Germany in 2001. 90% of my German neighbors, and I've lived in maybe like 4 or 5 apartments in my time in Germany, 90% of my German neighbors don't see you, don't know you, don't talk to you, don't greet you. They hide. They communicate by saying the real loud when you're too loud. 90% of German neighbors. And Patty, I moved in here, and before I was even in, when I was just bringing stuff over, a guy and his mom both live in the building, came up, went out of their way to introduce themselves, tell me if I need anything. Another older man came to me, if you need anything, come on. Another neighbor, he needed some help with something, so I helped him. He gave me a dresser. Like, I have really nice neighbors. I like this building. Who knew to have good German neighbors, I needed to move into the German ghetto? Who knew? Not me, but I'm thankful. These are good folks here. By the way, there's not one German name on our mailboxes. Aber die sitzen alle in selben Buden. Hoffentlich halten noch nicht zusammen. Ja, das hoffe ich auch. Ich habe auch dem Gefühl, ne? Ich habe auch dem Gefühl. Aber ja, ich denke, ich habe ein paar sehr gute Menschen hier im Gebäude und hoffentlich es bleibt so, hoffentlich. Ne? Wir alle wissen, man kann wechseln mit Zeit, man sieht, wie jeder ist, aber bis jetzt, ich bin wirklich beeindruckt. Like, total großer Unterschied von was ich habe erlebt in meinen meisten Zeiten, meinen meisten Wohnungen hier in Deutschland. Das ist total das Gegenteil hier bis jetzt. Auch in der Straße bin ich einkaufen gegangen und Postman, Metzgerei in der Supermarkt. Ich habe ein paar Leute angesprochen hier um die Ecke. Cool. Ich habe ein paar wirklich coole Menschen. I met a guy from Luxembourg. That was interesting. He looked at me, he's like, what are you doing here? And then I told him, and he seemed surprised. And then I asked where he was from. He says, Luxembourg. And I said, what are you asking me what I'm doing here as an American? You're from fucking Luxembourg. What are you doing here? You're from a better country than me. And you're here in Mönchengladbach. What the hell? So we bonded. So yeah, I'm really happy. Now, the last building I had, the reason I moved into it, the way I found it was through a guy I worked with, and this guy eventually, a kid, he eventually became like family, became like a son, and he had found an apartment, and he told me about this. So he was my neighbor when I moved in, and I was just over the roof delighted with this, to live by a friend in the same building, have a neighbor that was a friend. I needed it. As an American, I missed that, I really missed that. And after some time, I got to know the guy on the ground floor of that last building I was living in. He loves to collect Sperrmüll. He was a cool personality. Really liked him. But because of that building owner, everything one by one just went kaput. People just start disappearing, and everything just fell apart. So, yeah, I'm really happy. I got a new beginning. I got with people I like. I'm in an environment I like. My apartment is actually nice. It's clean, it's safe. My door is shut. You ain't getting in here. Wie lang warst du in der Bruchbude? In der Kaffee ist man zwei Generationen. Wie lang warst du in der Bruchbude? Wie lange ich war in dem alten Wohnung? 19, maybe 5 years? 5 Jahre? Wie gesagt, als ich eingezogen bin, mir war es erzählt, da wird es renoviert. Aber dann leider war der Mensch verstorben, es war geerbt, dann mussten wir abwarten. So für das erste Jahr, jeder im Gebäude hatte Angst, die Dame anzusprechen wegen Trauerzeit. Und dann ich habe, wie ich mache mit jeder, habe versucht in eine ganz freundliche Art und Weise, hat funktioniert, und dann habe ich angefangen, Hilfe angeboten, mit der Hoffnung, dass da bewegt was, ne? Und sie war immer so freundlich und Danke zu nehmen, aber ich hatte gemerkt, nach einer kurzen Zeit, da wird nichts passieren. Nichts. Sie wollte gar nichts tun. Hände dürfen nicht dreckig werden, nur um Geld einzusammeln, weißt du? Ja, so ich war nicht nur da lang drin, das ist, was ich hatte auch versucht zu erklären, das war nicht wie, ich habe versucht, sofort Stress zu machen und ich erwarte das und das. Ich habe wirklich in einer menschlichen Art und Weise versucht, am Anfang Verständnis, Mitleid, sympathisch zu sein, weil ich weiß, wie das ist, wenn man verliert jemanden in seinem Leben von seiner Family. Und dann, ich habe versucht, Hilfe anzubieten. Denn das war einfach dumm. This is a life lesson I've learned more in my life. I've got to stop asking. I've got to stop offering help, and by help I mean free labor, to people that are in better financial situations than me. I've realized it with this situation that this is not the first time I've done this in my life, and what I'm perceiving at that moment where I'm trying to do something nice and help somebody, I'm just setting myself up to be taken advantage of. These people could afford, to pay professionals to get things fixed and pay whoever does the work a living wage. They just choose not to. So it was dumb of me to try to help, but I felt like it was the right thing because of how I was raised and where I was from. This is just like where I'm from. Your landlord, your neighbor, somebody in your neighborhood, something happens to them, like they have a loss in their family and they come into a situation that's difficult. You get two choices. You can look away and do nothing, or you can offer help. And I tried to offer help. That help was not wanted. And I tried, and that was stupid on my part. Because looking back, and I was paying rent. What the fuck was I paying for? She couldn't take like a quarter of the rent and fix the fucking steps. Like, seriously? No, but she could take a trip to France and buy herself a new piece of jewelry, couldn't she? Yep. Naja, mein Bruder will auch mehr Geld haben, aber er sieht ein, dass ich momentan nichts mehr zahlen kann. Ja, du, es ist schwer momentan. Es ist so schwer, Wohnung zu finden, aber dann auch noch eine Wohnung zu finden, was man leisten kann. Das ist... Ich weiß nicht, was die Lösung ist da, ganz ehrlich. Manchmal denke ich vielleicht, das war eine schlechte Idee, dass es ist erlaubt, Privatvermieter zu sein. Verstehst du, was ich meine? Aber an der anderen Seite, ich bin ein bisschen Anarchist und ich glaube auch nicht, dass das Lösung ist, dass die Stadt alles hat. Aber solange ich lebe unter diesem System, ich weiß eine Ding, und hier in Mönchengladbach, die brauchen mehr Sozialhäuser. Das sind gar nicht genug. Das siehst du, wenn du gehst auf eine Wohnungsbesichtigung. Da stehe ich da mit 20 anderen Leuten mit meinen Haarproblemen. Da kann ich nichts verstehen. Ich habe mir wirklich gedacht am Anfang, wie soll ich überhaupt eine Wohnung bekommen? Weil ich hätte kein Geld. Und wenn, wie gesagt, ich gehe auf die Wohnungsbesichtigung, ich kann gar nichts verstehen. Ich fühle mich unwohl, die ganzen Menschen mit meinem Schwindel und Shit. Fuck, man. Aber wie gesagt, für da bin ich zur Besichtigung gegangen und ich hätte einfach zurückgehalten und gewartet, bis alle weg waren. Und dann habe ich diese Vermieter angesprochen wegen dieser Wohnung hier. Und dann haben wir einen Termin gemacht. Ich hatte Glück. Aber es ist schwer momentan. Es ist wirklich schwer. Und hier in Deutschland, wenn du an bist, du musst für die Sozialwohnung suchen. Aber ich weiß nicht, wie das sind in anderen Städten hier in Deutschland. Aber hier in Mönchengladbach ist es eine Katastrophe. Ich glaube, wir haben hohe Obdachloszahlen. Ich weiß nicht genau die Zahlen, aber man sieht, was man sieht in den Straßen hier. Und ich weiß, wie schwer es war, eine Sozialwohnung zu bekommen. Wir wohnen in einer schlechten fucking Zeit, man. Hey, aber Hauptsache, alle unsere Politiker haben Billionen für Krieg. Am I right? Oh, danke, Patty. That's nice. Du, Karen, das verstehe ich auch nicht. Warum sehe ich Leute mit these, what are they called, AirPods? They take them off and they put them in a little case and they're charging. Warum ich muss immer noch fucking Batterien kaufen, Die verletzten Kinder, soweit wie ich weiß. Keine Ahnung. Gibt es wahrscheinlich, aber ich wette, die haben die so lange produziert, die wollen nicht ihr Geld verlieren, so wahrscheinlich die blocken sowas. Weil ich hatte mir das auch gefragt, die ganze Zeit, wie kann es sein, dass jeder hat AirPods, they can put in a little fucking thing and they charge it and it works. And I'm over here with these fucking paying €4 to get, what is it, maybe 6 batteries? That's 3 uses? And I get no help for that. That's so I became disabled, lost my job because I'm disabled, can't work because I'm disabled, but because I'm disabled, I get more costs. Don't get me started on that. Also, ich werde meine Gesundheitsversicherung wechseln bald. This Techniker can suck my dick. Shit's tough all over. It's all connected. It's all capitalism. It's all connected. I'm telling you. Wir können gar nichts leisten wegen Krieg, wegen Kapitalismus, the exploitation and destruction of the world and people. It's all connected. This is a class war. Als ik niet sterk in de wetenschappen, ik glaube, ich bin froh, dass du mir nicht sagst. Du, ich bin so dankbar, dass ich bin nicht in den USA. ich habe auch keinen Bock, dahin wieder zu gehen. You know? Like auch nicht als Besuch. Ich vermisse Menschen. Vermisse manche Essen, aber das Essen ist gar nicht gut oder gesund. Aber ich vermisse manche Zeug. Aber dorthin zu gehen? Na. Ich bin nicht super glücklich in Deutschland. Aber ich fühle mich auf jeden Fall mehr sicher hier. Ich bin auf jeden Fall mehr sicher hier. Wir reden Richtung Schießerei, reden Richtung Polizei. Und dude, für lange Zeit, ich dachte, wir reden Richtung Obdachlosigkeit, aber ich weiß nicht, das war ein bisschen zu näher dran für mich, meine letzte Situation. Das war ein bisschen zu näher dran. Also, als ich war hier gekommen, also ich bin nach Deutschland gekommen und habe über dieses soziale System gelernt und war wirklich bewundert, wirklich beeindruckt. Ich habe mir auch gefragt, wie kann das sein, dass man obdachlos wird? Jetzt weiß ich. Und wann ich durfte, wann ich konnte etwas jeder Deutsche sagen in der Richtung, ich hoffe, ich wünsche mir, dass mehrere Deutsche werden wissen, dass Obdachlosigkeit, das hängt nicht unbedingt an dem Mensch, man. Every homeless person is a policy failure of a politician. Punkt und fertig. Und das kann schnell passieren, man. Ich bin dankbar hier, aber ich warne euch hier in Deutschland. Ich sehe, wie Deutschland wird jeden Tag mehr und mehr wie da, wo ich hier komme. Wirklich. Ihr habt jetzt mehr Armut momentan. Ihr habt mehr Obdachlose momentan. Weniger Sozialhäuser. Ihr schickt Geld auch in verschiedene Richtungen, um Leute in andere Länder zu töten. Euer Gesundheitssystem hier geht auch runter. Ich finde es überhaupt schwer, einen guten Doktor zu treffen. Und wann ich finde ihn, hat keine Zeit. Ich mache mir Sorgen. Alle die Dinge, ich dachte, war viel besser hier, als da, wo ich hier komme. Ich sitze hier und ich fühle mir durch Lesen Nachrichten und durch mein Leben, was ich treffe, dass Deutschland geht mehr und mehr in der Richtung. Ja, wo soll ich denn next hin? Wo geh ich hin zunächst? Sometimes I think about Rwanda. Als Haberfinne bin ich auch sehr kritisch mit meinem Blick auf Deutschland, besonders auch die meisten Deutschen. Oh, you're Finnish. You ever think about going up to Finland? Finland's pretty nice. Cold though. Ende der 90er Jahre war der beste. Patty, that is wann ich war gekommen. That is wann ich war gekommen, right? Let me think. Nee, it was 2001. Ja. 2001 und ich glaube, als ich bin gekommen, da hat gerade das Geld gewechselt zu Euro. That was scheiße. That Deutsche Mark, man. We came over here with that American money. We were rich with the Deutsche. And then the Euro came in and put us in the check. Put everybody in the check. Ich habe 95 Abi gemacht. So that would be like when you graduated. Ich war 93 high school diploma. I don't think high school diploma graduating is exactly like the Abi. I'm pretty sure you have a much better education and more you can do with whatever the Abi program gave you than me with my American high school diploma. I found my diploma the other day. Where did I put it? I had it right here. Is it not here? Duck. Check this out. Moving, you find everything. This, my old high school ID. I look like a bulldog. I look like a bulldog. This is my old high school ID. We had passes because we could leave the school in our senior year. We could leave at lunchtime to go smoke weed on the bike path. I mean, go get food at the many fast food restaurants in the neighborhood, which is totally what I did. And this is so funny. This is my high school diploma. Why the hell are American high schools do this? I have a real diploma somewhere. I know it's worth nothing, so I don't really give a shit where, but it's somewhere around here. I have a actual diploma. But they also gave us this like fucking laminated card size. This is worth nothing. Do you really think I could go apply for a job and show somebody this and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's worth something? Not if you know that school, man. Not if you know that school. That's my high school diploma. So with this in America, because I got this, for sure, Walmart, McDonald's, gas stations, the mall, they'll hire me. So that's worth a lot. 95 hat mein Lehrer begonnen. Also Jungs, ich war auf ein anderer Weg. Also schon 93 in Sommer, I graduated, also habe ich my high school fertig gemacht und dann ein paar Monate später, ich hatte mir einen Sohn geboren. So, I mean, ihr studiert und hat Jobs angefangen. Ich bin Mutter geworden, okay? I made a whole living human being. I was just on a different life path. No time for school. I'm making life. Whoops. Yeah, the time flies, huh? It goes by so fast. It goes by so fast. In the 90s. Das ist Entscheidung. Ey, mein Sohn ist das beste Ding, ich habe gemacht. Ne? Ich sag mal, Kunst ist okay, aber mein Sohn ist besser. Weißt du, was wir müssen machen, um Deutschland? Das ist nur meine Meinung, aber ihr müsst mir links gehen. Really, ich fühle mir like denk dran, dran. This is from my amerikanisch Gehirn, my amerikanisch Augen, right? Like, als ich war hier gekommen, alles, was hat mich wirklich begeistert, war alles, was war in der Sozialrichtungen. Na, alle die Hilfe, die es gab für Leute, die gar nichts haben, oder für kranke Menschen, oder für Schüler, verstehst du? Und ich fühle mir wie, das wird alles weniger oder komplizierter. Und ich fühle mir, wie das alles kommt in Hintergrund hier von mir, linke Politiker, ne? Ihr ganzes Sozialsystem und Rechte und so weiter. Und momentan, nur meine Meinung, ihr dürft eine andere Meinung haben, aber ich fühle mir wie momentan nicht nur Deutschland, aber ganz Europa, wenn nicht die ganze westliche Welt, geht mehr rechts. They're leaning. They're leaning so much they're almost falling over. Okay? And I don't know, ich mache mir Sorgen. Wir müssen schauen, dass irgendwie das geht in eine andere Richtung wieder. Es muss nicht unbedingt, es kann am Ende landen in der Mitte, aber momentan, wo das steht, weniger Sozialhilfe, mehr Geld für Krieg, money for wars, but they can't feed the poor. This is not the life path that any of us need to be on. It's not where it's at. It's not what it's supposed to be. And I'm just bitter because I feel like where I moved to and what was always so much better is little by little becoming just like where I was from. That makes me a little sad. It's not there yet, though. Ein paar Jahre später mit Kind 99. Nice. Mein Reden, ich bin dankbar bei dir. Yeah, we live in some crazy times. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens in the next 10 to 20 years. Because we're already, like, if you just politics aside, look at climate, Politicians like it or not, I think the climate's going to force a lot of them to act, as places are already disappearing, But the war thing caught me off guard. Like I keep thinking back, 2001, I moved here, all of the Iraqi bullshit, those illegal wars that America did in Iraq, multiple, lots of civilians dead, lots, war crimes. Yeah, that's where I'm from, right? But I had like a little thought in regards to like what's in the news today, what's going on here in the news today. And it was this thought process about how I'm frustrated because I feel like where I am is slowly becoming what I ran from. And I was remembering how when America started all of the bullshit propaganda and the lies, as they did, we all now know about, weapons of mass destruction and shit. They flat out lied to the American people. I remember when all of that started, Britain, Tony Blair, backed America. Backed him. Everything little dumbass George Bush wanted to do, Tony Blair, Britain was going, yes, sir. America was like, we're shipping weapons and people. Britain was like, yes, sir, us too. Yes, sir, us too. So Britain was acting like America's little warmongering lapdog. When you go back to the times of the illegal war crimes, and they are war criminals. Like, that's not just figure of speech. This is international courts have decided this, right? We have laws and rules and court systems. I think of all of that, and then I look at what's going on here today. And quite honestly, I don't see how the news has not picked up and isn't using that same shaming tactic against Germany. Dead serious. I'm dead serious. I see the same kind of behavior. One innocent civilian is too much for me. I don't know how much is too much for you. One child is too much for me. But apparently politicians are fine with multiple children. More children than adults. Hexenhausen. Wait, warte mal. Patty, I'm trying to read the comments here. Ich sehe, ich habe kurz mich auch gerade auf Halbtagsjob in Kunstmarken runter. Das ist gut. Aber ich habe glücklicherweise auch kleines, verschobenes Hexenhausschiff. Was heißt das, Patty? Wohnst du wirklich in a Hexenhaus involved? Because that's really interesting. I remember when I was new in Germany and going into the forest, like there'd be these little wooden houses, and Germans would tell me that's a Hexenhaus. And I'm like, why is it a witch's house? Like, what? Why? I don't know. It's just called that. Like, but is there a story behind it? Like, were there witches that lived in there at one time? Is it? No. It's just built to shelter you from the rain. But it's a Hexen house. So Patty, I'm asking, do you live in one of those little weird shacks in the forest? No judging. I might be jealous. I'll come and visit. Nee, nicht im Wald. Ein kleines 52-jähriges Aquarium. Oh, nice. Ich liebe Fachwerk. Fachwerk is really cool. Really cool. I wish they still made houses like that. Fachwerk houses look the coolest. Plus, it's fun to say. Fachwerk. Sounds like I'm saying fuck. Fachwerk. There's a little town near me here called Liedberg. And they have a whole bunch of little Fachwerk houses. I don't see as much Fachwerk up here in this region as I did in the South. Isn't that really like normally a Southern German thing? I could be wrong on that, but I feel like Fachwerk is more in the South. But yeah, I love it. Fachwerk is beautiful. Gutes du ein Haus hast. Klein ist aber fein, ne? Klein ist weniger zu putzen. Do you have a yard? Hast du einen Garden? I'm thinking of ways around that. That's something I've been really missing. Like having a yard, having a garden. I have a cute little terrace. I love it. And I have a little back area. I'm allowed to play in and do stuff. I'll be putting plants out there and everything. But I need a garden. I want to grow vegetables. An der Rheinseite, ein bisschen südlich vom Köln, your garden habe ich. Ja, das ist gut. Haus und Garten hast du alles, was du brauchst. Ne? Dach über deinen Kopf und du hast einen Garten, wo du könntest selber Essen anbauen. Gemüse zum Beispiel, Obst. Wunderbar. Im Saarland gibt es auch viele Fachwerkhäuser, ganze Städte. Ich war in Sauerland, ja. Aber ich meine nur, ist Fachwerk nicht mehr ein Süd-Ding? Oder denke ich das nur? Ich frage mich, ob ich das vielleicht denke, vielleicht war der mehr Norden oder vielleicht ein Ort, wo ich war, aber die war weggebombardiert im Zweiten Weltkrieg. Oder irgendwie, ich hatte das Gefühl, dass wir sind mit Fachwerker in Bayern. Aber ein kleines Hornhaus, bisschen größer Hinternhaus und ein kleines Stück Wald in der Nähe. Das ist schön. Das ist schön. Es ist warm. Hast du überhaupt Probleme mit diesem Fachwerk? Ich frage nur, weil ich war wirklich neugierig, warum die Deutschen bauen nicht neue Fachwerkhäuser. Na? Alle Fachwerkhäuser sind alte. Und mir war es erzählt, dass Nummer 1 ist es teuer, ein Fachwerkhaus zu bauen, teurer als wie die bauen die langweilige viereckigen Zementhäuser heutzutage. Aber mir war es auch erzählt, und ich weiß nicht, ob das stimmt, deswegen frage ich, dass die sind nicht ganz dicht, dass manchmal Insekten und so weiter kommen rein durch dem Holz, oder aber auch kalte Luft und so. Stimmt das? Yo, Goldzwiebel! We got a full German chat here today. Vielleicht soll ich einfach auf Deutsch bleiben. I'm also on vergehen jetzt an fast 5 Stunden, ich saß hier. Irgendwann muss ich was essen machen. Ich habe nichts gegessen. Ich hatte mich essen. Aber jetzt ist sind alle hier. Ich kann nicht einfach so weg. Der Fachwerkhäuser im Mürgebiet haben meistens neue Verkleidung, die keinen Denkmalschutz bekommen. Es gab noch viele. Ach so, okay. Das wusste ich nicht, Goldzwiebel. Mein altes Haus isolieren lassen im Winter, Heizung kaputt gegangen. Hey, ich finde die Fachwerk so schön. Und ich denke, wenn ich mir der Fachwerkhäuser habe, da werde ich hoffen, dass es hat vielleicht alle, wie heißt das Ding, Kachelofen oder so, weißt du, wenn du könntest Holz brennen, das wird ideal. Dann ist das scheißegal, wenn ein bisschen kalte Luft kommt, weil du kannst immer wieder, fire in the house, that's luxury. My ex, I think his parents had that. They had that. It was a cockle oven in the living room. They called it a cock. I don't even know what a cockle oven means. I'm saying it. That was a little Fachwerk house. That little cockle oven in the living room was so nice. It really kept the whole place warm. But the best thing was it was like one of those they built like a bench on. You could sit against it, you put your back against it. Fucking wonderful. That was good stuff. Für Fachwerkhäuser musste man Bäume fallen. No! Now we've come full circle. God damn it. Couldn't they, Thomas, couldn't they just use old sick trees? Couldn't they? I guess it could be possible. You're probably right. Damn sensible Germans. Kann mit dieser Radiator wurde geschafft. Nur manche Tage. Yeah, that's a good point, Thomas. That's a good point as to why they're probably not doing it. I mean, but even not just the Fachwerkhäuser. What the hell's wrong with your architects? Like, really? How do your architects here in Germany not see the same beauty that I see in your old building? I don't understand how German architects walk around this town past buildings that, in my opinion, each window is entrenched in beautiful sculptures and artwork, and then they go into their German architect studio and they come out with a square block. Just square. Windows, square, no details. And let's paint it brown, white, or an ugly shade of yellow. What the hell? What the hell? I walked down the street, the old architecture next to the new architecture. I just think, at what point did the Germans lose their creativity? Was that after World War II? Did you guys lose the creativity after World War II too? The whole desire to be artists? Because your buildings were pure artwork, your old buildings. Again, not just Fachwerk. Look at this, the designs over the windows and the doors and at the top to tell what careers the people that built the houses had. And now they're literally architects just who can make the fancier square. Like, they're just squares. They're just blocks. They're cold and ugly. Billy Bowen is king. Dekoration ist teuer. Ja, genau, das habe ich auch gehört. Das war immer der Antwort, wenn ich hatte immer Deutsche gefragt deswegen. Das ist das Antwort, was ich bekomme immer wieder. Das alles, was ich finde schon am Euro. All the architecture wird auch sehr teuer heutzutage. So I guess I understand. I don't know, but I see some buildings that look pretty expensive, but the architect clearly just has no creativity. Like, I'll give you a great example. Great example. If you ever got in a car and you drove to Amsterdam from Germany or from the south of Holland, right? When you're on the highway coming into Amsterdam up in Holland, just before you enter Amsterdam City, you drive through a section that is like all new skyscrapers. I say with a question mark. I don't know if they qualify as skyscrapers. I don't know what makes the qualification, but big office type buildings. There you can see that the Dutch are creative, understand art and beauty. And yeah, I think the German architects need to take a trip like that. Because, like, for example, with the highway entering Amsterdam, before you get off to get it like into the city, you will see these modern buildings with like fucking, it looks like it's coming up like this, and then part of it juts out, and then another part juts out. Maybe there's a glass bridge over it, and then the next building has like just plants flowing down this side and plants flowing down the other side. Really creative, beautiful works of art, but functional buildings. And here in Germany, they're like, block. I have built block. You will live in block. We will work in block. Painted gray. German gray. I don't know. Ja, Patty, weißt du, was ich meine? Weißt du, die Gebäude, ich meine da? Ich finde das, ich liebe das. Ich war in Tourbus ein paar Mal. Tourbus fahren rein to Amsterdam and just all the skyscraper type business buildings that are in the outskirts of Amsterdam before you're driving into the city, off of the highway, on that highway. Creative as hell, absolutely beautiful, beautiful colors, beautiful designs. They're bringing plants into it. Not in Germany. Not in Germany. So I'm just saying, use that as an example. It is possible to be creative, but like, I don't know. I feel like maybe this is just like, maybe that wouldn't be sellable in German. You know, maybe the Germans want that. I don't know. You know, now that I'm sitting here and I'm saying it out loud, I'm thinking about how many like German homes I've been in that looked like an IKEA ad. Just white and cold, like nobody was living in it. So maybe this is what they want. I don't know. Maybe this is what they want. I don't know. I just wish they would get a little more creative. Westdeutschland geht das ja noch. Der Osten ist designtechnisch schlimm. Aber ich würde sagen, im Osten kannst du auch immer noch wunderschöne alte Gebäude finden. Ich denke an Dresden. Also ich war in Dresden. I mean, auch wenn ich war in schlechtere Ecken in Dresden. Und ich sage schlechtere Ecken, man sieht, die Straße konnte neu gebaut werden. Man sieht so Graffiti, ne? Ist nicht alles perfekt. Auch da habe ich so Goldschätze für all die Gebäude gesehen. Sie stehen immer noch. I don't know. So when I think of the East, and I think of the east of Germany and I think of architecture, I think of two things. I think of some of the old buildings I've seen like in the cities, and then I think of the houses covered in slate. Dude, what is slate in German? What is slate in German? It's a stone that you can like chip and it can be really flat. People use it for roofing. They have whole houses in the east of Germany where they use that as like the siding. I felt like that was interesting. You see that in America too. I actually had a landlord that did that kind of work in America. It was more Schiefer? Is that what slate is? Schiefer, yeah. Yeah. That stuck out to me. I remember the first time I went over to the East, I remember my ex-husband who was from Franken pointing that out to me, like showing me that this is very specific Eastern Germany design. And one of the things he pointed out, the houses that had like the slate siding on it. And then the next thing he pointed out to me, first trip to the East, I think we were traveling over Erfurt or something like that. He pointed out that the electrical poles, there were electrical poles in the street, electrical wires. And he started talking, and as he's like, basically he's talking shit, you know, because he was better. He was from Franken. He was from the West. He was better. And all these things he was pointing out that were negative and very East, I realized very much like where I'm from. Like I felt home. America is ghetto too, has not figured out about putting the electrical cords under the fucking ground. I mean, we're still, we have slate buildings. I mean, we have whole, like if you go into, like I'm from Pennsylvania, and if you head out towards Pittsburgh, any of the coal mine in old towns, I mean, they were doing a lot with stones and stuff, and you'll see slate houses, but also that slate on the roofs out there. I love these Western people. Every time they try to talk shit on the East, I step up. I step up for my Eastern folks, because a lot of things in the East, and a lot of the people that I met from the East reminded me of home. So a lot more than some of the stuck-up people I met from the West that was doing that shit talking, you know. Sind sehr hässlich in die Blochen. Ja, ich war in Heiden, ich war da, ich war in Halle, in Jena, wo es noch so alte Gebäude gibt in Neubauten. Das ist, oh mein Gott, ich liebe alte Häuser. Ja, ich liebe nicht nur die alten Häuser. Toll ist, du kannst immer noch, hier in Deutschland, du kannst like alte Dörfer finden. I forget the names, like Wat ik in Franken war, ab und zu sind wir zu Rotenburg op de Tauber. Have you ever heard of that? Rotenburg op de Tauber? I think the cannibal criminal guy here who filmed it, he was from there. There was a whole crime thing. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Rotenburg op de Tauber, they have many buildings still from like medieval times, survived Second World War is what I'm getting at. And ich kenne noch damals, als ich da gewohnt in Franken, und mir war es das gezeigt, also Rotenburg op de Tauber ist ein großer Touristenort, viel Touristen gehen da. Aber ich kenne immer noch das Zwischen, wo ich halt gewohnt, so Richtung Schweinfurt, Sennfeld und Rotenburg op de Tauber, irgendwo dazwischen, da war ein paar Dörfer, aber wirklich Dörfer, like vielleicht 3 Straßen, klein, komplett Mittelalter. Komplett, like der Zweite Weltkrieg hat die komplett verpasst. Fucking wunderschön. That was cool. I can't remember the names. I bet if I looked at a map, I could find them. But I remember we would hit them either on the way to Rotenburg op de Tauber or back. So they were somewhere in that area. That's like the equivalent of like in America, we would go looking for ghost towns. Just spend the weekend walking around like empty, abandoned towns. But like, if you can find in Germany, every time you can find a whole village that was untouched by war, they're kind of cool to just spend a Sunday walking around. And it's like not just looking at the buildings, it's also looking at the artwork from the old statues that were left, little insignias, marks, little sayings on wells, on buildings, on chapels, and churches, the whole old buildings. It's really interesting to see what that stuff was really like. And like medieval, you know, again, this is where I become like a little American girl. Like I totally regress back to my childhood because medieval kings, queens, princes, castles, that's all fantasy stuff. And I love that stuff. So yeah, I do. I miss that. I wonder if there's any up here in this region that I live in. I guess Leedburg would be close to that. Leedburg, I made a video when I went out to Leedburg. It's not completely medieval, but they still have an old tower. They still have an old castle and not tons, but they have quite a few Fachwerk houses. That's cool. I'm just saying, like visiting little villages like that. It's like going back in time. It's kind of cool. I like those. Comrade La Terre Rouge. Okay, everybody better behave. Everybody better behave because my friend's here and he's monitoring. I hope you're doing well, comrade. Thank you for being here. We're just talking about old German buildings, and we are shaming current German architects for being boring. That's what we're doing. I was painting, and I was gonna stop because I've been painting for a while. Let me show you what I was working on, comrade. For any of the others here, it's funny. Like when I was gonna get off, now all kinds of people are showing up. So now we chit chat. So someone sent me this. Asked if I could paint it, and I was like, I don't know, let me try. So it's just a woman looking over like a mountain. No, it's like an ocean or something in the background. And that's what we were working on now we're going on 5 hours. So for about 4 hours, I was painting on that. About the last hour, we just been talking shit. Patty flies here. We're doing what we always do in my chats. We go over all of the topics. We make sure we cover everything. Yeah, Le Terre Rouge. It was actually someone, they wrote me and asked if I could do a consignment. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, let me see what you want painted. I don't know anything about doing consignment, but I could try. So that's what I decided to do today. I thought I would use that as my project and work on it. I don't know if I'll sell it. I have to finish it, obviously, but we got a good start. Had some nice conversations today in here talking about the art, what to do with it in regards to doing like being in a gallery or putting on a show. I mentioned that I'm working on a couple ideas in that way. Really thinking about stalking the local government again, but this time to maybe put on an art show. Patrick, the sculptor guard. I said, Patch, damn it. There's nobody named Patrick here. Random friend, the sculpture garden. Dude, I gave everybody a little look. See, I got this wide open room here, light coming in from my balcony out there. Got all my plants. Cute little bedroom back there. Very happy with the new place. Very, very, very happy. Dude, you gotta come over and meet the neighbors. I can't believe the luck I'm having with the neighbors here. Like I said it earlier. I said, who knew to have good neighbors in Germany? I had to move to the ghetto. Yeah, it was. It is spacious. It was meant for somebody with. It was meant for a wheelchair user, but some things apparently weren't done right, and it wasn't. It wasn't moving on wheelchair users. And it turns out it's fantastic for me and my Schwindel. I'm thinking German and English in my head now. I can't form a fucking sentence. It's good for my disability. I'm bumping into less things. Like all the doors are wider, and yeah, I got this nice big wide open room. I'm very, 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 very happy. And I like the forest next door. We were also talking about foraging. I was talking, I want to learn more about foraging. Like I'm dead serious. I want to educate myself so I can go in the forest over there and I can come back with like 5 medicines and like, some food. That's gotta be possible, right? And hopefully not die, hopefully not die. That would be a goal. There's a garden to the back. There isn't, but there will be. Let's put it that way. Nobody seems to be doing anything. Vertigo in English, I would just, vertigo is English. Vertigo is English. It's not German. In German, they always translate vertigo to Schwindel, which just means dizziness. But vertigo is the condition that tells you the person has it constantly. Like you can be dizzy. Lots of people can be dizzy for a lot of different reasons. But vertigo is like, it's constantly there, and I have flashes where it feels like gravity's just pulling me down. That's having vertigo. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But the garden, you were asking, the terre rouge, Frenchman, baguette. The back here, nobody seems to be doing much with it, and I asked the landlord if I could plant some plants back there and also clean it up, because I could see that there were some pretty plants in the back, but it's all overgrown with vines and weeds and spiky thorns. But I could see, because I know plants, that if I did a little snip and a little pick, this could be beautiful in the back here. And the landlord said, Frau Armstrong, we would love it if you made it pretty here. We would love it if you improve our property for free. So I'm gonna. Oh, excuse me. I was asking him because I told him I had a big terrace and I had a lot of plants, and I didn't want to leave a single one there at the old apartment. I wanted them all to live on, and I wanted to bring my plants with me. And if he would let me, if I could put some of them back here and I'll make it all pretty. Well, that's turned into, he said, sure. So come spring, around springtime, I'll go out there and I'll set up the back area. And I've decided I'm going to do, okay, so the Germans, y'all just need to listen to me, because this is something you Germans don't usually do, okay? But I'm going to do it, and I'm going to lead by example so that you know it's possible. The thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make friends with my neighbors. I'm going to do stuff with my neighbors. I'm going to invite my neighbors to meet up at some point next year out back, and perhaps bring food and drinks, and we'll have a little neighbor fest, a little neighborly get together. I know what you're thinking, Germans. We don't do that. That's why I'm here. I already threw it by. I already threw it by two of the dudes that live in the house. And I said, hey, I'm thinking next year grill out back, and we all grill. And they both said, I'll be there. So I'm really going to do this. My goal is by next spring, I'm going to clean up the area. By next spring, I will set up an area, and then I'll hang a little sign inviting everybody in the house. Let's start a little fest day for our house. I hope it works. Two of them said they would be cool with it. So if two of them are cool with it, I'm hoping everybody else will follow. It's like a cookout. Bisschen verrückt klingt das schon. Ja, für eine Deutsche. Für eine Deutsche. Oh no. You mean we are going to get together and be friendly? Oh! In America, this would be a normal Sunday. Like literally before I moved to Germany, that little trailer I lived in, right? That little trailer. I lived in a little trailer. I had a little yard. Everybody around me, they had a nice big house and a nice yard. They had much better than me as far as living situations. But I can tell you often on the weekends at my trailer, I would get a little fire going in my front yard. Maybe we'd have a little keg of beer. And soon enough, the neighbors from the fancy houses were sitting in my yard. No, but I'm really excited that maybe I can have that feeling here too. I got a really good vibe about this building. The neighbors here that have introduced themselves. Dude, it's really a good thing. Like they've gone out of their way to come up to me and introduce themselves and be friendly. And I think like somebody said in the chat earlier, we're all in the same situation. You know, this is social housing. We're all broke. We're all broke and pissed that our heater doesn't work again. My doorbell also doesn't work, but I'm not as mad as at the last place because I know it'll get fixed. Somebody's working on it. But the neighbor thing, I think this is doable. So for all the neighbors I've met, totally interesting. I have an Irish man here. An Irish man. That was like a mind fuck. Like my doorbell, and I open it up, and there's a man. My brain didn't register speaking English with an Irish accent because I'm used to the German and I'm in the Germany. So yeah, I even have a fellow English speaker in here, and we have decided we will do everything we can to keep the fucking British out of here. That's for sure. No British will be at our grill party. I don't know. I don't know if I can't call it a Strassenfest because it's not going to be on the street. This is going to be our private in our back Hof. Hoffest? Hoffest. Hoffest. sounds like I'm about to cough something up. Hoffest. Yeah, like Northern Ireland, like Belfast. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no, it stuck out to me when I first moved here. I looked at the mailboxes and I didn't see one German name on the mailboxes out front. And that's just it makes me giggle because my neighbors are great. For the first time after 20 some years, I have neighbors that are greeting and friendly and offering help. And I'm not saying the two are connected. Maybe that's just a coincidence. Maybe it's just a coincidence, right? Right, Germans? All right, listen, I'm gonna get one more cappuccino. I'm gonna get one more coffee. And after that coffee, I gotta end this. Jesus, we've been live streaming for 5 freaking hours. Let me get some water. Cats too. Kitties. Anti-British. Wait a second. Anti-British. Is there any other way to be? Is there anybody that's pro-British nowadays? Like, is that a thing? No, but I said it because he's Irish, and my name. I know I'm American. I know what my stupid passport says, but I come from a Scottish clan with a C. The Armstrongs were a Scottish clan, and if there's anything us Scottish and us Irish have in common, it's chasing the fucking British out of where they don't belong. So once I figured out where he was from and we had some little chit chats, we agreed to stay united. We will allow no British into this house. So if you were British and you were thinking of moving in here, sorry, not gonna happen. You got a cappuccino. Go home. Thinking about moving here. Let me just take my camera off of the stick I got it on. Oh dear. I did not kill that deer above the door. He's plastic. Found it at a yard sale or possibly in a garbage pile. Who knows? Doesn't really matter. Let's see here. I'm going to make myself, since we're done painting, come over here to this chair. Found this also in the garbage. Let me just, change my lighting a bit here. Probably don't need that one so much, but I could put this light on. I'm surprised the live stream is still running. Like, it doesn't have any errors. Not for sure. Okay, now I got a nice clear view of my makeup giving me raccoon eyes. This is what I get for putting makeup on. And that's how we take care of it. Gone. Wie gesagt, sehr schön. Dich schön so glücklich zu sehen. Hast du dir verdient. Du, Patty, vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Wenn kurz bevor beenden wurde, hier reinzusprungen, habe gesehen, dass hier eine neue Wohnung ist. Ja, there's cats here too. Bastet's back there. Bastet! Say hi. He's a black cat. He's an anarchist. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, I had been like kind of slow making some promotion about when I move in and stuff is settled, I'll start doing live streams. And then honestly, the last few days I sat here not knowing how to start a live stream. No, like I'm overthinking shit, right? But like I was like thinking, do I do one under the theme of I'm in a new apartment, and then what? I sit here and I have to just talk about that the whole time? Like, I wasn't sure I wanted to do that because it was just such a stressful situation. Like, this move has been stressful. That whole being threatened with being fucking homeless was stressful. I needed to get past it. And that's why I thought, well, the first live stream I'll do, I'll just advertise it as like I'm painting. I always plan to chat with you guys, just regardless of whatever I put up there as whatever the theme or what I'm doing. I'm always, if I'm doing a live stream, I'm going to make time to chat with my viewers. La Terre Rouge, you're the second person to say that to me this week. Someone else told me that I need to start going on TikTok and live streaming there rather than here. And I don't know if it's true or if they even know what they were talking about, but they were saying that you can make money on there. And I feel like this is a naive statement. Like, yeah, generally, I could also make money by standing out in the corner and hooking. But am I going to do that? I don't know. And how much money, you know? I don't know. TikTok. Le Terre Rouge. Le Le social media, le people, le poo-poo. I hate social media. I hate it. Like the only reason I have that Instagram is because I reluctantly understand that if I'm going to do something like YouTube, I have to have another platform to do cross promotion. I'm not on Instagram because I enjoy the social factor of it. Not at all. I have agoraphobia. I don't like even leaving my house. Like, why do I want to avoid like leaving my house into my home? I just don't know if I have the energy or the desire for TikTok. But I found that interesting. Like somebody just this past week, and she was like, "Nobody does YouTube anymore." She's like, "Everybody's on TikTok. You need to get over there." And I was thinking, like, okay, I know I'm old and out of touch, but I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't know if that's true. I just don't know. I also, at my age, this whole everybody's doing it doesn't work on me. Like at my age, like peer pressure doesn't really work on me anymore because I just don't fucking care. I might look into it. I don't know. I'm just being nice when I say that. I honestly don't want to. I think she just meant I think she's right in the way that YouTube is probably a little more popular than YouTube right now. I think that's what she meant. The person that said this to me was younger than me. So younger than me is definitely more up to date on what's hip right now. I don't know. Like I said, it just doesn't sell me though. It doesn't. I don't know. Social media. I get on social media. I get angry. Like, and not like, okay. So that was Facebook. When I did Facebook often affected me that by the time I got off of it for that day, that hour, or whatever time I was looking at it, I was often angry. And I found I was often angry at people I cared about. Like Facebook, a lot of shit went down there that just like showed me people, my family and stuff were ways that I didn't think they were. And I also didn't need to know, So I got the hell out of there. And I too am younger than you. Yeah, I'm out of touch with everything. Everybody's younger than me. But now Instagram, it's not now that I do the Instagram. I'm rarely doing shit on there, but often I go on to Instagram and instead of leaving angry, I often leave crying. Like no shit, crying. It's because the world is shit right now and in chaos. And I go on there, and when you're interested in something and you follow something, the algorithm detects that and it feeds you more of that. And my biggest mistake is looking into politics or the news. And I go onto Instagram and I often come off not feeling good. I'm saying I'm looking at social media like it's a place. Let's call it a cafe. Let's call it a bar. Let's call it a park. But if when I go there, it makes me feel bad, and by the time I go home, I feel worse. And it's probably not somewhere I should be going. And this is how I feel about social media. Facebook always left me feeling angry. Instagram now leaves me crying. I leave, not Facebook, Instagram. I leave Instagram often in fucking tears. Ist Kara wirklich für dich und deine Kunst? Es gibt nicht so einen Social Media Bullshit. Ist wirklich für Künstler. Kara? I don't know Kara. However, I have Google here. Let's take a look. Artist social portfolio. Ooh, no, I don't think so. Is it just a social media platform where we meet each other? Feels like a circle jerk. I don't know. Let me look. Okay, yeah, so this is just a social media for art. Yeah, I mean, that would be what I wanted if I was interested in making friends and meeting other artists. I don't know how to. I come off as social, right? Because I do the YouTube thing, and I make videos, and I can talk to strangers like they're new friends. I know I'm telling them, but I'm telling them. Can you just give me a minute to get it out? Thank you. The truth is, I'm not very social. I know. I prefer socializing with my cats. Right? Yeah, I told them. I'm honest. He keeps me in check. He keeps me honest. Oh, 100%. 100% is detrimental. And social media, I think, has fucked up a lot of people and definitions in regards to what friends are. There are people right now in our world that will look at you with a straight fucking face and say, I have 700 friends on Facebook. And they think that's worth anything. They say that as if those 700 people are really their friends. Friends. Do we understand what the word friends is? Lisette? You're interrupting me. What did I teach you about we each take to I say something, you say something. It's about give and take. Jesus, he's always interrupting me. I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying. Clearly. Lisette, I got someone with a boob. Come here. I can do one better. Someone wants to give you a boob. Why don't we give them a show? Come here. Show them how magnificent you are. Show them. Yeah, he's a killer. He misses being outside. You got it. You got it. You kill it. All right, ranting over the social media, parasocial dynamics. Yeah, no, but really, I realized this, and I think this has something to do with my job. So, the first time that I realized the social media shit was really not for me was totally related to the fact that I worked in sales. And as a salesperson who I used to be a social butterfly. I used to be very outgoing. I used to know a lot of different people in a lot of different lands. I used to like keeping in touch with them and do all kinds of things like that. But not all of them were my friends, you understand? Because of the job position that I was in, my job often put me in the position of being before mass amounts of people. And what was I to do? Be a dick to them? No, I was to be very friendly. Luckily, by nature, I'm curious and fairly friendly to strangers. So I did that. But what social media meant, when social media came around, is when I do these sales jobs and be ever so friendly, present, sales lady you just met and you just like, oh, so much, and you're totally going to come back and buy for something from me. That's a great thing. But with social media, instead, it takes a weird turn. And my time off isn't my time off anymore. I go home and I open up my social media because I want to check on my aunt that has cancer. And I want to check on a friend of mine I haven't talked to in a long time that I know is going through a hard time. At the same time, I see an inside joke. Somebody posted something from my high school years. And what happens? Boop. There's that customer lurking, watching, reading, curious about the conversations I have with my friends, with my family. I viewed my Facebook like my backyard. Okay, so when I sit in my backyard, sure, neighbors can see me. They might overhear some of my conversation, but I'm picky about who I invite into my backyard. Do you know what I mean? But with Facebook, social media, complete strangers at any point are just leering over your fence in your backyard, watching your business. it's weird. It's fucking weird. And yeah, again, as a salesperson that also met a lot of people in my life. I mean, I knew before social media that there's some people in this world that don't understand boundaries, right? Like some people just get weird, especially if you're friendly to them, right? So I've been in that situation too, where I've been too friendly to the wrong person and then they wouldn't leave me alone. And social media makes that easier for those types of people. It really does. Hey, do you want to come over here? Yeah, well, why are you yelling in the background? I told you if you're going to live stream, you have to talk to the people. You can't just yell from the background. It's rude. I think he understood. I think he got it. Yeah, but I felt like I didn't get a break, like as a salesperson, it just felt like the stalking me. And then it's like some of those customers, totally nice people. I totally liked them. I would have been pleasant if I ran into them out in the street. I would have loved to sell something to them again. I really thought they were good people. But then they start to feel like creepy stalkers. And it also starts to feel like I never got a break or a private life. And the customers keep them paying, looking at you, KW. Yeah, I don't know. It was like some customers, like when I think of like the jobs working with musicians, and I would travel all these different countries. There were definitely lots of people I wanted to keep in touch with, and Facebook made that easy. But unfortunately, it also made it easy for people I didn't want to keep in touch with. It's weird. It's really weird. And they're not your friends, folks. They're not your friends. They're not your friends. Trust me on this. Nobody's your friend. Yeah, but I get too emotionally affected by like the news, And with Facebook, that was the era of the first time around with Trump, So there was all those kind of conversations going on, and that was a very tense time for many Americans. Many families got ripped apart because we found out, that aunt that you just thought was so sweet. Well, she doesn't think poor people should be able to go to a doctor. She thinks all Mexicans are bad, like that's what went down with me on Facebook. It's like the news of the modern day, it mixes, and then I started realizing people I had in my life, holy shit, believed in some things I didn't want in my life. And now on Instagram, the same thing is kind of happening. I'm watching the news and I'm watching the current events that's affecting me. Usually I'm crying about children. And I'm getting angry about the people I know, wondering why they're not crying, why they don't give a shit. I would never confront them about it, but it makes me want to do the same thing I did with Facebook, which is I just kind of, poof, I'm gone. I'm not there no more. Just not there no more. I want nothing to do with you. I think social media is toxic. I think it's only my opinion, but I think I was looking at it correctly. Like we separate real life and the internet, where we should look at how they're actually very much similar. And like I said, like I would view my Facebook as like my backyard. In the same way, I think we need to view WhatsApp, X, YouTube. This is a venue. We are at a venue, and then you have people out there, don't I have freedom of speech? I can't say this, I can't say that. Nah, dude, you also can't go down to the local park and start yelling the N-word without someone like me coming up and knocking your fucking teeth out. You're at a public venue where other people are. It's a location. There's rules. There's ways it's done. There's ways to behave. And when you go to some of these places and they don't make you feel good, don't go back to them, Trump und MAGA sind ja auch echt ein Albtraum. Erinnert ein bisschen an Deutschland 70 Jahre. Ja, es ist ein Albtraum. Es ist auf jeden Fall nicht gut. Aber wenn das ein Albtraum ist, was würdest du das nennen? Wann es ein Präsident ist, wer unterstützen veranstaltet Völkermord. Vote Jill Stein. Yeah, but it's not good anywhere. Like, I can't, you know, the Trump and MAGA thing, man, that went hardcore on Facebook. It's like at some point, Facebook became the social media for people over 50. I say this as somebody that is herself approaching 50 very fast. But Facebook, I don't know. It's become full of like, I don't know, older folks with older views and more conservative. But the American end of that I cannot handle anymore. I mean, Germany has its own people, you know? Anything America brings to the table as far as racist, Trump, MAGA, any of that shit, you can find that in any other country under a different name. Hey, why are you crying so much? Yeah, I'm trying to talk to people and you're driving me crazy. What's your feather? There you go. That's a good boy. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I view social media as like a place. And if I go to a store here in town and they treat me like shit, or I come out of it feeling like shit, I most likely don't go back. And it's like I said, that really the only reason I did Instagram is just because of the business training I've had through the years. And I have an understanding that if you're going to do something on one platform, you should have another platform to cross promote, you know? When I'm not here and any of you are curious where the hell I'm at, you've got the option to go on Instagram, you know. When I'm on Instagram, I've got an opportunity to possibly send some new people to here. So from a business perspective, but I'm not there to make friends. And and I'm horrible at maintaining friendships anyway, so I'm not there for that either. I don't know. It could be getting old. It could be the mental illness. It could be the depression. But I'm reaching an age where I kind of just want to be left alone. I don't even think it has to do with my age. I think it's just life experience. Just that. Come here. You got a big mouth. You're going to make you famous. Come here. Do you want to come up on my lap? You want to come and talk to the people? Yeah, I love you. I love you, but you can't be so noisy. He will be quiet all day long. He'll be completely quiet. And then every Friday night, I do a video call with my best friend in America. And for at least half of that call, as I'm talking and my friend is talking, this guy's marching around in the background, doing his blah, blah. And I assume now it's going to be the same with the live streams. I don't know. I'm starting to think that he thinks this is what we're doing. Like he hears me talking and then somebody else is talking, and so he should be talking too. I don't know, because I swear to God, this cat is quiet 90% of the time until I start either talking on a video camera, but he's also done it a few times where I've been here in conversation with somebody and he feels the need to get involved. What's that? We can do something about it, even though I know it takes time. That's true, Laterra Rouge. You sound very positive today. Connect, organize, teach, and learn together. We do need more of that. We need more of that, though, in the real life. Like, that needs to happen in the real life. Not just online, not just these pretend locations we call social media. That shit really, we need in real life. Germany, I'm talking to you. Talk to your fucking neighbors. And we need to connect, organize, teach, learn in our neighborhoods, not on this box from a desk, you know? When Armageddon comes, there ain't gonna be no internets. And Armageddon comes, you're gonna be wishing you had talked to that neighbor so that you can, I don't know, borrow his weaponry or whatever, but But Le Terre Rouge is correct in that way. We do need to start connecting, organizing, teaching, and learning, and connecting with each other. We absolutely fucking do. The government doesn't want us to do that. I don't care what country you're in. They want you picking sides of the good and the bad, which one you're on. Be occupied with that, but don't pay attention to what we're doing. That's what the government wants. Ich versuche in meiner Bekanntkreise immer empathisch zu argumentieren, die Probleme, die Leute ernst zu nehmen, in sinnvolle Diskussionen, Pauschalen und Beleidigungen zu führen. Das ist schwer. Das ist schwer. I mean, du musst Leute finden, die wollen Austausch haben. Ne? Es gibt Leute, die wollen nur einen Kampf, die wollen nur einen Streit und die wollen nur Recht haben. Und dann es gibt andere Leute, die sind offen zu lernen, offen eine andere Seite zu hören. Ich zum Beispiel, ich bin immer bereit aufzustehen für was ich denke recht ist und meine Meinung zu sagen, aber ich habe gerne eine Mischung von Leuten in meiner Welt. Andere Länder, andere Kulturen, andere Sprachen, andere Glauben, weil ich lerne von denen. Und da ist oft, wo ich verstehe nicht oder ich denke was und ich rede mit dir und die wechseln meine Meinung, weil ich sehe das dann von einer anderen Seite. Ich glaube, Patty, du musst, what's the word for choosy? Choosy is what? Valorisch? Du musst valorisch sein, mit dem du argumentierst oder du debate. You have to pick. Some people are just not fucking worth it. They're not worth it. Some people are not worth, you're not going to change their mind. You're not going to get anything value out of the debate. At almost 50 years old, if I've learned anything, some people really aren't worth it. The indirect for Blut zu erklären. Yeah. I mean, but isn't that just an easy way out? Like, you know that. You know, if someone doesn't agree with you. I mean, that's like something I did at 5. Like when I was talking earlier about how I can't put things together because I get frustrated, but I can't do it quick and then I just break it. That's the 5-year-old attention deficit child in me, just frustrated that it's not working. So this is stupid. That's what that is. If somebody can't debate with facts and make points and hear another side and consider it, and instead they just go, "This is stupid." You're Patty, don't argue with kindergartners. Yeah. Sometimes people are too stressed out to listen and discuss for a moment. That's true. Show them that you practice what you preach. Care for them even when you don't become friends. That's tricky. I mean, that's good advice. I'm just saying it's tricky. But, I mean, Le Terre Rouge, I have to say, you and I have had some deep discussions. And out of a lot of people I've met in Germany, you, sir, have actually taught me quite a few things. Opened my mind up to a lot of things I was just not aware of. And I really appreciate your patience in my ignorance, because I definitely, a lot of the topics you and I have debated, I have had a different opinion of you, or I've been completely ignorant, you know, and like learned. So I appreciate that you were patient with me and didn't just get like, she's a stupid American man, walk away. Like you took the time to try to understand. That is important when debating anybody, is to try to take a moment and understand who you're talking to, where they're coming from. What have they been through that made them the person that they are? You know? Gibt Menschen, die sind zu tief in ihren Bias. Ja, das gibt's auch. Das gibt's auch. Ich finde, die schlimmste Menschen sind die bleiben nur in ihrer Kreis. Wenn du kennenlernst du siehst die Sachen, die sind eine weiße Deutsche. Und diese weiße Deutsche, alle seine Kumpels sind auch weiße Deutsche. Seine Family, alle weiße Deutsche. Wenn Freizeit hat, geht, wo die weiße Deutsche sind. Und das ist alles. Hört immer nur die Meinung anderer weiße Deutsche. Da bin ich nicht überrascht, wenn ich kennenlerne, dieser Mann sagt ignorante oder rassistische Shit. You know? Das ist, ich finde, die Menschen, die sind nicht offen im Kopf und suchen nicht plus eine andere Meinung. Die sind gefährlich. Du hast noch gesunde Menschenverstand. Ich weiß nicht, ob es gesund ist. Ehrlich. Ich denke, ich habe Menschenverstand. Ich denke, ich habe viel gelernt durch die Jahre. I mean, wirklich, ohne Scheiß. Ich habe hunderte von tausende Menschen getroffen, kennengelernt. Viel Überdosis von Menschen. Aber ob es gesund ist, mein Menschenverstand, das werde ich nicht sagen, Patty. Really. Ich glaube nicht, dass es gesund ist. Patty, klar, die gibt es, aber ich kümmerst du erst mal um andere. Das ist der Ausführer. Eben, doch. I don't know. I don't know, Patty. If you knew what was really in my head, I don't think you would say it was so gesund. You know, like I barely leave my house anymore. I avoid relationships. Like I said, I used to be quite the social butterfly and talking to people all over the place. And my friendship circle went right to where I can manage it. And I'm careful about who I let in closer. Right, Bistet? Right. But I think I used to have more understanding, more sympathy, more desire to want to help, get to know. And yeah, I guess long story short, trauma changed all of that. Mr. Helford says hello, Kat. Mr. Helford says hello. Are you going to say hello back? You're over here marching around. You want to come up here? Yeah, you want to show? Oh, I caught a big one. Mr. Helford. Am I wrong, or wasn't the singer of Judas Priest? Was his last name Helford? Is that the singer of Judas Priest in my chat? There's not one kind of Menschenstand is in consciousness, but a lot of different perspectives from various ways of life. Nice. No wordplay. You're the singer of Judas Priest, and we're going to leave it like that. I'm going to tell everybody, you're going to agree with me and play along, goddammit. So everybody, the singer of Judas Priest is in my chat. I don't know. I can't believe now I've been doing this for almost 6 hours. We've been on here for 6 hours. Jesus Christ. So what are we doing? Now that we've got 8 people here. Not bad. 12 likes. I do hope you all still chatting here. I've remembered to click that like button. It helps the algorithm. But I'm gonna threaten this guy. What are we doing with this live stream, folks? What are we doing? I've been playing with these ideas. Do I want to do specific days, or is there a better time? Should I do some days where I paint? Should I do a day where I'm speaking German? I'm at work. I shouldn't eat. The door's already open? Are you about to put the show on? Listen, Mr. Helford, I won't tell on you, okay? But if you've got a concert to give, you need to get up there and get that concert. You got to hit those high notes. You got to be wearing that tight leather pants you like to wear, Mr. Helford. All right. I do appreciate you stopping in here, but priorities first, you know. People want to hear that music. Don't let a disability or disorder make you believe you don't deserve good things. There's really something different. You can't right now doesn't equal don't deserve. I mean, I appreciate your kind words first. But you know, like you know something shitty? It's bad enough that I do that to myself sometimes. I said do. Of course, I got to giggle at that. Can't let it go. Um, I think it's really unfortunate though that it's bad enough that I do that to myself. Maybe have those thoughts, the Terror Rouge, but it's even worse that society kind of tells me that for real. I'm worthless in this society. I mean, of anybody I know you understand capitalism and how it works, right? And I am not making any capital. People who I helped make capital for in the past, they don't even know I exist anymore. Support I get is, when I say support, I'm talking financial, I'm talking the ability to live and feed myself. It's not enough. And I can't change it. And if I would put some effort into trying to change it and make more money, I would essentially be punished for that. I have to stay under a certain budget because I'm broken, which is worthless to the capitalist system. Appreciate your kind words, but shut the fuck up, you close to it. I would never say that to you. I mean, I would tell you to shut the fuck up. You know me, but I don't think I'd call you a dimwit. You're certainly not a dimwit. No, but you know what I'm saying? Look, I became disabled, immediately fired, right? I'm told there's laws to protect that from happening because I'm disabled. Those laws did nothing. And you know what I discovered? I was going to make a video on this too, but I'll get it out now since we're talking about it. Why did I make a Schwerbehinderung Ausweis, Le Terre Rouge? Why did I do that? Why did I go and get a card registered through the local government to declare that I am disabled and then allow them to give me a percentage, label my disability? Anybody feel free to chime in, tell me why I did that. And then I'm going to tell you what I found out about that. And why it reinforces what I'm saying here with society telling me I don't deserve good things or something better, right? So well, the Terre Rouge, we're talking about two different types of worth here. I mean, I understand. I need to work on my low self-esteem. I understand that. I'm in therapy. I am working on it. Saying it out loud is admitting I have a problem, and that's part of the way to fix shit, right? But we live in this system, right? So this system does control our lives, and it does label us. And when it does that, it does affect my real life, you know? But listen, let me give you another example, just something that I came across when I was threatened with being homeless here in Germany, right? Got a lot of really good advice in the comments when I made a video here on YouTube talking about what I was dealing with. I got so many good tips. I followed up on probably 99% of them, if not all of them. Ended up with 2 workers from this city who I found by looking online for support for disabled people. So this was an office, an official government office of the city of Mönchengladbach. And this department claimed to offer all kinds of advice and assistance and tips to people who are disabled. They had a whole list of things they could give you advice and tips and guidance on. One of those was housing. I needed help on housing. I was becoming homeless, but also my whole predicament with trying to fight for more help from my health insurance company. I'm in pain when I go shopping, and they listed on there too, you know, that they could offer advice and tips for assistance for disabled people who need help with things like that, like shopping and cleaning and stuff like that. So I was like, shit, this is exactly what I was looking for, right? contacted it, had these two ladies come to my apartment. I signed an official data security paper so that I could share all of my private details with them. One of them was a clinical or registered psychiatrist or psychologist or something like that that worked for the city. And I really thought at first when they showed up after seeing this list on this website and the credentials of the people in front of me, something's going to happen here. Finally, I found how to get help, and I need help. Like, I'm about to become homeless, fucking disabled, tired, I'm in pain. I can't carry anything, much less I don't have money. How am I going to do this move? I needed help, right? Long story. These two women, really, I believe they wanted to help me. We went through all of the details of my situation. We went through the issues of my health, my status. They also believed that my disability identification here in Germany was set too low. They also believed it should be higher. They also believed I should be getting more help through my health insurance company. And I shared with them that I'm doing everything I know how to do. I have applied. I told them all of the different offices I've gone through, all of the things I've applied for, where I've reached out for help. Pretty much by the end of that appointment, I think they were in my place for probably a good hour. By the end of that appointment, they had nothing to offer me. Nothing. And I repeat, it was a list this long, everything from housing, cleaning, shopping help, any kind of help. We offer all this advice for. So as I felt like this appointment was coming more and more to the end, and I was sensing more and more that they were giving me the vibe that I had done everything that could be done. As I was sensing this before the appointment was coming to the end, I decided to get very direct with them, as I do. And I looked at her and I said to the lady, I said, why do I have a disability identification card? And she looked at me completely confused by this. And so I repeated back to her some of the things that she had said to me early on in this appointment. A great example would be housing. There appears to be housing for disabled people in this town. But unfortunately, that conversation couldn't go on longer than 2 seconds because I wasn't disabled enough. My percentage that I was given on my disability card was not enough for the housing that is available for disabled people here. My level of disability was also not enough to get help for any of the other things they had listed on their website. Not one fucking thing. So I looked her directly in the face and I said, why did I get this card? Why? What does this do for me? I said, quite honestly, I don't mean to offend you. I said, but when I think, historically speaking, that I made this card only, from what I can tell, so that the local government knows where I live, what disability I have, and that I am in fact disabled and it's on file. And I'm sorry if this offends, but historically speaking, if that's it, that's fucking, that bothers me. Turns out the percentage of disability that I have on my disability card, you want to know what it does? The only 50, they gave me 50, and every fucking doctor and official I talked to all says it was unterschätzt. They didn't do it right. They gave me 50 was the number. And it doesn't, do you know what it does? Do you know what 50 grad does? Because if you don't know, I want the whole fucking world to know what this fucking government is doing here. What it does is it's a bonus to employers, which is a really funny circle jerk if we come back to when I became disabled and the Germans tested me and found out I was unable to work. And therefore the Germans said that because I could do less than 3 hours of work per day, they put me into what they call an Erwerbsminderungsrente. So it's like a temporary retirement from working because I'm unable to work. But yet I'm given a disability level that the only people it benefits would be an employer. That's it. That does absolutely fucking nothing for me. It doesn't help me. It doesn't get me any assistance, nothing. But if you're some rich capitalistic business owning motherfucker, well, you can get me as cheap labor. You can get most of my loan paid. Oh, it'll be a little harder for you to fire me. But let's not forget, I don't believe that bullshit either, because I was disabled when I got fired from my last job because I was disabled. And all they had to do was pay a little bit of money. And yeah, they can fire disabled people in Germany. So I apparently applied to get a disability identification card, allowed this German government to look over all of my medical information so that they can keep on file where this disabled person lives. And should I decide to work, they'll make sure they give some benefits to some company. It's not just me telling me I'm worthless. This entire fucking system has told me I'm worthless since the moment I became disabled. Repeatedly. What the fuck? The 50 grad? Really? And I'm sorry, I didn't write history, Germany, but we all know what happened when Germany kept lists of disabled people in the past, right? Is that distasteful? Am I going too far? Because it feels too far from me in my life situation when I find out that there's absolutely no help for me, but yet my life got harder, my costs increased. But yeah, make it easier for a fucking business. That's great. Slow clap, Germany, slow clap. This is why I shouldn't be live streaming for 6 hours. Now I'm getting ornery. Yeah, so those two ladies from that office, I don't think they like that either. So then I followed it up with reminding them that I've also been trying to get a mobility letter on my disability card, a Gaidzeichen, a letter G, because I have a mobility disability. I stumble, I crash, I trip, I fall, gravity feels like it's pulling me fucking down. I'm sorry that you don't see it, and I'm sorry I don't have a wheelchair, but believe it or not, the disability is still there, and it is a mobility disability. However, this city turned it down the first time. They turned it down. I looked online, and within minutes, I was able to find a judge that had ruled in favor of somebody with my exact same disability for this exact same thing. So now I'm taking this local city to court again. So I brought this up to those ladies while already repeating to her that I don't appreciate at all this situation with my disability identification and what the city here is doing and what they offer for it, why they're just collecting my fucking medical data. After that, and then I asked her, I reminded her about the mobility sign I'm trying to get on my card, and I asked her exactly how many disabled people do you have working in any of these amts that make decision about disabled people. That was the most beautiful, awkward silence that followed because I let it hang. I threw that question out there. Like I went through, this is what's going on. This is pissing me off. You won't even give me the gauge. Oh, by the way, how many disabled people do you have working in any of your offices that actually have this making decisions about disabled people? And they both were like this. And like I said, so I let it hang. I just sat there and looked at them judgmentally. And when no answer came, I said to them, I think there should be a fucking law that requires you all to have a minimum of 1 or 2 disabled people working in government agencies that make decisions about disabled people's lives, not having a fucking clue what it's like being disabled here. They had no comment for that either. Talk to the government, Armstrong. You're not in America anymore. We have social services here to help you. Talk to the government, Armstrong. Why do you listen to the exploiters in the first place? Stop listening to the bullies. They make life hardly bearable. That says nothing about you. You deserve help. Yes, you deserve assistance. La Terre Rouge, I want to believe that. And because a part of me does believe it, it's why I scream and reach out for help, but I'm doing it in a system that doesn't give a fuck. The system doesn't give a fuck. The system that we have to live in, that we pay taxes to, that makes decisions about us. They don't give a fuck. Thank God, La Terre Rouge, for people like you that do. You know? Really. Like, Thank God for people like you. People wonder why I'm an anarchist. Aber es ging schlimmer, Patty the Fly says. Öffentlich Verkehrsmittel, vergünstigen Eintritt im Museum. Ein paar Sachen sind da schon. Yeah, no, Patty looked into it all. Not disabled enough. Look into it. Look up what 50 Grad Behinderung gets you. It's a gift to fucking businesses, period. As far as öffentlich Verkehrsmittel, I can't get that until I get the Geldzeichen, right? Vergünstigen Eintritt in the museum. I've been offered one thing. I was given a card to enter a museum, and it had nothing to do with my disabilities. It was because of a program I was on for my depression and anxiety, and that organization on their own gave me an entrance card to some museums, none of which are within an hour's drive of here, so I can't even get to them. But in regards to just being disabled and having some sort of entrance to museums, that shit was also listed on this local government website. Not disabled enough, not broken enough. That's me. There's none of that. There's nothing. Like literally, found those ladies were here for an hour. I hammered them. What is available to me? I am at a point in my life where I'm facing fucking homelessness. I'm physically falling apart. I'm exhausted. I'm mentally broken. I need help, and the only help I have is from this one organization, maybe 2 hours a week. Was ist ein Gleichstellungsantrag? Ich weiß nicht, was ein Gleichstellungsantrag ist. Das muss ich googeln. Das sollte schon gehen. Ja, was ist denn das? Was bringt das mir? Was macht das? Jetzt bin ich... Should I copy and Google it? Copy and Google, Christy. What is a Gleichstellungsantrag? What is it? Not now. Was bringt mir Gleichstellungsantrag? Das Gesetz schützt sie stärker vor Kundigen, nicht Behinderte, die finanzielle Hilfe Arbeitsplätze haben. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. That's what the 50 Grad does. It's a gift to businesses. Tell me how that helps me. It's a gift to businesses. It's a gift. I've been told I can't work, right? My 50 Grad is telling me they'll make it more attractive for an employer to hire me. But I can't work. But the one thing my 50 Grad does is it makes it more attractive for an employer to hire me. But I can't work. Oh, Mr. Helford, you love my hair. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the second compliment I got on my hair in this live stream. I appreciate it. I just want to say I put zero effort into it. Thank you. My hair, I'm constantly playing with it because it's just thick. It's just really thick and uncomfortable and hot. F2 Karen is back. Willkommen zurück. Patty mentioned, die nicht genug arbeitsfähig sind, werden real einfach haben gelassen. Auf dem Papier sieht es anders aus. Oh, yeah, that was something else that was kind of crazy to learn. This whole that I'm not fit enough to work. Diagnoses that doctors have given me, all of those things are completely ignored when you're looking to get money back from your health insurance that you paid for 20 some years. None of them matter. What matters is some old witch of a woman that will show up at your house claiming to be a doctor and what she sees in the 15 minutes that she's in your house. It doesn't matter what doctors that have seen you for years have said. Oh, I'm getting angry now. I'm getting angry. Ich guck da noch mal, ob ich da was finde. Und wenn ich was finde. Du, Patty, kannst mir gern schicken. Ich glaube, du hast mich am WhatsApp, ne? Du kannst mir da schreiben. Und Papa hat auch 50, aber ist schon sehr bald 70. Was Armstrong sagt, ist ein wichtiger Punkt. Arbeitgebern wird es schmackhaft gemacht, als behinderte Person aufzunehmen. Genau. Das ist keine Wertschätzung für Betroffene. Ja. Aber wirklich, wie gesagt, I don't know any business right now that needs more help than me. That's serious. My closest supermarket right now where I live takes me about 10 minutes to get to by foot. 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back. Meet by Hilfe. Nope, not me. I mean, if, maybe not me. But yeah, if I just do that 10 minutes, I'm in pain. Then there's nothing I can do to relieve that. That is just my life situation because I walk a little bit like a drunk lady. See, this is the problem, not for me, but it creates a problem for me. The problem is that society doesn't see a disabled lady. And the problem is that I continue to keep going because I get hungry. So apparently I have to look more broken. I have to beg more for help, and I have to stop going shopping in order to be taken seriously. Yeah, but there's no. I love to stay, but I have to look after some refugees. Take care. Take care of those refugees, brother. Mr. Helford, put on that show, Breaking the Law. I support you. All that stuff. Sorry I got angry. Oh my God. What else am I angry about now that we're ranting? I was gonna make a video about that what I discovered with my the Funsegrad. I was gonna, now I'm ranting about it here. Spoiler alert. That really pissed me off to find out. It goes even deeper. It goes even deeper. You wouldn't believe, I've had one or two people that work in I'll say the social area. I think one was a social worker, another one worked in like the social worker bride. So these are people that have like experience of working with like really poor people, people in bad like life situations. And I don't know, they keep telling me reapply, retry. In regards to getting help from my insurance company, this whole Pflegegeld type thing, I went to court. I lost in court. I didn't win my appeal. And these social workers that I have helping me, they want me to immediately just reapply again. You're furious about some dang communist lurking around in your stream. I would never be furious about communists lurking around in my stream. Communists are always welcome in both my stream and my house. I like communists. I don't believe the propaganda I was raised on. If my dad knew, though. My dad, ex-American guy, ex-Marine. He was sent to the Bay of Pigs when Russia put them missiles down in Cuba. My dad didn't like them communists. But Dad's not here no more. I don't know. Communists are welcome. Communists are welcome here. Just don't be too pushy with your communism. You get a little pushy sometimes. I admire it, though. I can't lie. You should have worked more in sales, because you're a good talker, Laterrouge. You really could. You could switch some people over. We gotta get you out in the streets, connecting and talking to the people and uniting them, not just on the internets, not just on the TikToks. My dad would have liked you, though. Believe it or not, he would have liked you. He was a good guy. He was just misled by his country. His dad was an army guy. Dad literally killed Nazis. His dad literally believed he was doing the right thing and taking care of the bad guys. And my dad's mom was an immigrant from Poland who was really thankful for her life in America. So I understand what created my dad and how he became the American guy, very nationalistic, very weapons collecting. But he also had a very open-minded side, if you can believe that. He did. He did. I mean, this is the guy who raised me to believe in UFOs and ghosts. Like nobody else I know. Like I literally grew up believing in ghosts. It wasn't until like probably like 5th grade or something like that, I realized there were some people that this wasn't just a fact for them. What do you mean? What are you asking me if I believe in ghosts? Of course I believe in ghosts. They're real. Like, What do you think would have been if he got to move in Germany? Well, I got a little taste of that, La Terre Rouge, because he came over for my wedding. He was still alive. So I lost my mom a few years before I moved to Germany. And in that time, my dad was also fighting cancer. Both my parents were fighting two different types of cancer. But we thought dad was doing better, and he was even good enough to be able to come over for my wedding. So my dad came over. I have a picture since we're talking about it. This is in Schweinfurt, Germany, on the Marktplatz on my wedding day. That's me and my dad. So he made it over. That's my son and I at a schlock chisel. But so yeah, my dad came over here. Wow. I think it might have been his first time in Europe, honestly. Come here. Come up here. And he was really impressed, you know. When he was still alive and I was new living here, I was calling him fairly often. We would talk fairly often on the phone. And I was telling him all of the things I was learning as I was learning them. Especially, for example, all of the social programs here and how much there is to help people, the standard of living, but also things you Germans don't think about, like the recycling and how clean the streets are. I was very impressed. I shared all of this with my dad when I was fresh living here, and he was just as impressed. He never once like questioned it and tried to pull like America was better. He always backed me on this. When even before I moved in, I was talking to my dad about it, and I told him what research I had done in regards to just schools and standard of living and just living crime. Just I'd done a lot of research before I decided to make the move, and he was impressed with it. He didn't ever once he wasn't that kind of nationalistic guy that was like America #1 and everybody else is shit. I think there was a part of his brain that was programmed to kind of feel that way, but my dad was realistic too. You know, and if he liked you and he cared about you, he'd listen to you and believe you, you know. Imagine your dad would look somewhat Tom Selleck-ish. No, that's my brother. My brother's a straight up cop. Like he's got the mustache and everything. Shit you not, Patrick. That's the one you don't want to meet, Patrick. You and my dad would get along fine. You and my brother, geez, well, me and my brother's toxic. So you always tend to believe the way you currently are is the best way. I don't know. I'm always questioning myself. What I was getting at with my dad and the German thing, he listened to everything, all of the things I was impressed about, and he got it. I think he really understood it. He was, and even more so, you know, my son, his grandson. My father seemed to be really happy about the decision. So I don't think there was anything in him that was like, oh, my daughter left America and America's the best. I think he knew I was in a good situation and better. And especially once I pointed out with the healthcare and the real things that don't quite make it to American news. I had no reason to lie to my dad, and he knew that. And when, you know, just I didn't have to point out to him, hey, Dad, I just left a trailer where I had no health care on my kid and I worked 6 days a week. And now I work even a part-time job. I get 30 paid vacation days. And we always both have health insurance. He knew. He knew it was better. He knew it, and he was really happy and supportive of it. He really was. Yeah. My dad was also, he was open to involving, you know, one thing I always think about, when I say, you know, because I said here that he was very nationalistic, very American. I think he believed that propaganda for many years, that America was the best, the freest. I remember him telling me when I was a kid, people want to come from all over the world and live here. It's the best place in the world. And maybe at one point that rang true. Anybody right now that wants to go live in America, I suggest you get yourself a psychiatrist instead. Yikes. Hello, Hydrolin. Nice to see you. Welcome to our chat. I started 6 hours ago, and 3 hours ago I said I was going to stop, but here I am. Welcome. Fuck, what was I saying? I was saying something about my dad. I'm sure I had a point and now I completely lost it. Let me think. No, but I think he got it. He got it. Patty, ich wünsche dir auch einen wunderschönen Abend noch. It's all good. Hi, Geraldine. Welcome. Patty, danke, dass du da warst. Welcome, Hydrenalin. Hydrenalin, I don't know what language you speak, but we've been going back and forth between German and English. So feel free to chime in with French or Spanish or Russian just to balance it out if you happen to know any of that. But yeah, it's been a little confusing. Oh no, but it doesn't matter. So what are we all doing tonight? The U.S. are pushing their propaganda hard, at least since McCarthy. And done parts are horrendously stuck in there. And Europe's just eating it up, La Terre Rouge. Listen, like you can only for so long be like, America and their Cold War propaganda. Listen, they ain't alone no more. They ain't alone. They've been screaming their Cold War propaganda for so long that all of Europe's just decided to jump right on that train and be like, yeah, Russia, bad, America, good. People came over to America because they thought they could make a profit and realized at the first hospital visit, the hospital was, yeah. Ich melde mich op en wenn ich was gefunden hat. Ja, mach das, Patty. Vielen Dank. Mach's good, man. Wir sehen uns. Ich werde wieder live streamen. Wir sehen uns wieder hier. Irgendwann. Ja. Remember, I just brought up how my dad was sent down to the Bay of Pigs. Anybody familiar with that? I know we're all ciao, cheese. The whole Bay of Pigs. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember what that was about? I know that's an old story. It was before I was born, so I know I'm an old lady, but all right, I'm gonna get one more drink, and we're gonna talk about my German has improved. No. La Terre Rouge. It wasn't just about Cuba. It was about America telling somebody, you better not move your weapons close to us. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Or we're going to get in a big battle. Don't move those weapons close to us. This is what the Bay of Pigs was. No? Russia wanted to put some weapons down in Cuba, right? America didn't like that. That was a little too close for comfort. NATO. I'm going to get a drink. It's just like history just keeps repeating itself and we keep seeing the connections of this shit. That's the fucking same. America said, don't bring your Russian weapons closer to us. It's a threat. We don't want them closer to us. And if you do, they sent a bunch of Marines, my father included, out on warships down into the Bay of Pigs to stop those communists from moving their weapons. Ooh, those big scary Russians. Yeah. It's wrong, right? It's not a good thing, right? My European viewers, when somebody says, don't put your weapons closer to me, it's a threat. Well, that's a threat, right? You shouldn't just keep moving your weapons closer to that person that feels threatened by your weapons. Shouldn't be doing that, right? NATO. Same thing. America has a tendency to overreact, though. You know, it's a very American thing. Realize atomic war is everyone lose. Did they realize that? Did they realize that? I don't know that they realized that. Some of them might have said that to pretend like they realized that, but I feel like we're all still under threat of that, right? Like, I feel like those same people that you think realized it, did they really realize it if we're all still at threat of that actually occurring? And I'm not yelling at you, Hydrolin. I love you. I'm yelling with you, okay? I just want to be clear here. I'm not picking anybody's sides. I'm anti-war, period. Period. I don't give a shit who's stopping it. For me, one civilian is too many. One child is too many, period. I think us humans need to evolve. We need to evolve, and we need to stop with the us and them, right? Because that's where all of this shit starts. All of this shit starts with us and them. Us and them at borders. Us, them. There is no us and them. Race is a fucking social construct. We're all humans. You are my brother. You are my sister. You are my cousin. You know? Some religions and faiths, they get that, and they speak to each other in that way, you know? Yeah, what the fuck? Can somebody tell me why we have diplomats? You know, when I worked in sales, I had some customers who's got like parents that work as diplomats. Do you know what diplomats get paid? Do you know the amount of money? Tell me something. What is any diplomat doing right now? Where's diplomacy? I don't see diplomacy. I don't see discussions. I see arms deals going on. That's what I see. I've had too much coffee. Like, I'm really getting angry now. I've had too much coffee and not enough to eat. And we're talking about topics that make me passionate. Damn it. I appreciate you agreeing with me, Hydrolin. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's money over people, money over people. But weapons, this is what we need to evolve. We need to, Jesus Christ, why Hiroshima? When Hiroshima happened, how was that not just the end? You know, how did we not just realize, like, what atrocities are we doing against our own people? What are we doing against our own people? When nichts dabei rausspringt, dann bewegen die kleine Finger. I know how you feel. Yeah. Terry Rouge said it earlier. We need to organize. We need to unite. I really think humans need to get a little bit more open-minded. You need to realize that the world is getting smaller for a multitude of reasons. The world is getting smaller. Accept that. It's a fact. And just as other people are being pushed out and forced to move, that could be you at any moment. So maybe not be a dick to those people. Better would be if us people start realizing that the people over top of us that make the rules, that are ruling everything, we start to realize them for what they really are. We start to call them out for it. And we stop with this us and them, and instead make the us and them perhaps us and the politicians, not us common men. Doesn't matter, race, religion, color, what country you come from. We're us. We're us. And then there's a ruling class with lots of money and power over us, made of a lot less of them than us. But we forget that somehow. We forget that. There's more of us. Eat the rich. I'll bring the barbecue sauce. Fried politician for breakfast. You can vote for me. You can, Hydrolin. That's on a passive to-do plan. If I can become German, I'm going to get involved in the politics. I'm going to run for Bürgermeister. Just because I like saying Bürgermeister. And I imagine it means I can make burgers all day long. I should get into politics. I don't know. I would make a lot of enemies though, because I can be very brutally honest and very direct. You know, I know what I need to do to sell myself. I know how to conduct an atmosphere or a conversation so it works and it sells in whatever my goal is. But when it comes to politics, I don't really want to do that. I want to just help the poor and eat the rich. Is that too much? Is there too much to ask for? Yeah. I don't know. I worry that it's too far gone. I really do. I think the changes that are needed in society. We like that in Germany. What do you like in Germany? I don't know. I don't know. So we started off painting. Now we're ranting about politics. Somebody say something positive in the comments. Come on, let's change the theme to something positive before I get offline. Something positive. Let's see, the weather. No, the weather's been shit. Something positive. I like my neighbors. Listen, hi, Jonathan. Anybody that like really knows me, they'll tell you that I can be very brutally honest. I can be very brutally honest. And let me tell you something about being brutally honest. People will claim to love your brutal honesty until it comes on them. And they don't like it so much. Politische Entscheidungen betreffen immer unsere Kinder. Ja, nicht nur, es trifft uns alle. Es trifft unsere Kinder, es trifft unsere Großeltern, trifft schwerbehinderte Menschen. Es trifft uns alle, die politische Entscheidungen. Und schau die Politiker. Nicht nur Deutschland oder nicht nur hier in Mönchengladbach, wo ich bin. Schau die an. Schau die an. Nimm einen Bürgermeister oder höher, mit dem du kannst sagen, der Mensch versteht meine Lebenssituation. Gibt es? Habe ich noch nicht getroffen. Noch nicht. Ich glaube nicht, dass das mein Bürgermeister hier in Mönchengladbach versteht, wie das ist, nicht genug Geld am Ende des Monats hat. Nicht, das glaube ich gar nicht. Ich glaube, das hat er niemals in seinem Leben. Ich bleibe immer noch der Meinung, dass Politiker sollen Mindestlohn verdienen. Und ich sage das wirklich als kein Witz. They're supposed to be public servants. They're supposed to be public servants. They're supposed to serve us. They're supposed to work for us, and they're supposed to represent us. How can they do that if they can't understand our living situations because they live in different and better living situations? They can't. They're not going to the same places we go. They're not hungry like us. They're not dealing with the same issues that we're dealing with. Politicians should be paid minimum wage. Whatever the minimum wage is, including those who can make the decisions about the laws about minimum wage. Wouldn't be surprised if the minimum wage went up, but nonetheless, I think that the people representing us should have, if not minimum wage, the average wage of what the average person makes in the town that they are a public servant for. I don't want a mayor driving a fucking Mercedes or a Porsche. I mean, they don't work for us anyway. They work for their friends. You know, generally you look at people that get into those positions, not just politics, but also if you look in business, higher, more powerful positions. This has been studied. You have high levels of narcissist, sociopathic types of people that reach for and often achieve those types of positions. People that really just want to do something for themselves. And some of them are really good about lying and really good talkers and really good about acting like they care. Obama was a great example of that. He would have been a fantastic used car salesman. So pleasant, so nice. So great as he's drone bombing hospitals. Yeah, what a nice guy. He did absolutely nothing for people of color in America. Am I allowed to say you are beautiful? Oh, are you high, adrenaline? You're allowed to be high here, but you should just be honest, you know. I appreciate that. I don't feel beautiful. I appreciate that. I will take that compliment and say thank you. That's what I will do. Even when I'm ranting and angry, because usually that just scares the men here in Germany. Like, dead serious. We're very passionate where I come from. And when I have discussions like this, where I get really passionate about this, I often feel like the Germans around me fear me. Most of them. Le Terre Rouge would be an exception. He has never been scared of me. Die neue Wohnung tut dir echt gut. Ja, also großer Unterschied als wo ich war. Das ist das. Und ich habe auch so einen großen Kampf hinter mir. Weißt du, das letzte Jahr war wirklich fucking scheiße. Ihr weiß nicht alles, was da los war, aber ich hatte mehrere Kämpfe da los. Ich hatte mehrere Dinge da los, was einfach negativ. Hoffnung immer wieder verloren, aber ich habe immer wieder gekämpft. Gott sei Dank hatte ich ein paar Leute an meiner Seite, die haben mir geholfen. And yeah, I feel großer Unterschied, psychisch, from the letzten Wohnungen. No, I really just did not feel safe in that last place, you know? Oh yeah, they all fear me. Hydral. Yeah. Germans don't like emotion. They don't like emotion. Listen, amateur anarchist sociologist Armstrong here. If I've learned anything from studying the German species, they don't like emotion. And when I say they don't like emotion, if I talk to you like this is fine. We can talk about anything. We can speak about it very level-headed, and we'll go back and forth for hours, and we can have a conversation. However, if I talk like the region that I come from, where we actually show emotion, and even if I'm excited because I just had a great day and it was so funny and I've got to tell you something, just that shit right there. I can't tell you how many times that's just me being me, where I'm from, we show emotion. And I will look at Germans sitting there. And again, I'm not showing angry emotion. Maybe I'm excited about something, but I'm expressionist and I'm getting louder about it. I will what Germans will get smaller and smaller and look at you like you're crazy. Don't like showing emotion. That's been a hard one for me to deal with. That definitely has also reinforced my habit of not wanting to go out in the society. It's not the one reason, but it definitely plays a role. Where often here in Germany, I feel like I'm too loud, too opinionated, too emotional. Germans like to keep everything very much in the box. Ordnung. Listen, ordnung. And they like emotions to stay under one level. I even had a German customer once because I was making jokes and bouncing around, tell me I should be careful because customers may think I was drunk. If that is not a sad commentary on your society, I don't know what is. Because I literally looked at him then and I said, you think customers will think I'm drunk because I'm pleasant and having a good time at my job and speaking nicely and making jokes with my customers? And he said, yeah. And I said, Germany! Oh yeah, German men fear me. Yeah. Most of them. Not all of them. A good percentage. Just the ones that have met me. Oh fuck, I haven't eaten. I got like 6 people here. All right, so should I make something to eat? Should I get offline and we end this, or should I microwave myself something to eat real quick and we have dinner together? First answer in the chat is what I'll do, because I'm really feeling like I need to eat something. Are we end in the chat? Are you gonna stick around and talk? No opinion? As you will. Oh, how very civil of you. Let me go see what I got to eat. Very limited. I got some soups. I got some microwave things. I got no kitchen. Oh, good. Potato plants. Hummus. Alright, I'm not gonna cook nothing. I got some good hummus here. Hummus. And I got these neat little fladenbroats from Aldi's. If any of you Germans watching like flatbread and you go to Aldi's, you gotta check out. They got these little like 5 packs of these little fladenbroats you can just stick right in the toaster, and they're freaking delicious. Nice for a quick meal. I get these 99-cent hummus, my little fladenbroat. It's a delicious meal. Ich hoffe, ab November habe ich eine Küche. Also, ein Kumpel von mir hat was on eBay gefunden. Ich find gar nichts hier in meiner Umgebung, aber er wohnt mehr Richtung Duisburg und so. Und er hat was bei Essen, glaube ich, gefunden. Und dieser Mensch ist erst im Urlaub. Wir sollen es gegen Ende des Monats, spätestens 3. November oder sowas, abholen können. Aber dann weiß ich gar nicht, wie lange das dauert, etwas zu bauen. I have no idea if we'll get that done in a day or 2 or 90 cent costed. I want some since I know food thing. I gotta get my toast. Hummus. See, look at these little flatbreads. Huh? But you can stick them in the toaster. They come already folded. Highly recommend. Nice little combo of, it's like soft, but you get it like a little crunchy. And if you like hummus, it's really good on it. So, maltite. There's my baby Isabel. Hi, Isabel. You want to come say hi? You want to come up here, babies? Isabel, you want to come up here? Okay. I'm going to eat something, so you guys better behave. Hummus. Oh, yeah. I love chickpeas. The steady spaghetti. What are you doing on my table? This isn't anything you can eat. Silly cat. The cat is on my desk. You can't see him. Don't touch that. You don't eat hummus. Cats don't eat hummus. We're flatbread. Oh, I forgot about my phone. Missed nothing. Hummus. Right. I need a napkin because my mouth is yanked. It's weird. No. You can get hummus for 99 cents at Aldi's. No shit. Aldi's. This hummus I bought from Reve. I think it was under €1. We can get hummus at Aldi's for 99 cents. And they also have like flavored ones, like a pecan hummus. And I bought one with, I think, cumin in it. It was horrible. Don't recommend. But the normal hummus for 99 cents at Aldi's is totally fine. Are we doing mukbang now? Is that what we're doing? I should show you food. I don't even know where my microphone is. Is this mukbang? Ich bin in Oostenrijk, wird so vom Haus aus mir. Ja, ich glaube, alles ist teuer, noch mehr teuer in Oostenrijk, glaube ich. Isabel, that's a good spot. You sit there. That's Isabel. She's my baby doll. I'm pretty pleased with what we got done today. As far as the painting and shit. Okay, I move this camera. Duh. I'm pretty pleased. I got so many more things I need to finish over there. Don't even get me started with what's on this shelf. I gotta finish some. And then I gotta buy some fresh, clean ones. I got no more clean canvas. Everything I own has been used, painted over a bunch of times. A secondhand shop down the road, though. I was just there yesterday, and I saw some tacky ass, but it was canvas, but it appeared like somebody had printed something on it. I don't know how they do that, but it was canvas on a wooden frame, like what I paint on here, but it had some kind of like picture printed on it, like a, I don't know, like a yard, or I don't know, just some weird general deco for somebody's living room or something like that. And they only wanted €4, and this thing was huge. And I'm really toying with getting it. And I'm just curious, can I cover it and can I paint on it? I don't know what they used to print on it. I don't know if it was some kind of weird computer ink or something, but what I'm getting at is I'm looking for bigger canvases by just buying some used. But unfortunately, at these secondhand shops nowadays, it's a whole lot of 80s junk, 80s garbage. Like, I'm not finding many quality canvases I can paint on. Isabel, you look at my art. Do you like it? Is it okay, babies? Bei Muller gibt momentan geiles Taschenbucher. Echt? Wie, muss man was kaufen erst, oder what? Geiles Taschenbucher. Das habe ich auch nie geschrieben. Und auch nicht einfach so. Normalerweise muss man was kaufen oder sowas, oder? I don't know what my cat is staring at. Be a weird cat. You're being weird. I like Muller. I get decent cat food at a decent price at Muller. Okay, that's interesting. Nichts ist umsonst. Doch, das hier, unsere Treffen, es kostet euch gar nichts. You know what else doesn't cost anything? Kindness. Doesn't cost a goddamn thing. Friendship also shouldn't cost anything. All right, I feel a little better now that I got something in my belly. Just enough. Ich bin so froh, dass sie kein Klopapier gratis ausgeben. Wieso? The cats want bedtime. They just, usually around this hour, they're just waiting for me to go to bed so we can cuddle. I have a whole thing full of dishes that need to be washed. And I just keep pushing it off because all can do is go into my goddamn bathroom and wash my dishes in the bathroom, line them up on top of my washing machine to dry. Oh, I can't wait till I have a kitchen. It feels so ghetto. It feels so poor. I really hope that changes. I did notice in this apartment search compared to other apartment searches I had in the past living here in Germany, this apartment search this time, there were a few apartments that had kitchens installed. So maybe Germany is getting up to date on that shit. Maybe Germany is starting to build apartments with kitchens in it. Stell dir vor, du sagst 5 Blatter und die Verkäuferin sagt, darf es ein bisschen mehr sein. Is your cat sitting on you while sleeping? Both of my cats sleep on me when sleeping. I essentially become a mummy who cannot move. So when I go get in bed at night, and I lay like this, Isabel, the little fluffy black and white one, is the little Persian one. She's the first. She comes in every night to tuck me in, and she will come up here. She will come up here and she will look at me. She doesn't want me to pet her. She will look at me and she starts mama catting me on my chest. And she's giving me this look like, that's good, right? You like that, right? Every night she'll tuck me in and then little by little she'll settle down on this area. The black one, little steady spaghetti, his spot is approximately from here to approximately here. He stretches out. He likes to lay on top of the blanket, and little by little through the night, he gets a hammock. And when I wake up in the morning, at the very least, he is still there. But falling asleep at night, she's here to here, and he is here to here. And I'm literally laying there like this. And some mornings I wake up and I can't roll over because I'm getting old. Because I'm getting old and shit is starting to hurt. And I'm waking up in the morning and he has been sleeping there that whole time. And he's getting bigger every day and heavier. And I'm telling you, him laying there all night, the weight, my hips hurt. And I'll wake up and I'll be like, I gotta move over, I gotta roll over. But I love them to death. I would never kick them out of my bed. They're my babies. They're the best roommates ever, 2 cats. I've met Germans that have said, I don't let my cat in my bedroom. I don't let them on my bed. What the fuck you got a cat for? I've met Germans that get, like, they look upset when they come in and they see my cat, like, on the table. I don't think these people understand cats. You don't necessarily tell your cat what to do. You just don't. The cats do what they want to do. The cats are clean. I mean, anywhere they go, like on my table or whatever, I can wipe it down. You know, it's not like they're dragging around all kinds of dirt or anything. I think humans are a lot dirtier than cats are. What's wrong with the what? Die Gefragste kommen nicht allein, die haben ihre Mäuse mitgenommen. Wow, you're noisy. It's not bedtime yet. Not yet. Ich lasse dich nicht in die Wohnung. Ich lasse dich nie in die Wohnung. Okay. Oh, you have a cat that goes outside. Hast du eine Katze, was draußen ist und bringt Mäuse zurück? Ich kenne das auch einmal hier in Franken. Ich hatte eine Katze, da hat er zurückgekommen mit Ratten. Eine große Ratte hanging out seinem Mund. Like it was, here's his mouth, and this rat was hanging out like this. He brought it up onto the balcony, second floor, and is at my door like, let me in, I got something for you. These guys don't go out. I don't let them out at all. It's not a good idea to really let cats out anymore. I guess if you live out in the country, out in the land, it's probably great, but generally cats outside is not a good idea anymore in our world. Mostly because they're like extreme murderers of birds. I don't know if you know that. And we take a lot more shits. What is going on? I don't know. I don't know where the chat's going now. I'm confused. Are we talking about cats? Humans take more shit? I'm confused. I'm confused which direction the chat is going now. I'm trying to keep up, doing my best. Yeah. I think we're gonna wrap this up. It's getting dark in here. The lighting is still okay though. This surprises me. This room is generally very dark. Right now I got a light on over here. I got a light on over here. But all in all, this live stream session today, I appreciate all of you that stopped by, because now we've done this for like 7 hours. And believe it or not, this is great research for me. This is great research. So I'm going to do this a couple times spontaneously, different days, different times, because in the YouTube studio then I can look at it and I can see at what times more people come in, at what times it's more active on what days. And my hope is if I do this enough, so the info I see in YouTube studios, perhaps from that I can easier create a schedule when I will like regularly be making appearances here and we can chit chat. Mein Papa züchtet Kätzchen und er ist immer so erfreut, wenn Mama Katze eine Maus bringt. Oh, Karen, hast du eine Kätzchen für mich? Ich habe noch Platz. Ich werd eins nehmen. Yeah, I mean, that last apartment I was living in, there were mice living in the walls. And the guy on the bottom floor, he had mice in his apartment. And we all had seen mice and rats around the building. What I'm getting at is having cats is a bonus in a situation like that. The mice won't even show up. I mean, in my experience, it just the mice, they smell that cats are there. And for the most part, they usually won't even trust that they won't come into the apartment. I think at least that's, maybe I just got lucky at the last place. Last night here, I'm laying in bed and Bastet, the black cat, is sitting on the windowsill and just staring at the wall for like a good half hour. And I'm staring at him too, trying to figure out like what's going on. The only thing I can figure out is he heard something in that wall. He must have heard something in the wall. So don't know if there's mice. This building is not that old and it's pretty well maintained. But what I'm getting at is if it was, I'm not nervous. Because just as he smells that mouse smells him. They know enemies and shit, so that they'll try to avoid each other. I'm just saying, having cats, if you're poor, good idea. You gotta live in the ghetto. You gotta live in places that are falling apart. Get yourself a cat. At the very least, you won't have mice or rats. So just stay away. I would hear the mice there in the walls all the time. And I really thought at some point I was going to find one in a cabinet or something. Not once. They didn't get in. But like I said, I think they know that I had cats there. Wir haben Ratten in der Scheune. Die gehen sehr gern auf Verlobs and Mama herself sick. Oh no! So you got a mama cat that's a real hunter. That's a real barn cat. Yeah. It's a real, they're doing their job, right? You're very noisy, Bastet. Is it time for me to get off? Huh? You need attention too, right? You need attention too. I know, buddy. He's very needy for attention. He needs constant reassurance, too. Constant reassurance. I can't blame him. Somebody dumped him. Somebody dumped him in our backyard. I understand where his reassurance, his neediness comes from. Poor baby. Meow. Adrenaline says meow. I'm curious who you 6 people are. Let's see. I'm curious. 14 likes though. Appreciate each and every one of you. It's just a paintbrush, buddy. It's just a paintbrush. I paint my kitty. It's a clean one. There's no paint on it. Yeah. He's really needy. He really needs attention. Today we're learning how to paint a cat. You want to do firm brush strokes. And you want to keep it smooth, you know? You want to keep that fur smooth. That's how you get that shiny coat, right? But on the face, you want to be a little more detailed. Yeah. Right. We teach people how to paint a cat. I'm going with a nice solid black color here, but you can feel free to paint your cat whatever color you want. Right? Yeah. You silly monkey. You don't want to. You want to show yourself? You paint the kitty? Yeah. You paint the kitty? All right, so as you can see, I'm trying to get into the fine details on the face, but when I'm doing the back, I do large brush strokes, you know, large brush strokes, you know. And you with swift upward motion at the tail, swift upward motion at the tail. That's right. That's just how you paint a cat. Get on the face. You want to get in there, and you want to do some little pokey designs, right? Little pokey designs, right? But then you want to do one big brush stroke right down the back. Right. Big brush stroke right down the back. This brush is completely clean. Not that any of you are worried that I'm putting toxic chemicals on my kitty. Yeah. You like this, right? I think he just likes the attention. He gets upset when I talk to other people, when I pay attention to you instead of him. Oh no. You clicked something here. You clicked something. Stop it. All right, folks. Folks, I have enjoyed this. I really appreciate each and every one of you that came by here. But now twice my cat has almost hung it up. He's sitting here threatening me. No shit. We're gonna call it a night. We're gonna do this again. Like I said, I'm gonna play with days and times. It's gonna be kind of spontaneous. But in the background, I'm gonna be watching in my YouTube studio and checking the details to figure out when are the best times to do this, you know? I would like to do this more early in the morning, but I think early in the morning, a lot of you are sleeping or at work. Probably going to make more sense towards evening, weekends. But yeah, this has been fun. I appreciate all of you that stopped by, gave me some tips, gave me some advice, that checked out my art. I just had a little chit chat with me. It's been nice. It's nice to be back. Again, I appreciate all of your support. Schönen Abend euch auch alle. Danke für eure Unterstützung. Danke, dass ihr da war. Und wir werden uns sowieso bald sehen. Ich bin bald wieder zurück. It could be also I come back tomorrow. I don't know. I really didn't expect to do, Jesus Christ, 7 hours. 7 hours. Fuck. But maybe if I decide to get back into that painting we were working on today, I'll put the camera on again so y'all can keep up on the progress. But like I said, I'm also toying with the idea of maybe doing like a German chat where I just speak German the whole time. I know manche Leute hören gern meinem Akzent. Und ich sehe, ich habe genug deutsche Zuschauer. So maybe it makes sense that once in a while I pop on this live stream and we do German speaking only. I'm thinking I need to do an update, like a health update on my acoustic neuroma. That's probably coming soon. Doch. And I got a couple other video ideas I am working on. A couple other video ideas. I want to take the camera and I want to go over to the forest across the street. I was thinking of giving y'all maybe a tour of this place. Vielleicht lasst ihr den Chat vorlesen, damit du dich nicht so oft umdrehen musst. Vielleicht lasst du den... Ja, wie mache ich das? Vielleicht lässt du dir die Chat vorlesen, damit du dich nicht so oft umdrehen musst. Is there a way I could have it that it plays it out loud? I don't know how to do that. That would be nice. Yeah, but text to speech, but how do I do that? That's a great idea, Karen. I'm just like, I'm looking all around here, like, is that possible with the YouTube studio, or do I maybe need to use something like StreamYard? That's a good idea. I'm gonna look into that. Yeah, that would be great if I was sitting here, everything you guys typed, it would just say it out loud and I could just respond. If that's not an option, they should totally make that happen. I'll look into that, Karen. Thanks for that tip. You got pretty good advice for someone named Karen. All right, people, wherever you are, I hope you have a wonderful evening. We will see each other soon. Leider stimme ich nicht, aber die Funktion muss möglich sein. Ja, ich schätze mir, ich muss wahrscheinlich ein anderes Programm nutzen. Aber ich google mal, ich schau mal rum, ich schau, was ich finde. Thank you all for being here. Until the next time that we meet, I hope that you're all over there taking care of yourself. No? Take care of yourself. I'll see you soon.